Recording in progress.
Welcome everybody to the Delta Independent Science Board November meeting. Here. What are you going to do? I call the meeting to order. And the first thing we want to do is give an overview of the public comment process. So if you're in the room, please complete a blue card to make a comment. It's near the entrance of the meeting room, and the clerk will call on you when it's time for you to make your comments. For those participating remotely, we'll take written questions and comments. Please email your public comments and questions to disb@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And in your request, please indicate the agenda item in which you would like your public comment or question read. And if you prefer to make oral comments, use the raise hand function in Zoom or email on the agenda item in which you would like to make a comment. And please wait until prompted to make your public comment. All right, so if everyone would please feel free to introduce yourself by stating your name and affiliation as part of the roll call. I'm Lisa Wanger, University of Maryland, Center for Environmental Science. I have no new declarations. Steve Brandt.
Steve Brandt, no new declarations.
Virginia Dale.
Virginia Dale, University of Tennessee, no new declarations.
Sorry, Tanya Heikela, no new declarations.
We have Tom Holzer participating remotely. Tom.
Tom Holzer, no new declarations.
Thank you. Anna.
Anna McCulloch, Carnegie Institution for Science and Stanford University, and I'm a new member of the board and I have no conflicts.
Thank you. Diane McKnight is unable to join us today, so we'll skip her. Bob.
Bob Nyman, University of Washington, no new declarations.
Obey.
Jayanta Besekara, Florida International University, no new declarations.
And Inga.
I'm Inga Werner. I'm a new member of the board and I have no conflicts.
Thank you. All right, roll call is complete. So let me give a quick overview of the agenda. The main purpose of the meeting today is to discuss the environmental impact report, our review of that. But we also have some other exciting agenda items that are relevant to that review. There has been one change in the agenda. We're moving the Delta Lead Scientist report up to after item 4, which is the presentation on the Delta restoration progress and targets and the fish restoration program, Tidal Wetland Monitoring Program. So first off, do we have any public comments about the agenda?
There are none.
Okay, great. So we'll move along. So my chair's report, item number 2 of the agenda. First, just want to let folks know Joe Fernando's term ended on October 14th. So we'll be missing Joe moving forward, and Jay Lund's term ended on October 31st. So we will miss both of those folks. They said their goodbyes in the last meeting, and I thank Steve for running that meeting in my absence. And we have 2 new folks, as they said during the introduction, Dr. Inga Werner and Dr. Anna Michalak, and we'll give them just a minute to introduce themselves. So Inga, why don't you go ahead and start?
Right. What did I do? It still works. I apologize. My background is in aquatic ecology and toxicology. I joined the program, the aquatic toxicology program, as a postdoc at UC Davis in the mid-90s, and then became a researcher and adjunct professor, and finally director of the aquatic tox lab there. We did a lot of research in the Delta, but then I moved to Switzerland to direct the Swiss Center of Applied Ecotoxicology there for about 10 years, and I am just retired. I just want to point out that it was always a pleasure and an interest of mine to do applied research. So I'm really excited to be here on the board.
Thank you, Inga. And Anna.
So again, my name is Anna Mikulak. I'm the director of the Department of Global Ecology at the Carnegie Institution for Science, and I have a joint appointment in the Department of Earth System Science at Stanford University. I did my undergraduate work in Canada, which is where I grew up, in environmental engineering, and then I did my master's and PhD at Stanford University. And then before returning to my current role, I was a professor at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. As it pertains to this board, my research group does a lot of work in understanding how climate and climate change are impacting water quality, both inland and along coasts, including topics such as eutrophication, harmful algal blooms, hypoxic dead zones, and so on. I also have a second area of research which pertains more to tracking emissions of greenhouse gases using measurements in the atmosphere, and then using those same measurements to also understand what controls the ability of both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystems to take up part of the carbon that we're emitting into the atmosphere. And similarly to Inga, I'm very excited to be here, and I have always been somewhat impatient at the pace at which science that is done in research can have an impact in terms of how we actually manage the systems that we care about the most. And I see this as an opportunity to lessen that divide and really make sure that the best available science is being used to guide the management of the Delta. And so I'm thrilled to be here.
Thank you both. We are thrilled to have both of you join the board and your expertise. So we look forward to engaging you on our many activities. Okay, so I have a couple other announcements. There was a technical workshop on water supply reliability estimation and protocols for water and environmental modeling, hosted by the California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum. And Dr. Jay Lund presented some work that he had done on his time at the board in the water supply reliability review. There was a panel discussion. And so a recording of that will be posted on the website, and we'll be sharing that with the board members in case folks want to review that discussion. As part of your meeting package, we received the following general correspondence from several individuals. We got a comment that the Delta Conveyance project is not a solution to drought and climate change. And we received 4 letters, and that adds to the totals that we've received prior with that same message, a total of 988 letters. Edmund, do we have any public comments on this?
There are none.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then we're going to move on to the next item, the Delta Stewardship Council and Executive Officer Report. We have Virginia Medueno joining us remotely, and I turn it over to you, Virginia.
Good morning, Lisa. Good morning, Independent Science Board members. It's a pleasure to be with you today. I'm looking forward to spending some time with you this evening at Wimpy's. And I have a few things that I want to share, but first I want to congratulate Dr. Warner and Dr. Michalak. Welcome to the Independent Science Board. Thank you for providing a brief background. It's exciting to hear what you've worked on, your passions, if you will, and how they pertain to the Delta. So very much looking forward to working with both of you and with obviously with the rest of the Independent Science Board. So let me start by sharing with all of you. I've been on a legislative meet and greet session, and so I've been meeting with key members of the state legislature whose districts contain a portion of the Delta. And it's been exciting to meet with members of the legislature who are starting to see and recognize the importance of elevating Delta issues to the forefront. So it's been incredibly rewarding. We also, and I want to say we always, not also, but we always acknowledge our 10-member Independent Science Board as our key advisors in the work that we do. So I want you to know that we are out there promoting all of the great work that you are doing on behalf of the Delta and working collaboratively with the Delta Stewardship Council. To date, we have met with Senators Dodd, Senator Eggman, and Senator Laird. We have met with Assembly members Aguiar Curry, who is actually, I think, going to be an amazing champion to help us elevate some key issues in the Delta, followed by Assembly members Grayson, Assembly member Wilson, and Assembly member Bauer Cahan. And next week, we will conclude our trips with Assemblymember Flora. Want to also share with you a highlight. We had a Science for Communities workshop that was held in October 6th to be precise. And it was great to see our staff and our scientists go out and meet with the community. And again, this is part of our ongoing efforts in terms of bridging more relationships with constituencies and communities across the Delta, so that they recognize that they too play an amazing and critical role in science. So that was great. Met with the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California. We actually went out on a tour with them, and we were able to hear about their Delta smelt propagation project on Bolden Island. We got to take a look at what they're proposing for some floating wetlands. We heard and saw some of the Delta levee modernizations that they're hoping to institute, some of their web track projects. And of course, we had an amazing follow-up discussion with science and research and how, again, we could collaborate better together. A couple of weeks later, I was actually at the Dos Rios Ranch groundbreaking. It is going to be the newest state park, one of the largest floodplain restorations, over 2,100 acres, if I'm not mistaken. So again, an amazing opportunity. And then I followed up with a meeting where I was invited by some key individuals in the Delta. It was actually initiated by Tom Slater, who is part of the Delta Protection Commission and also represents the North Delta Water Agency. I was able to meet with him, also with Melinda Terry, who's also with NDWA, and Gil Cosio, who is now a consultant for the Delta. And again, just the exchange of information and again, helping to elevate some of the key issues that they really see are critical. And for that discussion, it was really about the levees. And yesterday I had the privilege to join Jessica Pearson, our executive officer, and Rachel Kloffenstein. Who's one of our science managers, and we were invited to be speakers at the Modesto Downtown Rotary. Again, it was nice to share the work that we are doing, the role that we play in all of these important discussions surrounding the Delta. And again, we highlighted our working relationship with the Independent Science Board. So to the extent that we can, I do believe that it is my role to highlight the role of the Delta Stewardship Council, but also highlight those partners that are key for us, and that includes the Independent Science Board. And last but not least, I'll just give a quick little recap of what I learned in CSAMP, and actually the Independent Science Board was highlighted in some of the discussions in terms of how to best use monitoring data, the effectiveness monitoring, and again, cause and effect relationships that we're seeing with monitoring. So all in all, I'm going to say October has been an incredibly busy month, and looking forward to continued relationships and discussions. So thank you, Lisa.
Well, thank you. It does seem that you've been very busy, and we appreciate you reaching out to the community, and we welcome you transmitting what you learned to us about science questions that people have, because that's certainly how we see our role too in paying attention to the stakeholder community. Are there any questions or comments? If not, okay, so are there any public comments?
We have one from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, I'm in the process of unmuting your microphone. Thank you.
Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and I wanted to, which for the new members, it's a small group that does consulting for environmental fishing and Delta folks on science issues in the Delta, and particularly climate impacts. As I was reviewing the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group, which last met in 2015. There was a plan at the time. The Department of Water Resources convened it, and it was a group of climate scientists that gave advice on incorporation of climate models and use of climate modeling for planning. And the plans were for it to continue being convened, and it hasn't been convened in the last 7 years. And there's a lot of gaps in implementation of current advances in climate modeling and knowledge about recent advances in climate impacts from global reanalysis data. And the closest thing we have right now is the Delta Science Advisory Committee, which is convened by the Delta Stewardship Council through the Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee. And I wanted to request that the Delta Stewardship Council Chair consider working with the lead scientist to make those meetings open and particularly available to members from the NGO community, because they're the only venue where climate scientists are interacting with the Delta Science Program. And there's critically important issues. I've identified in my literature review for the Delta Tunnel, I've identified multiple issues. And I've been trying to inquire about when the Delta Science Advisory Committee is meeting, and it's been difficult even getting information about when it's meeting or who's on it. And we just really need a more open exchange of information, particularly about climate adaptation. And I did want to thank Lisa Ranger and the Delta Independent Science Board for being so open. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. I want to just raise a technical issue there. Normally, I'm able to hear public comments a little more clearly. I don't know if it's on our side or possibly on Deirdre's side. Deirdre, if you've switched microphones lately, I wonder if you might have another option, because we did understand what you said, but it was a little harder than usual. So if you could think about that, we want to hear what you have to say. So I just want to back up a little back to the Delta Stewardship Council report. You do have some things in your packet. We did receive a letter from the council to the ISB in response to the water supply reliability report. And, we were pleased to see a lot of activities that were consistent with the recommendations. And we're hoping to continue to work with the council on implementing those recommendations moving forward. So we encourage folks to read that letter and think about those issues. And there's also a copy of the legislative update and outreach highlights in your packet. So I think that covers that. All right, and now we're going to go on to agenda item 4, where at the prodding of the Independent Science Board, we saw that there were many environmental restoration mitigation. Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
what have I
sorry.
done wrong?
We're a little ahead of schedule right now.
Okay.
And one of our presenters isn't here yet.
So I should stretch. Should tell some jokes.
He should be here shortly, but if there aren't any other questions, we can take a little break, or we can move up another agenda item.
Okay, well, I would, Tom, I'm putting you on the spot. The thing I would like to ask is, did you have any responses to the Delta Council's letter in response to the water supply reliability report? Since Jay is no longer on the board, Tom was a co-lead on that report, and we can ask Tom for his responses if he has anything.
Yeah, no, I didn't. No.
Okay, thanks for helping me stretch the time, Tom.
I got a joke.
Okay, well, I will just give a little more background on why we're having these presentations. because our Delta Conveyance project review is now public, you can see that some of our concerns had to do with what do we know about the effectiveness of environmental restoration and mitigation? How successful has it been in the past? And so we asked the folks who were working on these issues to come share what they know. So it turns out there's quite a lot of activity going on to understand restoration effectiveness. It's still in its early stages. And so we're going to get an update on that work in a minute, but it seems that we should take a short break. And
Our presenter just arrived.
just arrived. Perfect. Okay. This is, you just can't be too ahead of schedule in these days. So let's let our presenter get settled. And so the questions that we've been asking is, but there's two types of restoration. There's wetland restoration, and then there's questions about the effects on fish. So those are some of our key questions that we're seeking to address through these presentations, although we do understand that some of our questions can't yet be answered with the available science, but we're going to hear how close we can get to those questions. So we have Dr. Dylan Chapple, who's going to discuss a synthesis of lessons learned from restoration in the Delta, and Dr. Stacy Sherman of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who leads the fish restoration program on tidal wetland monitoring tidal wetland monitoring program. And so are we ready to go? We are. Okay. So moving into agenda item 5. No, agenda item 4. Welcome, Dylan and Stacy.
There we go. Okay. Morning, Chair Wanger and members of the board. Thank you very much for having us today to speak on this topic. My name is Dylan Chapple, Senior Environmental Scientist with the Delta Science Program. And today I'm going to be talking to you about ecosystem restoration, our ecosystem restoration progress review for the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. So I'm going to just open us up right off the bat with telling you about the scope of the effort that I'm going to be talking to you about today. So for ecosystem restoration projects in the system, we looked at projects that occurred within the legal delta, which is the green boundary you see on the screen here, and Sassoon Marsh, which is the red boundary. These are the statutory boundaries of defined by the Delta Plan, and so that's why we set those particular spatial boundaries. For projects, we looked at projects where there were spatially explicit acreages identified, so something you could see on a map, and projects that focused on the reestablishment of physical and biological processes. And notably, this didn't include preservation or conservation projects where no meaningful interventions were performed on the landscape. And across the landscape, we looked at completed projects, which you see in blue here on the map, in progress projects, which you see in green, and planned projects, which you see in orange. And I want to also roll us back almost 10 years now to a request from the 2013 ISB review on habitat restoration in the system, reviewing the science programs, which was a request to develop a comprehensive map and accompanying database to show where habitat restoration activities are being conducted and planned. And that's exactly what we're here to show you today. And it's much more active than the map would have been in 2013. So we're happy to be able to show some progress. And to couch this in a policy context, we looked at the ecosystem restoration targets set by Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan, the recent amendment that you all, most of you at least, heard about earlier this year. So the targets here are 60 to 80,000 acres of restoration by 2050, above 2007 baseline targets, guided by a number of different principles that are elaborated in the text, including large scale, focus on ecosystem function, climate change resilience, and compatibility with adjacent land uses. And I'm sorry, this slide got a little mixed up in translation, but that says targets down there. And so within these targets, there is a series of ecosystem specific performance measures that the plan identifies. And so we looked at ecosystem types using these parameters that are defined in the performance measures. So for non-tidal wetlands, we had a target net increase from that 2007 baseline of 19,230 acres for riparian and some nested floodplain projects. We had a target of 16,300 acres. For tidal wetlands, a target of 32,500 acres. Notably, the categories below that are grayed out, those are other categories that are included in the performance measures, but we didn't include quantitatively in the synthesis because there simply weren't significant projects on the landscape for us to assess quantitatively. And in general, these projects are designed to bring back some of the ecosystem function that you see in this historical ecology image of the Delta developed by the San Francisco Estuary Institute, where the main color to pay attention to is that deep green you see, which is the historic tidal wetlands, which of course have been reduced by over 97% over the past century and a half. And so the challenge of these targets and performance measures is how do we regain some of the function, ecosystem function that we see in that historic image in this highly altered, highly complex system where most of the land, that pink color, is agricultural and water has largely been removed from the landscape by levees. So this is what we looked at across completed, which are basically projects where the construction has been completed. Important distinction, does not mean all of their ecological functions are in place necessarily, but this is where they've stepped away from the construction phase. Projects that are in progress, currently being constructed, and planned projects. So this gives us a way to look at progress. So we have the completed projects in the solid colors on the figure, the planned projects in the hatched, and the in progress projects in the hatches, and then the planned projects in the checkerboard. And so you can see if we take a sum of all of these numbers right now, it gives us 14,830 acres of tidal wetlands. And again, important to note that the planned projects, some of those acreages may change, but we use the best numbers we could find from current documents towards that 32,500 acre performance measure target. For non-tidal wetlands, just over 4,700 acres towards the 19,500 acre target. And for that nested riparian and floodplain category, close to 2,700 acres towards the 16,300 acre target. So, and one thing to note here too is looking at the projects completed between 1985 and 2007. So while when you look at the targets on the map, it is clear that we have a long way to go to reach these targets. If we look at the rate of restoration since 2008, above that 2007 baseline, we do see that restoration has accelerated in recent years, largely built on longer-term efforts that had been developing in the system for many decades prior. And another important question here is what's motivated these projects. So many projects, mostly smaller projects, were motivated by SEPA NEQA requirements for mitigation. I know you all heard a little bit about this at your last meeting. Beginning in the 90s, initial land acquisition and planning for a lot of the projects that are now being completed recently happened under the auspices of the CalFed program. AB 360 legislation from 1996 compelled the Delta Levees program and DWR to pursue a goal of no net habitat loss and a net long-term habitat improvement. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Federal and Endangered Species Act biological opinions for Delta smelt first consulted in 2008 and reconsulted in 2019, required 8,000 acres of tidal wetland restoration under the DWR fish restoration program. And Stacy's going to talk to you about the monitoring for that. And those previous two programs since 2015 have sort of been organized somewhat under this umbrella of the Eco Restore program, which was a an initiative for accelerating existing state efforts, so bringing them together under a unifying banner. There's also a small handful of projects that look at ecosystem services and green infrastructure, as well as so-called voluntary restoration projects. That's a term from the literature for ecologically focused projects that aren't required by legislation, settlements, or something similar. So when we look at across these planned, in progress, and completed projects, and again, with the important caveat that planned projects in particular are subject to some change as they develop. But voluntary restoration accounts for about 9% of the acreage. Ecosystem services and green infrastructure account for about 20% of the acreage. And then those sort of more strictly required combination of mitigation and then the general ecological uplift required by AB 360 account for about 70% total, with the water project mitigation projects being the single largest driver of restoration in the system by a factor of 2, with 40% of the total projects. Briefly, we got most of our data from this from the EcoAtlas platform, which is an online repository where restoration project proponents can add information about their projects. So we used this as a starting point, augmented it, added projects that weren't reflected, conducted different expert interviews, as well as consulting the most recent environmental documents. And this gave us a total project list that met our criteria of 64. And so that's what went into the numbers that you've just been seeing. An important question here is, why are we just looking at acreages? The first thing is that we're not giving you project numbers because project numbers can be a little misleading. I think our largest project is over 3,000 acres, and our smallest, I believe, is 0.8 acres. So a count of one project doesn't necessarily tell you a ton. But the other piece of this is that when we looked at all of the restoration that had occurred, 64% of the total restoration in the system and 88% of tidal wetland restoration has been completed since 2017. And as many of you are well aware, ecosystem restoration projects, it's well documented, can take decades to reach their target functions. We're asking them to often replicate services and dynamics that took maybe hundreds, if not thousands of years to develop in a really short time period. So what we see this effort as is really building the basis for future synthesis across ecosystem types and helping us understand where we're at as far as these policy benchmarks that have recently been adopted by the council. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on these slides, but we do have some early key lessons learned that are included in the paper that is close to complete for our effort. This one I like to bring up because it really highlights the importance of long-term data. So this is looking at carbon sequestration and methane emissions at a subsidence reversal project adjacent to where many of you attended on our field visit back earlier this year. What I'll draw your eye to here is that between 2011 and 2016, the carbon sequestration rate is high in some years, low in others, moderate overall. The methane emissions are generally very high. Some early takeaways from this project was, well, the methane might, complicate a lot of our efforts to integrate these into carbon markets. What they saw, however, after 2016 was a marked increase in carbon sequestration and a marked decrease, by 2021 by factors of 2 from those early numbers. So this really shows you that even 5 years of project data, which is often the best case scenario for projects, isn't necessarily going to tell you what's really happening ecologically. And another reason why the data that Stacy's team is collecting is so important. There's also some other general take-homes. There's a lot of these that are reflected in our paper about the importance of habitat heterogeneity in tidal wetlands, for example, the complications posed by aquatic plant invasions and their potential impacts on restoration, and a general understanding that in the context of the Central Valley and other warmer places in California, the Delta riparian areas in the Delta are pretty likely to be climate refuges for avian species. So just a little taste. There's a lot we could get into here, but this is what some of the literature is telling us now. lots of key uncertainties moving forward here. This list could be even longer. The funding and also importantly, the location for future projects is something that is an open question. Those are big acreages that we all saw on those previous slides. So finding the places to put them and the funding to actually install them is going to be a big consideration. Climate change is likely to shift what's happening at these sites. Another reason why ongoing monitoring is so important. Tribal and community co-management efforts have been relatively underrepresented. We really couldn't find much evidence of genuine co-management across these projects. And so that's an area I think where we could see a lot of growth. Benefits for non-target native species across taxa. Our monitoring is often fairly focused on target species, but a lot of things are using these sites. And so understanding that better, I think will really help us understand the bigger picture of projects. There's also this really critical issue of cumulative effects. So as we add more restoration to the system, particularly restoration that is tidal, where you are bringing more water essentially into the system by increasing the tidal prism, this will add up over time. And as I think most of you are aware, salinity intrusion in the Delta is one of the biggest challenges facing water supply in the future. And so modeling is going to be really important for making sure that we're not making the system more saline, considerably more saline in the places that we don't want salinity. On the flip side, adding more of these projects and increasing the tidal prism, there's also some early modeling that shows that this may attenuate sea level rise impacts. And so it could actually have some real flood benefits. Both of these modeling efforts are in pretty early stages, but are going to be a really key part of understanding the impacts in the long term. And crucial to all this, of course, are results from long-term monitoring efforts. And because Stacy's presentation, I think, steps so clearly into that, I think we're just going to present back to back and then take your questions together. So I will hand it over to Stacy.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so I gave a much longer presentation about 5 years ago about what we were going to do, and we're pretty much doing what we said we were going to do. So if you want more details, you can always ask, but this I really kind of focused down to the questions that Allegra conveyed to me. So it's one of my more boring PowerPoints. I apologize about that, but trying to be responsive, and I know you'll have a lot of questions, so I'm going to try to move quickly. Okay. All right. So as Dylan mentioned, the fish restoration program exists because of several federal and state mandates. The first of which I'm just going to have to say next. Okay. The first of which is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service 2008 biological opinion on the operation criteria and plan for the long-term operation of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. And it was a jeopardy opinion for Delta smelt. And so that means that it came with a reasonable and prudent alternative with several components. And one of those components was the restoration of tidal habitat, 8,000 acres of it, in the Delta and Sassoon Marsh, plus the establishment of a monitoring program. And it was a little bit vague. It was an overall monitoring program to go with that, that restoration. Oh, okay, there we go. The National Marine Fisheries Service opinion on the projects also included a lot of restoration, and to the extent that tidal wetlands provide rearing habitat for juvenile salmonids, that 8,000 acres could also count towards those acreages. So we include salmonid rearing as part of the objectives of the fish restoration program. My department at the time issued consistency determinations with the federal opinions, but longfin smelt are not yet federally listed. So we issued an additional incidental take permit that required that 800 of the 8,000 acres be sited in mesohaline habitat for the benefit of longfin smelt. In 2019, new federal biological opinions came out. They carried forward the restoration requirements as baseline My department did not, oops, can I go back? Thank you. My department did not issue consistency determinations with those opinions, which are undergoing reconsultation right now. So we'll see what happens with that. But we instead issued a multi-species incidental take permit that is controlling for the state. And it carried forward the original requirements and added 396.3 acres to account for increased export at Parker Slough. Okay, so the fish restoration program was then born with the signing of an agreement in 2010. And there are three components to it. So DWR obviously is responsible for doing the restoration or ensuring that it is done. There are two CDFW units. So the implementation team works on design, permitting, and really importantly, land management before and after restoration. And then my team, and that's led by Melissa Farina and Gina Van Klompenberg. And then my team really focuses on effectiveness monitoring. So that's not to say that DWR and the other CDFW team doesn't do monitoring, but a lot of that is more compliance and pertinent to land management. And the state water contractors pay for all of that. It was really important to us to, given the controversy around the 2008 opinion, to be as transparent and collaborative as possible in developing the monitoring program. So it's actually in my staffing contract that the person in my position chair the interagency ecological program, Tidal Wetland Monitoring Project Work Team. So we developed with a pretty good participation across disciplines and agencies and academia working in the Delta, a set of conceptual models that we published as a technical report in 2017. From that, we developed a set of hypotheses and monitoring recommendations. And because my team does the monitoring, we had a lot of real world testing of the recommendations and back and forth, and development of a solid set of standard operating procedures that we use and we provide to others to hopefully increase data comparability. I had another thought and where did it go? Oh, and we still, yeah, so the team still meets. And so we develop annual work plans and we always run that by the team. And if we're going to have major changes, we talk to them. And then we have additional review as we work under the IEP work plan. And so every year our work plan is reviewed. All right. So you asked about how FERP projects get done, and that's a can of worms. And that's a big it's a big process, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but I just want to point out that each of these boxes, even though some of them are just a couple of words, include a lot of activities. So land acquisition, as Dylan mentioned, there's only so much land that's at intertidal elevation. So finding willing.
Stacy, would you just define FRP for us, please?
Oh, sorry, the fish restoration program. So, or I call it FERP a lot. So when I say FERP, that's what I mean. Yeah, so proper elevation is important. The design, technical review, planning, and permitting box is especially big. So I'll just say that there is consideration of historical state of the site. There's a lot of consideration of how the neighbors are going to be impacted. So, you have people who have levees across from where there may be breaches. And so there's a lot of hydrodynamic modeling that not only looks at residence times and particle transport, but also velocities and potential for scour. Also, which is also informative for how the site's going to function for the fish. As soon as we know that a site will likely be included in the program, we start monitoring pre-project. So as much as possible, we do before after control impact design. Some sites are completely dry before restoration, so that doesn't always work out. I also want to point out the construction is in the middle. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on after construction before the fish agency strategy team, which is National Marine Fisheries Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and CDFW, will say this: you were compliant. You know, you've followed the plans that you set forward that we have approved through our permitting early on. The FAST Fish Agency Strategy Team is available for consultation throughout this process. So it's not, you know, they just come in at the end. There's DWR can consult with them at any time. And there's also a lot of monitoring and mitigation that goes with the construction. So you're transforming habitat. And so it may be to the detriment of other listed species on the site. So for example, Lookout Slough has a population of giant garter snake. And so mitigation has to occur for that. So we can come back to this if you have more questions, but I think I'll move on and we have time to ask questions. These are the fish restoration program projects. In blue, we have completed projects. White are in progress or planned. The green are reference wetlands. The oldest of these sites were completed in late 2018. So we're just getting to the point where we have a couple of good years of post-project data because 2020 doesn't really count. So the oldest are Decker Island and Yolo Flyway Farms. In 2019, Winter Island and Tulu Red were breached. 2020, Lower Yolo Ranch and Wings Landing. In 2021, it was Arnold Slough. And then this map's a little bit out of date. Broadmoor Island was finished breaching a couple of weeks ago. Okay, so these are big questions for a short time, and I don't have the concrete answers that I know a lot of people are looking for. So I'll just talk about why it depends a little bit. But one big thing is as I mentioned, we just now have a couple of years of good post-project data. And so my team's working on a 5-year synthesis that covers the pre-project period and up through the end of 2021. And so I'm hoping we'll be able to get that out shortly. But for effectiveness, I'd really like to make the point that, well, like Dylan said, things evolve over time. And we also have kind of a mishmash of wetland types and tidal wetland types in the Delta. And a lot of what's out there was not designed as restoration. There were agricultural lands with accidental levee breaches. Liberty Island was one of those, and it turned out it actually supported Delta smelt. So I was like, hey, that might not be a bad thing. But recent work comparing the design of actual design projects and other projects have shown big differences in how they function. So a really good example of that is the work that a bunch of different USGS units did at the North Liberty Island Conservation Bank, which we call Wildlands, and Little Holland Tract, which are really close together in the North Delta. And Fred Firo was kind enough to lend me this slide from a previous presentation. But what they found was, you have this wetland that actually is really pretty. If you haven't seen it, I hope you get a chance. But it supports native fish. There's a lot of productivity there. They found a lot of export of zooplankton. Dave Ayers did a lot of cool work looking at how fish move in and out on tidal cycles and diel cycles. So they did the works there for a couple of years. And so they're working up that data. But in contrast, Little Holland Tract just was not very functional from what we want from a wetland. And similarly, if you look at in the marsh, there's a site called Blacklock, and Blacklock was a planned restoration that had an accidental breach early. And so it didn't go to plan, but that's the site that some people are using to say, oh, wetland restoration is not good. And that's the site that the designers are looking at saying, let's not do what happened at Blacklock. Let's learn from that, which is what adaptive management is about, right? So just want to say, because one wetland or a couple are not working the way we think they should, it doesn't mean that they all will be like that. I also want to, talk about the term effectiveness and especially success. I know if Joy Sadler were still here, she would agree with me. Success is a bad word. It's really how it's defined. And in the biological opinion, the thought is, oh, we're going to be pumping out fish food. And if the expectation is that's going to happen all the time, that's not happening. We know that from the literature, from studies elsewhere, from studies here, we know that it's not going to be a continuous thing. And also thinking about what fish food you're talking about. So, there is like Pseudodiaptomus is a diel vertical migrator. And in some places we know that because of Wim Kimmerer's work, it's going to be probably imported into the marsh. It might be a sink. But there's a larger zooplankton community, and that's all mesozooplankton. My team, I think, is the only one I know of that consistently looks at other invertebrate components of the food web. So especially for salmonids, that's really important. So thinking about how we're talking about what effectiveness means, I think is important. And then the monitoring, I mentioned there's a lot of monitoring that goes on during construction to make sure that the designs are being followed. There are other listed species out there that they're being protected. And there's monitoring before restoration ever happens and long after, and there's management that goes with that. And so I know, kind of channeling my implementation team colleagues, there's kind of a perception that adaptive management is this new thing, but it's something that they've been doing and just calling management. So yeah, I have a picture of, in the lower right hand corner is some of the vegetation mapping that Aisha Alzine does in our group. Up above that, we have some Mason's Liliopsis. So that's a plant species that is very carefully managed on these sites that is also listed. And then for effectiveness monitoring, my team has been a little bit constrained. So, we're not the only restoration projects out there, and other projects have asked, hey, can you do some monitoring on our sites? And our funding source doesn't allow that. We're stretched thin as it is anyway with 11 sites, but that it's just not feasible. We also have to think about what is the objective of the project. And so we have really focused on fish food, and at least early on really had some constraints with our ability to take Delta smelt. And so we had kind of limited incidental take that went with invertebrate sampling. And lately, since the development of the sites a bit more, we've gotten permission and kind of momentum to actually do targeted fish sampling. So we've ramped that up quite a bit. So I hope that we'll be able to say more about salmonid use of the sites because of that. But I have the duck there because there are a lot of other things that use the sites that we don't have the capacity to monitor. All of the projects have been open to other researchers, with appropriate permissions, of course. So some sites like Tule Red have had lots of folks doing other work on them, and we try to coordinate as best as possible. But anyway, that's why we focus on what we do. This might be the most boring slide I've ever made, sorry. This is just a list of the monitoring that our teams do on the sites. So the vegetation mapping, that's Aisha Alzine, as I mentioned, but we do a lot of work on the general food web. DWR has helped a lot and is ramping up our continuous monitoring on some of the sites for water quality. I won't read all of it, but I will say again that the invertebrate communities that we sample is a much broader range than most others sample. And then the adaptive management. So as I mentioned, our land managers just call it management, and there's a lot of monitoring that goes with the mitigation measures that are put into place to make sure that, riparian plantings have taken, that they're established and doing what they're supposed to do, that Mason's Liliopsis hasn't sloughed off into the channel. There's a set, so one of the reasons post-construction, there's a period of time before crediting is there needs to be a site-specific agreement, long-term management plan, conservation easements established. And so those all have measures that go with them. For my work, what is permitted and possible is also a little bit of a constraint. And the same goes for adaptively managing risks. So that picture shows a bunch of Ludwigia water primrose. And in a lot of places that's being outcompeted by alligator weed these days. But there aren't really permitted effective control methods for a lot of these aquatic invasive vegetation types. So that is an issue. So I think an area for growth for sure. But I do want to make the point that we have different kind of design philosophies and types that go with each of these projects. And a goal of our monitoring is to learn which ones work better and apply that to future projects. But it's not something that will happen instantaneously. So I know you have questions. Fire away.
Well, thank you so much. I want to remind the board that for comic relief, we're going to ask you to use these to signal these hard to balance things to signal your questions. And I knew we'd have a lot of questions. And I just want to thank you both for taking the time, and we'll see what comes up first. Steve, I think you were first out of the gate. Go ahead.
Well, thanks, Stacy and Dylan. Very informative presentations. And I'm just going to start off with one question to each of you, if I might. Stacy, you mentioned a lot about food webs and fish food, and you're sampling various components of the food availability. I'm wondering, how much information is there available on the diets of the fish we're interested in? Is there really good quantitative information on what they're eating specifically? And then is there any kind of a species-specific food web model that you're using to frame your results?
So for the juvenile salmon, for sure, there's a lot of literature about what they like to eat. And then for Delta smelt, the most recent published is Slater and Baxter from 2014. And so the lab next to mine, we have a group called Diet Study. And all they do is look at the stomach contents of Delta smelt and longfin smelt. So we have that published work. And then kind of just talking to them, we haven't done a complete analysis yet. We've seen diversification in diets. They're not getting many Delta smelt these days, obviously. But in longfin smelt, they're eating all sorts of things. So we have that. And we, based on the literature, a lot of it from elsewhere for salmonids, we've gone through the species that we collect most frequently and have done some classification. So that's going to be part of our analysis for our synthesis, the 5-year synthesis coming up.
Is there any, that's good information that I wasn't aware of, that you have more or less like that level of specificity in terms of diet, because when I hear about it, it's like zooplankton is food, and it's clearly more.
So I will say too, there's a Whitley and Bollins paper, I think that's also 2014, and they were looking at the stomach contents of Delta smelt from Liberty Island. And so they found things beyond the zooplankton, so what Diet Study gets is from the IEP surveys, which are in the channels. So I think when you have give the fish the opportunity to eat other things, they will.
So is there a food web model that's being developed or is being used, or?
So we have a conceptual model that we made for the 2017 report. We know some of it's wrong now, but yeah, so that's where we are with that.
Okay, because that is one of the topics we've been debating about whether or not to move forward with in terms of a review, was basically, or at least looking at prevailing methodologies and what could be applied to the Delta. The question I had for Dylan, I really enjoyed your presentation, and I think your publication is going to be extremely valuable when it comes out. You mentioned earlier on that one of your guiding principles is the ecosystem functions. And I'm wondering what those are, how you're using them, and are any ecosystem functions part of your performance metrics?
Yeah, that's a great question, Steve. And I'll harken back to one of Stacy's slides, the "it depends" qualifier. So of course that depends on the particular ecosystem type performance measure. For tidal wetlands, you know, a lot of it is about reestablishing hydraulic process, for example, to encourage the growth of native species. So, you know, encouraging the combination of mineral and organic sedimentation. And then sort of the cascading food web benefits that are expected to come from increased tidal exchange and the primary production that's happening in the marshes. So for the tidal systems, I think at the high level, you know, it differs a little bit from what Stacy's group works on, which is more targeted and specific. The ecosystem amendment targets and their functions are, again, sort of these higher level principles, more along the lines of the fish eat zooplankton. And so a lot of this has to do with restoring the base of the food web. Many of you might be familiar with recent work that Jim Klern and others have developed, looking at comparing what the expected historical production of the Delta is compared to the present day. And of course, it's paltry, but they, you know, they've estimated that the recovery of some of these areas could recover up to, you know, I think between 10 and 12% of that historical productivity. So a lot of the tidal projects are oriented around that and those functions. When we move to something like non-tidal wetlands, then the ecosystem functions become a little more specified. So there's a lot of the work around that is centered around reversing subsidence. And so in deeply subsided islands, the function, you know, is not about necessarily reaching tidal elevation, but it's about reducing risk by increasing levee stability and providing habitat as well. As we saw out there, for those of you who are able to walk the boardwalk with us, even though those systems aren't connected to the tide, they're not producing a lot of the benefits that Stacy was getting into detail on that tidal wetlands produce. Nonetheless, because the system has been so altered and we're working in this modified context, they are definitely productive for wildlife as well. And I do think that that's something that merits a lot more study than has been done. Like Stacy's slide with the no ducks, you know, we don't have a robust monitoring network for avian species, for example. We know the Delta's critical avian habitat. The data we have shows that, but it's not monitored methodically from a restoration perspective. In areas where islands are a little closer to the potential range for sea level rise, some of the functions, you know, that accretion function then for non-tidal wetlands is looking at the potential for tidal reconnection. So there are a handful of areas that are identified in the amendment that look at where you could reverse subsidence to the extent that it would become potentially tidal in the coming decades, essentially. So those are some examples, and I think scale is another big one that across projects, I think the data is fairly clear that larger scale restoration just is able to capture more heterogeneity, and I mentioned the importance of that on a few of my slides as well. So allowing for a degree of landscape heterogeneity because we don't necessarily know how everything's going to respond given the context of alteration. And so I think that's another important, important aspect of that. So those are a few things, and I'm not sure if you have any more.
I do understand that a lot of those things are goals to improve food productivity, zooplankton productivity, and so forth. And I'm wondering if it's gotten to the stage where you actually have performance metrics related to that, like measuring zooplankton productivity as a performance metric, and maybe even further, is there a goal that you want to reach a certain level of production per square meter to not call it successful, but but it is a performance goal or performance metric that you're following that is functionally related. Do you have some of those, or?
Within the Delta Plan performance metrics associated with the ecosystem amendment, something that specific doesn't come to mind. There might be something I'm not remembering, but I think they tend to be higher level. But I will also defer to Stacy if she has any thoughts with like particularly thinking about zooplankton and if her work is leading to any of that.
Yeah, so with the permitting of individual projects, some of them have performance standards, and in a system like this, so I didn't write the project descriptions, but I give some advice on it, and I really advise to benchmark it to existing wetlands. So, I think a target with a specific number in a system like this with all of the stressors and changes that are facing it could be setting up a project for failure. And I think looking at what's happening in the system is a better metric of how the project is functioning. So we resisted in numbers for that reason, and that's why we sample reference wetlands.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. I think Bob was next, and then Tanya.
Great, thank you. Stacy and Dylan, that was a really good presentation. Again, something that I think is what you're doing has been needed for a long time, and it was really nice to hear where you are today. My questions really, I think follow upon what Steve was curious about, and that has to do with how you actually determine if you're successful. And it still isn't clear to me how, without having quantitative objectives, that you could ever determine if you are successful, and also having multiple measurements, environmental measurements out there, that you're actually meeting these quantitative goals, and goals that are numbers and bound by time, that you do by a certain number of years. And I respectfully disagree that establishing those numbers sets a project up for failure. In my experience, what it's done is it's actually triggered the adaptive management process to kick in and examine why the numbers weren't obtained. And that often provides great insights into whether or not you're on the right track or not. So anyway, I guess my first kind of questions to you is, have you, are you in the process of setting up quantitative goals, project by project, so that you can determine whether or not you've been successful at some time in the future?
I guess that's for me.
Well, it's actually for both of you. During both your presentations, this came to mind, and I was just didn't really understand how you could determine either of the projects could really determine whether or not they were being successful down the road. And I have a couple follow-up questions.
Well, like I said, I dislike the term success, but so as far as numbers, so you mentioned multiple environmental variables. We do have numbers for that. So we have SONs installed in several of our sites, and we look at water temperature and dissolved oxygen and whether conditions are appropriate for fish at the times that they may be there. So we have that. Thinking about chlorophyll, and well, we do also collect phytoplankton, and we're having issues with contractors about that. But thinking about chlorophyll, you know, just through the system, it's so low, and you have kind of sporadic blooms, and there's a lot of work going on trying to figure out how those can be triggered and caused. And you know, I don't think we're there. And if you say this site needs to be at 10 micrograms per liter all the time, it's just unrealistic. And I don't know what the management action would be for that. So,
Well, in other, I guess, other projects I've been involved with over the years, over the decades, where we've had to do very large programs like ones that you're involved in, we've set up quantitative goals and smart objectives and that are time bound, and we try to mimic what we would see in more natural environments. And I know that's a great difficulty here because you don't probably know what you had historically, but you set something up, and we would call those kind of thresholds of concern or thresholds we'd like to meet. And if we meet them, great. But if we don't meet them, the one thing that it did trigger was getting everyone together and use our existing data and expertise and so on to come in and really focus on that problem. And sometimes, in fact, a lot of times, we set them up with the wrong numbers, found out, you know, after the fact. But the fact that it was triggered, that we looked at them more carefully, developed a whole new level of understanding of what we were working with. And so it became an iterative process that sometimes every 6 months, but sometimes it'd be every few years, we would come back and refine our concept of what we were trying to obtain. And we would set new quantitative objectives going forward. And we had to do this for a whole large number of projects simultaneously. And it became a learning process. And it's something that I know there's a lot of resistance out there, not only here in the Delta, but other places here in the West, you know, of setting up these, you know, quantitative goals or setting smart objectives. But in my experience, it really helped us learn quickly about the system and where it was, especially when it was linked into an adaptive management process that, you know, that worked. And, you know, had people. So anyway, it was just a suggestion along those lines.
yeah, so I'll let Dylan, you know, add anything if he would like, but you know, I'll say that in a situation like this, where you have a biological opinion that is saying this, not only for the mitigation for the water projects, but for each individual project, that is a really tough thing to do. And you can't change the numbers. You have to, if it's written into your opinion. So it would have to be, you know, something outside of that, not regulatory, which, you know, I don't have a problem with that, but that term success, you know, to me, if we don't know if this is the right strategy, you know, maybe restoring tidal wetlands isn't the thing to do, but it's something that we need to try and really examine. And I think putting that term failure on projects is not helpful.
Yeah. Well,
All right, I appreciate this vision here. I feel like Lauren wants to add some details that may help interpret.
Yeah, I was just going to add it's basically adding on to what Stacy just said, that the work that she's doing is being driven by the biological opinion. So it's a regulatory process. And so the crediting process to determine whether or not the requirements have been met for the regulation is not determined by Stacy or her group. they don't determine what the requirements are for the targets. And I believe, and I don't know all the details of that crediting process, but I think the audience for those comments are really the regulators that are requiring this. I see them nodding. So, you know, her group is just implementing what they've been asked to do, but has actually no say, I don't believe, on, or I don't know, you can respond to that, but what the targets are. And likewise, and Dylan can probably speak to this, but in terms of the Delta Plan performance measures, there the audience really is the Delta Stewardship Council.
My comments are directed in
and
the
so
wrong direction.
to the planning department and the council members themselves, but I'll let you all add on to that.
Yeah, I'll just say the only, input I have is advice for writing the project description and the biological assessment that the services use to create the opinions for the individual projects. And so that's where we recommended benchmarking to existing wetlands, because DWR is doing what they were asked to do. And our job is to determine, is it the right thing to do?
Yeah, and so just a couple brief thoughts on that. I think an important detail here is that also all of these projects, all of these individual projects do have adaptive management plans that do have a series, mix of quantitative and qualitative goals that are included there. And I think just to the point of how recent these projects are, a lot of it is just that we haven't even gotten to the point where where the sites have stabilized enough to determine if X, Y, or Z is happening. So a lot of that happens in real time. And then, I do think while there's not a pure quantitative target from what Stacy's talking about, I think this benchmarking to local sites is really key, because as you move through the Delta, every region is different. And I think that that's something that's really important to understand here. So if you were setting a baseline, the Sassoon Marsh, that sort of area outlined in red in the map that I showed, Sassoon Marsh is a brackish system. The Cache Slough complex, where Lookout Slough and some of these other big projects are, pretty purely freshwater, tidal freshwater. So I think that's another one of the things that makes it a little bit challenging to say, this is the precise number, but again, why relative understanding via interpretation and comparison with reference sites is so critical. And then, I think at the level of the Delta Plan restoration targets, those quantitative targets are a starting point, admittedly, and that's like a very high level policy goal, and they are quantitative. They're simple, admittedly, but it does give us a path forward for where we're going. And as more data comes in, those could be adjusted through a subsequent amendment process if we determine that putting more tidal wetlands in is going to irrevocably shift salinity in the system, or something along those lines. So I think part of what does hamper the development too is just that we just don't have baseline data. We do have long-term data through IEP, but as Stacy mentioned, that's really data that's coming from the channels, these large channels that are functioning really different than the wetlands. So in a lot of ways, the data we're collecting in wetlands is new. The wetlands themselves are new. And the largest collection of wetlands in the Delta is the north end of Liberty Island, a mix of recently restored and then longer term restored after the site breached in 1998. That's still only 20 years, which especially for a site that's not planned, we know that it did provide good habitat for Delta smelt, and that's helped with that's helped understand that context. And so, I can't stress enough the recency. And I spent the first part of my career in the San Francisco Bay. And so I think a lot about the comparison between them, because in the San Francisco Bay, we have restoration projects, intentional restoration projects dating back to the 1970s. We have a long history of these projects. And so, there's been the time to see how those things have developed. I mean, some of those sites are, half a century old at this point. We just simply don't have that in the Delta in the same way. So we're doing a lot more to build a baseline that will ideally allow us in the future to set more concrete quantitative targets, but we need the numbers first to, understand what's happening out there.
Oh, understood. All good points. And I'll tell you what actually triggered, I guess, my thought process in talking about this is in both of your presentations and, here with the steps that were taken and things that you had said, Dylan, is I didn't see adaptive management as a central component in what you were trying to achieve. It's obviously there in the background, probably site by site, but it really didn't come to the forefront as as the central component around which monitoring and all the other activities really evolved and continue to inform the process. So anyway, I just put that out because that was what triggered in my mind the series of questions and and things that I had to say. So
yeah, you're actually targeting in on one of the key slides that was cut from my broader deck as I shrunk down to try to really make sure we had enough time for questions, which is that for the restoration review study that I presented, the cornerstone of that is really establishing a baseline for system level adaptive management. So I think, we do have project level plans, and those, I think have been, we now have a pretty robust catalog of those going back that are being used in the management. But when we start to think more broadly, that system level approach is necessary. And the first step of that is just establishing a baseline. So we know that, and the goal setting process. So it gets a little blurry as you think about going through the adaptive management wheel, because in some ways we're backing into targets where goals were set. But we're sort of at that first step in analyzing the data to get the baseline so that we can understand. So some of the things we've seen, riparian acreage really low compared to the others. So that's something that we can come out of this and say is at a system level where we're seeing deficits are definitely in riparian projects, just as one example. So yes, I do think that that's certainly a dimension, an important dimension of all this. But I think there's always the opportunity to incorporate more adaptive management.
Yeah, this is a really useful conversation. There's obviously a lot to dig into here. So we'll keep this conversation going. I'd like to move on to the other questioners, Tanya.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan and Stacy. And I think, Dylan, your last comment might have tied into the question that I've been thinking about. And one of the reviews that the ISB has been kind of slowly rolling out, or it's kind of a mini review and planned workshop, is on subsidence reversal and rewetting. And in talking to some of the folks that have expertise on this issue in the Delta, one of the things that we've heard is just the need for more of a kind of landscape level planning effort on these various projects, and thinking more of the system as this kind of mosaic approach to building these projects and developing them and planning them. And so I guess my question is, to what extent, I mean, especially given the limitations on the land that's available and the places that are available, but to what extent do you see the capacity right now to do that type of landscape or system level kind of planning for future projects, or where you can see some of the synergies between projects, and what type of, I guess, monitoring do you need to be doing now to help you to help inform how you might make those decisions in the future?
Yeah, so great question. And I think a lot of that has to do with elevation. Something that's often said about the Delta is that elevation is destiny, because we have these specific target elevations for areas that we want to reconnect either tidally or to the river system. But because of subsidence in particular, there's only so much availability. So I think that really forms the basis, first of all. As far as land acquisition, there's a general strategy identified of public lands first. So that gives us then another way of thinking about, okay, what are the first areas that we're looking to? And those are areas currently in public ownership. And then, you know, after that, it becomes really about funding. So I think that in the subsidence reversal world, that's an area where there's a lot of interest in, you know, I mentioned briefly in my talk, but just increasing integration with carbon markets, because it isn't cheap to do these projects. None of them are cheap. So figuring out ways to fund it is really critical. And so I think that that's another big, that's another big example. Like to me, and I've mentioned this a couple times already, but it's important to me to keep mentioning that I do think that there's a real need for this understanding to think more broadly than just our target species and the monitoring that's required by, you know, biological opinions or other mitigation, because that goes a long way into determining how a site is functioning. If you're only looking at a limited dimension of how a site is functioning, you just don't have the big picture. And so I see that as a key need. You know, as far as to sort of keep on subsidence reversal, because I know it's of interest to the board, you know, thankfully, and you know, credit to Lauren and others who really started working on this problem in the 90s. The data on this goes back a long way, and because the conceptual model for subsidence reversal is fairly straightforward. I'm not going to say it's straightforward, but it's fairly straightforward compared to something as complex as reassembling a food web when you've lost 97% of your historic wetlands. And at this point, the data is very robust. The projects have been iteratively and adaptively managed over time to determine what the best water levels are, what the open water to vegetated ratio, these sorts of things. And then some of that really hot off the presses work I was showing you about carbon and methane now helping us better understand. So I think those projects are an example where we've monitored. We know that those projects will function as intended for stopping and reversing subsidence. Then there becomes landscape mosaic questions. So currently there's an effort by the Metropolitan Water District being led, and they've focused in on Bolden Island, which is sort of on the south end of the Central Delta. It's an island that the Metropolitan Water District owns. They're doing a collaborative scenario development process, looking at different ways that land could be configured. So I think that's where to sort of keep walking through from the really high level down to that more specific level. I think that's the kind of thing that when you start focusing in on, okay, how do we make those decisions? You know, a lot of it does have to happen at a very local level because land use, I mean, there's lots of land use considerations. So Highway 12, for example, goes across Bolden Island, and that's a major thoroughfare for the area. So, you know, that both is opportunity because there's easier access, there's benefits to reversing subsidence, but it also limits what you can do there because essentially protecting the roadway is a land use. The roadway land use is going to be the bottom line of anything that happens there. That's an example. And there is actually, I'll just mention, there's a public workshop for that effort that's coming up on November 14th. It'll be, or 15th, sorry. It'll be in person, but I believe it will be virtually available as well. So can follow up with me if you want more information about that. And I'm happy to share because that will be a real example of, you know, sort of scenario planning in action. That.
Okay, great. We're going to go to Inga now and then Anna.
I'll try not to damage anything this time. Yes, Stacy, I think if I heard you right, you mentioned Blacklock as a negative example, and I don't understand why that is. I would like to understand a little bit more about that.
Okay, so Blacklock is in Sassoon Marsh, and it's very close to Arnold Slough, which is a fish restoration program site, and Bradmore Island. And so those were very recently restored. And Blacklock was, I think, 2006 when it was finally breached, but it was a DWR project. It was, as far as I know, a voluntary project. And there was a design that was kind of short-circuited by an unintentional breach. And there's a recent paper that came out that kind of casts aspersions on tidal wetlands as not productive to transform managed wetlands. So most of Sassoon Marsh is managed wetland, a lot of it for waterfowl hunting clubs. And so Blacklock has a lot of Phragmites. It's been the site of some experiments to try to control Phragmites, which is, I think, cool. But it doesn't have, apparently has a largely non-native fish population, which is not unusual in the system. And a standing stock of zooplankton is lower than in comparison to a managed wetland that's a little bit further up the system. So this paper came out, and there's a lot of folks who are saying we shouldn't be transforming managed into tidal wetlands. And I think using one wetland that we all think is not a good example as that comparison is not awesome.
Okay,
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it makes me more curious, actually, as to what the reasons are. And I think you
Yeah.
can actually learn a lot from that.
Well, so one thing that I kind of struggle with based on our capacity. So, we have 10 sites. I have 10 people in my team. So it's a little difficult to go beyond what we're already doing. But what we're doing are snapshots of standing stock. And so I think productivity and the diet of fish using the sites, I think those are special studies that we identify in our monitoring framework as worthwhile. And we've been trying to push those as research priorities with Prop 1 funded projects. So those are things that we want to happen, and they are happening on some sites, but we just don't have results yet. And I would like to do more. I need more people.
Thank you.
And I'll just briefly add to that too. I think generally speaking, one of the main differences between Blacklock and some of the projects that have been developed and more thoroughly engineered is it just wasn't as thoroughly engineered as some of the more recent sites. And so it didn't necessarily have the dendritic channel structure that we know is really important. It also critically wasn't designed for fish. And I think this is an important thing. And actually, I believe it was mitigation in some way. I forget exactly, but I believe it is potentially salt marsh harvest mouse, endangered species. Don't quote me on that. But again, it wasn't engineered or designed very thoroughly at all, compared again to sort of our more recent projects. And its goal was never to support native fish. So I think this is where the context becomes really important when you're thinking about these things. I think if it had been thoroughly engineered and the whole goal was supporting native fish, then it would be troubling. But it's much more open water habitat, and then invasion as well. It's been a real lesson learned around invasion of Phragmites, which for certain projects. And I think there's been, those dynamics are changing all the time, as you all who are involved with the non-native species review that the ISB did will be well aware of. I mean, those are really not static. Over the last drought, that's really when we saw a lot of floating and submerged aquatic vegetation, for example, moving in the fresher parts of the Delta. those really weren't a major issue until, starting about a decade ago, and then they've really exploded. And so it's constant updating to the conceptual models and understanding of these issues.
Thank you. This actually leads perfectly into one of my questions. I was going to premise my questions by saying I'm new here, so forgive me, the questions are very basic, but this actually sets me up perfectly. So I have 3 questions. I think 2 of them are quite brief, but to start, both of you, or especially you, Stacy, talked about the let's call it sort of variable effectiveness of the restoration projects that have been implemented so far, using those 2 examples on your slides and so on. You also talked about the fact that there's extensive modeling that occurs prior to the construction and implementation of these projects. And so what I'm curious about is, if you compare those modeling studies prior to the implementation, and then you compare that to the monitoring that you do after the fact, how closely do those align, both in terms of how the system works physically, so the hydrodynamics of the system, and also how the system works biologically, so in terms of its effectiveness at meeting the ecosystem services that they planned for? So sort of a long-worded question, but all around in terms of, does the modeling and the reality actually match up? And is that improving over time? What's your general assessment?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And I think that's an area where more work can be done. So my team doesn't have the capacity to do hydrodynamic modeling. I would really like to. We're looking at an ADCP that
But you
that
did,
I want.
sorry, just to interrupt, you did talk about scour and hydrodynamic modeling broadly, right?
Yeah, so that is modeled in advance. I don't know if it is measured afterwards. So my team would not be the one to do that. And I haven't seen any of that, but I think it would be really helpful. And in some cases, so Thule Red is an example where the breach, I believe, was purposefully undersized with the thought that the tides would correct size it. So, and I think it has opened up a bit. I think some of that is just, wait and see. And I don't know what the appropriate time frame would be to go back and do that post, verification of the models.
Can I ask, but maybe, I'm not sure if there's a question or a comment, and forgive me if I don't get the procedure right, but to me, an interesting question is, how good of an investment is the modeling work that's done before? If that modeling work is highly effective, perhaps we should be doing more of it. Or if there's more uncertainty in the system than we can capture in the modeling, then perhaps we might as well be doing less of it. And coming at this, I'm not sure where we are on that spectrum. So that's just more of a comment, I think, maybe for us to discuss at some point. I had 2 additional questions. I'll just ask them both at the same time. One is, to what extent do you take into account the anticipated resilience of the projects in the context of climate change, and what that means in terms of the potential longevity of the ecosystem services that will be provided by these restored sites? Is one. And then my last question is, how much do we know about the impacts of the restoration to areas further removed from the sites themselves? So in other areas of the Delta and potentially the Bay. And those are my last 2 comments. Thank you.
Okay, so just the models that are used, RMA runs most of them to my knowledge for the individual projects. They also do kind of system-wide modeling. So Steve Andrews from RMA gave a presentation at our last Tidal Wetland Monitoring Project Work Team meeting, and they've actually done scenarios where they've breached islands, so to kind of simulate accidental breaches to see what would happen there. But also they did some large scale restoration scenarios to see what that would do to tidal range, tidal prism, mean higher high water, et cetera. So that model is actually, they've calibrated, it's been used for a long time. I just don't think that for our specific projects, it's been done after that. But that's, I think, one example of considering what's going to happen to the rest of the system, because you do see changes in mean high or high water. And so that's a concern. If you were planning, we have Lookout Slough, which is a huge project. And then you're going to open up another site, and it's the North Delta that would have reduced mean high or high water, so a smaller tidal range. So thinking about that, I think, is important, and that's in the works. There's some indirect evidence. There's a paper by Bruce Hammock, 2019 maybe, looking at gut fullness of delta smelt in proximity to tidal wetlands. So there's some stuff like that going on. Trying to think if I missed a piece of your question, or I should just turn it over to Dylan.
So that was the second of my two questions. My first question was about resilience and longevity.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. So there in several of the sites, the presence of some kind of upland is a plus and planning for that. But availability is that's the hard part, especially in the island sites.
Yeah, and we do have even a couple complementary sea level rise models that are run for tidal wetlands, and separate groups at the USGS. Actually, Karen Thorne and Judy Drexler and their colleagues have sort of both worked on different approaches to this. For wetlands in situ, it's generally that if we see moderate, 2100 is usually used as like a longer term benchmark. If we see moderate sea level rise, in sort of the 3-foot range by 2100, the wetlands actually should be able to keep pace with that based on the kind of ecogeomorphic, mineral and organic interactions that build surface elevations. When we get closer to some of the higher scenarios, like our 7 feet scenarios, then by 2100, then the marshes are definitely in trouble. But I think it is at least encouraging that a non-trivial amount of sea level rise could be absorbed even by the wetlands just in place. So yeah, there's quite a bit of work out there, and then some papers that should be coming out soon on that too, looking at it sort of at the landscape level.
Just really briefly, does that work also examine other aspects of changes in climate? So warming, changes in precipitation patterns, and so on?
Yeah, so actually at the council, our planning division is currently leading a climate adaptation effort called Delta Adapts. The vulnerability assessment piece of that was completed in 2021, I believe, 2020 or 2021. And so that's a comprehensive look across all sectors for climate change. So that looks at flooding, and the flood modeling that was done for that effort does take a probabilistic approach, looking at the combination of both sea level rise and storm surges, and then looks at the probability of island flooding. So that's one of the main concerns, is just overtopping levees and the effect that floods could have. It also qualitatively looks at a lot of the other risks, like general levees breaking in an earthquake or something like that could sort of shift with sea level rise. So, and then it also, there's a lot of detail in that report. So I definitely recommend looking at that as a primer for like how we've been thinking, at least at the council, about climate change across, ecosystems, people, agriculture, flood risk, infrastructure, all those sorts of things. So,
well, just to add on to that just a little bit. So in addition to describing the risk, do you have a system where it starts to feed into models or design processes?
Yeah, so great question. That's exactly the process that's going on now. So the findings from that vulnerability assessment are now being used to develop an adaptation strategy that yeah, again, builds on those model results and now is working with a series of, interdisciplinary, interagency, multiple group teams to determine, for example, looking at where restoration could be placed in the future, just to pick an example I'm familiar with, but also, what types of approaches might be, needed to keep levee maintenance up to an extent to prevent flooding, those sorts of things. So that's very much in process right now. Those groups are being convened, and then that will result in its own report, as well as series of meetings, to really move those from the modeling and background stage into more of an implementation.
Great, thanks. We'll probably be continuing that conversation, I can imagine. And Steve has another question.
Yeah, this is probably a totally unfair question for Dylan, but it's a general one. And you pointed out that in 2013, the board did a review of restoration and made some recommendations, and frankly, in my view, many of those have been kind of adopted in some way or form. And there's been a lot of progress on restoration over the last, it's a decade ago that we did that review and we as a board have also had an opportunity to comment on the ecosystem amendment and the water fix and other things that related to restoration. So I guess I'm wondering, will your review touch on or evaluate what are some of the scientific needs relative to restoration and gaps and lean in that direction? Or do you think we've debated whether or not to review that topic again many times, or do you think we need to do another review?
Yeah, so I didn't include a full suite of what we're doing, but so for each of those different ecosystem types that are identified under the performance metrics, we do a thorough review of both the science and the management behind the implementing those projects in the Delta. We do move towards identifying in some gaps in some cases, definitely. And so this one I keep coming back to of the multi-taxa, like looking beyond our target species, like that's one I think that I keep saying, because it's one of the major findings we had, is that there are these huge gaps for understanding avian and terrestrial species and how they're responding to restoration. So that's one example. And then we also mentioned some of these cumulative effects issues and go into those a little bit from what both Stacy and I have talked about a little bit is, what starts to happen additively, the more restoration is in the system. Are there potential adverse consequences? Are there potential underexplored positive benefits too? So on both of those ends. So yeah, we will be reviewing a lot of that in the text. And so
good.
I think it'll be good to check out what we cover and then see whether it might still warrant updating.
Great, thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Dylan.
Not an unfair question at all.
Well, and in addition to the multi-tax, isn't there also a lack of complete understanding of the fish species? We're seeing, a lot of understanding of salmon that gets translated or salmonids to other species. Is that also a goal? Sorry, I'm sneaking in a question I've had for a while here. And Obey, I do see you're next.
Well, I mean, we have been a little restricted in fish monitoring inside the sites for a couple of years, but we're fixing that now. Is that
Well, you
understanding
specifically
what species are using the sites? Is that
right? You specifically mentioned salmonids when you were talking about how you were able to monitor fish. The question is, are there other non-salmonid species that you're not monitoring that we?
Oh, well, so everything that's catchable with the otter trawl or the lampara net or the beach seine, I mean, we record all of it and we try to, highlight when we do have native species. So for 2021, I happen to know that in the spring in Tule Red, we had more than half native species in our catches, which sounds a little sad, but it's actually pretty exciting here.
Okay, so that's not being ignored. That's really all I was asking.
No, the driver was what's
What's listed?
the benefit to salmonids, but I'm a fish person. Yeah. So of course, we're interested in all of the species. And one thing that I would like to ramp up a little bit more is the understanding of predation as well. And so Dave Ayers is doing some work, and again, I totally read with that. And we've started doing some gastric lavage when we've gotten some large predators. So I'm hoping to be able to ramp that up a little bit too.
Okay, great. Good to hear. Okay, Obey.
Thank you. Very helpful presentation and discussion. So my question is on the targets and the assessment. I heard a lot about the spatial extent of your targets in terms of acreages, but I didn't hear about much about the hydrologic targets. In other system we work in, we look at minimum flows and levels or hydro period, depth frequency. So I was curious, are they part of the planning? And if so, in the planning stage, do you see if there's enough even water to, going back to the climate change question now and in the future, to maintain this wetland, particularly the non-tidal wetlands?
Yeah, great question. And so yeah, in the performance measures, there are specified hydro period water level targets across the different ecosystem types. For most of the tidal wetlands, sea level rise in particular will ensure that those areas there's certainly enough water that's being moved by the tide to inundate those tidal projects. But I think your question is really pertinent for our floodplain ecosystems. Right. So those are being, those are also being restored. And one of the things that I think I took this out of my talk as I was shortening it too, but we're not specifically looking at flow. We're really focused on these on the ground projects, but there's absolutely a series of complementary projects that are more focused on releasing flows at strategic times, these sorts of things, and really adaptively managing flows as well. So that's, it's just out of scope for what we were looking at, but there's a lot of people doing work on that in the system, and there is developing literature on that topic. But the floodplains are only going to inundate under certain precipitation conditions, of course. And this is a great teaser for the field trip tomorrow as well, because we'll actually get to see the mechanics of how that works. But I do think that it is an open question. If we really do start to see prolonged drought, will that compromise the amount of time that floodplains are inundated? On the flip side, another one of our climate expectations, what the models are telling us, is that extreme storm events will increase as well. So it's sort of anyone's guess at this point how the drought and the extreme events interact with each other. It could be that the extreme events become more extreme enough that it increases duration on those floodplains. But there's only so much, the amount of water that's needed to activate floodplains is really substantial. So there's only so much management can do for that, as I understand it. It's not my particular area of expertise, but in a dry year, water, there's still only so much you can do with water. But yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, because the flows are another big piece of this, and the same goes for just general waterside riparian habitats as well. It's dependent on water levels.
All right, well, I'm going to wrap this topic up. We really do appreciate you coming and speaking to us on this topic. We know it's a difficult one, and we really appreciate your insights. So thank you, Stacy. Thank you, Dylan. We'll move on now. Do we have any public comments on this topic?
Yes, we have a public comment from Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Yeah, I wanted to, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research, and habitat restoration was a huge component of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan, which planning started in 2006. And there was an independent review by Jeff Mount, Wim Kimmerer, and Bruce Herbold, and some others. And they said tidal marshes can be sources or sinks for phytoplankton and zooplankton. Most appear to be sinks, particularly for zooplankton, and that there is high on-site consumption of productivity within marshes. Even under the most highly favorable assumptions, restored marshes would have at best a minor contribution to plankton productivity in delta smelt rearing areas. Smelt can benefit by having direct access to enhanced productivity. This is likely the case for the subpopulation of smelt that reside in Cache Slough, and Cache Slough has been one of the areas where a few smelt have survived. That they didn't say that, but this was written in 2013. BDCP is too optimistic about the benefits of tidal marsh and floodplain restoration, particularly the extent of food production. These optimistic views are indirectly guiding the low outflow scenario, outflow criteria. And what happened with the Bay Delta Conservation Plan was they evaluated a low outflow scenario and a high outflow scenario. And I believe that the proposed operations of a new single tunnel project are closer to the low outflow scenario. So, and the water board is required to include appropriate delta flow criteria in the permit, and to consider not just the endangered species requirement, but requirements to restore and maintain native fish populations and the delta ecosystem. So there's a longstanding argument that the scope of this is being interpreted far too narrowly for appropriate delta flow criteria. And the board really needs to understand appropriate delta flow criteria, which is in the mandate for including that in the Delta Reform Act. And there's very little discussion of that in the new single tunnel EIR. There was a long discussion in the Bay Delta Conservation Plan EIR, but that seems to have been completely eliminated. So I just wanted to point out that what you're even looking at has been narrowed prematurely and in a way that's contrary to the Delta Reform Act. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre, for those comments. Are there any questions or comments in response to the public comments? All right, and we just had the one comment, Edmund.
That is correct. There are no additional public comments.
Okay, great. All right, at this point, we are pretty much right on schedule for our Delta Lead Scientist report. And I just want to point out to folks, we do have a break after this topic. And so we have Laurel Larson joining us remotely. Is she here?
I am. Can you all hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
All right.
You want me to go ahead and go, Lisa?
Yes, please.
Okay, well, first of all, I send my regrets that I couldn't be there in person with you all today. And then secondly, I would love to extend a huge welcome to Anna and Inga. We are thrilled that you're joining the Independent Science Board, and I do look forward to interacting with you both at upcoming board events, and both virtual and in person. So there's a few updates that I want to provide today, and could I go ahead and get the next slide? I am going to keep this brief because I know you have a packed agenda. But the first thing I wanted to provide a bit of an update on is the Advancing Interdisciplinary Research Symposium. And could you go to the next slide, please? This is a two-part symposium that took place in October. It's an event that was really the signature event for 2022 for the Bay Delta Social Science Community of Practice. And it was really structured around this need to create opportunities for collaboration and to share information about how social science disciplines could be interwoven with physical science disciplines in order to tackle integrative challenges, many of which are listed in the Science Action Agenda. So the first of these events took place on October 14th. It was a training event that provided 84 attendees with
Uh-oh, we lost you, Lauren. Get her back. Well, we did, I heard it was very successful. Laurel is joining us, I believe, from overseas, so some technical difficulties are to be expected. Well, and I will say this event was nicely responsive to things the Delta Independent Science Board has been saying about the need for more integrated social science and more interdisciplinary science. So they really have taken that suggestion and moved forward. And I think this is really a great example of making it real for folks in terms of providing a training. And then the second thing was to have working groups actually try to imagine joint projects they would do. So yeah, I'm just filling here. Do we have anyone who can sub in for Laurel if we can't get her back? We could just delay this and see if we can get her back later. I thought I'd just give her a minute to see if she could reconnect. Is anyone texting with her or anything?
Yeah.
Can you hear me now? Am I back?
Ah, you're back. And Laurel, just
Okay.
I gave a very quick summary of the event, but you feel free to go ahead.
Okay, I am in a hotel and I think my time on the wireless just, it required me to click the button again. So hopefully that will take care of the problem, but really inconvenient timing there. Yes, we were quite grateful to have Dr. Wanger presenting in the second day of the workshop, and are looking forward to seeing what interdisciplinary proposals will come out of those discussions. One of the things I did want to mention on the first day of the workshop, the training day, is that an interesting finding is that a large majority of the attendees who responded to a live poll, and it was about 77% of the attendees, stated that the largest barrier that they face to doing more integrated research is a lack of understanding of how to do interdisciplinary work. So we do see this as a first step at addressing that potential gap. I also wanted to point out, and this is why this slide is here, is that the recordings of the training and the subsequent workshop are available on the Council's YouTube channel. And there are other relevant resources from both the training and the workshop that will be posted on the Council's Social Science Community of Practice events tab. So feel free to check those out. Next slide, Edmund. Right around the corner, starting next week, is our harmful algal blooms workshop. And yeah, I reported on this before. We have ISB representation among the planning committee. Diane McKnight, for example, and Steve Brandt have both participated in various capacities. But this workshop, just to provide some additional background, this workshop came about when the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board and CDFW approached the Delta Science Program and asked if we would carry out a workshop like this. Since that time, it's been a highly collaborative process with planning committees from the State Water Resources Control Board, the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board, CDFW, Department of Water Resources, IEP, Restore the Delta, and even a postdoc from the University of Minnesota. And the policy context here is that Assembly Bill 834 directs the state to develop a freshwater and estuarine harmful algal bloom program for the state of California, including a statewide freshwater harmful algal bloom framework and monitoring study. And this framework was developed through collaborative technical advisory committees and then published in 2021. The freshwater harmful algal bloom program, which consists of 5 State Water Resource Control Board staff and 1 CDFW staff member, including some contractors, was funded in 2021 to implement that bill. Implementation is also called for in the water resilience, the governor's water resilience portfolio, and in the Delta Regional Monitoring Program nutrient research plan, as well as in the science action agenda. There are salient needs underlying the establishment of a monitoring program and the establishment of foundational understanding for these freshwater harmful algal blooms. And if you go to the next slide, there's just a reminder of those particular science actions. Also underscoring the need for this workshop is just the fact that although sampling for harmful algal blooms already occurs statewide, there is no cohesive HABs monitoring program, and no consistently funded HABs monitoring program for the Delta. And without this consistency in our data collection, we really can't achieve a fundamental understanding of the driving mechanisms for bloom development or move towards forecasting the blooms, as I know that the ISB would like to see. So to that end, the goal of this workshop is to support the development of a monitoring strategy for HABs in order to move us to the position where we could begin to consider developing these forecasts. We were very excited to successfully recruit Assembly Member Dr. Bill Quirk to present the meeting kickoff. I think that his presence will help attract some of the higher level attention that we're hoping that this workshop will get. Dr. Quirk is the author of Assembly Bill 834. And he currently represents the 20th Assembly District of California, which encompasses portions of the East Bay around Hayward. The other connection that I want to mention here, which also relates to an October event, is that on October 6th, the Delta Science Program held its, or the Delta Stewardship Council, I'm sorry, held its Science for Communities workshop at the Big Break Regional Shoreline. And that matching event that attempted to match scientists with data and expertise together with community members who have specific problems that they would like to bring science to address. Anyway, a topic within that meeting, a panel discussion within that meeting, was focused on harmful algal blooms in the Delta, with an emphasis on improving access to educational materials for public safety regarding HABs. And some of those panelists are being invited into the harmful algal blooms workshop to provide talks and participate in a panel discussion. So if you have the time, please go ahead and register for that meeting and join us for whatever you can make. The agenda is publicly posted, and we hope to see some of you next Tuesday and Wednesday. Next slide, please. Another thing to keep on your radar is that in December, we are planning to release the next edition of State of Bay Delta Science. This is a big deal because this is a compendium that historically has only been released every 4 to 5 years. Recently, our editorial team made the decision to switch towards about a 2-year publication frequency. And rather than trying to broadly summarize the state of Bay Delta science on a variety of topics, as was the case in the first 2 editions, we're moving towards a model where we focus on specific topics. And so if you go to the next slide, I'm just showing you a bit of a graphic and a preview of these topics. This whole edition is formulated around the theme of ecosystem services and disservices of primary producers in the Delta. And we have an introductory chapter as well as 6 topically focused chapters that broadly cover historical ecology, the fundamental ecology of invasive aquatic vegetation within the Delta, how invasive aquatic vegetation has been managed and what the effectiveness of those management strategies has been. There's a chapter that discusses the state of the science on remote sensing of primary producers. There is a chapter that is focused on harmful algal blooms by Rafe Kudela and team. And then there's also a chapter that's focused on carbon sequestration and subsidence reversal. So we are going to provide a more extensive report out of State of Bay Delta Science in the January meeting, most likely. But I did want to bring this to your attention, since probably before the next time I give my lead scientist report, this is going to come out. So stay tuned. And then finally, next slide. We've been talking for a few months about our evolving plans for a modeling workshop that is designed to advance the collaboratory. But I wanted to provide you with a few more updates. So the planning committee which includes Jay Lund, has been continuing to meet. And we are tentatively planning on a 2-day workshop in early March, likely March 1st and 2nd, although those dates are still tentative as there's a pending conflict that we might need to resolve. And what we are planning for this workshop is potentially having the first day be really focused on bringing in higher level managers and making a case for why this collaboratory is needed. So there will be discussion around use cases of specific problems like the salinity management problem that would really benefit from a cross-agency, cross-disciplinary, open modeling, as well as a discussion of case studies or past projects that would have moved along a lot faster or more effectively had the resources of a collaboratory been in place. So really making a case for this collaboratory that could help us hopefully achieve funding for the collaboratory. And then we will likely be looking at some panel discussions on some of the resources that could be brought to the table. We're in a much better situation than we were several years ago when a series of memos about the collaboratory was published by Tetra Tech. There are a lot of resources available for collaborative modeling now. One that we're looking at is the Community Surface Dynamics Modeling System at the University of Colorado, which has worked with large teams, including teams from the USGS and NOAA with their National Water Model, to provide resources for publishing models in a common format, and even creating software that could be wrapped around individual modules so that they could be easily integrated and provide data and information to each other and essentially be coupled. So there will be some discussion on these opportunities and lessons learned in places like the Chesapeake that have become part of these larger modeling systems. On the second day of the workshop, the focus is shaping up to be more technical. So really identifying what goes into a common modeling framework, whether that's a common set of boundary conditions, such as an agreed upon set of climate scenarios, sea level rise scenarios, Delta rim inflow scenarios, these are resources that could be broadly beneficial to a wide range of models. So there will be discussion on which of these components should go into the modeling framework, as well as some discussion on what strategies should be adopted in order to get this collaboratory funded. And I will say that one of the strategies that is on the table right now is that the UC system has a $100 million climate resilience initiative to fund collaborative climate resilience related research that is highly applied and is to be conducted in partnership with state agencies. And so there's a great opportunity here to develop a university-centric modeling collaboratory that closely partners with agencies. And so right now, I personally am just talking to many people within the UC system who do modeling work that is relevant to the Delta to try to assemble a team who could carry out a competitive proposal. And that would likely be developed in parallel to and in conversation with the work on this modeling workshop. So that's all I have to present to you today. I'm happy to answer questions about any or all of these initiatives.
Thanks, Laurel. Lots of interesting stuff going on, and we look forward to attending or learning more about the outcomes of those workshops. Do we have any comments from the board or questions? Obey.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a great idea. We had talked about this interagency modeling center, particularly in Florida in the past, and I think the same idea. My question is, recently we had a work on coastal systems funded by NSF. And the issue there was that not only the physical modeling, but also social and economic system modeling and the interoperability of those systems. And we found out there are varying degrees of maturity in those systems, and this interoperability is now kind of challenging. And I was wondering, is your focus in this workshop only on the physical modeling, or are you going to cover the socioeconomic modeling as well?
So I would say that there is a lot of interest in covering social and economic modeling. The players are relatively few in comparison to the physical modelers, but this is an area that we are hoping to grow through some of our funding initiatives and priorities outlined in the Science Action Agenda. What I would personally like to see in this proposal that I spoke about to the UC system is a focus on collaborative modeling, or bringing in resources for and training for modelers to do more transdisciplinary modeling and include stakeholders integrally in that modeling process from the very early stages. I know that isn't social science or economic modeling in itself, but I really would like to see more focus on how some of these water management challenges that we are trying to model will impact human as well as non-human communities, because we really need to do a better job of holistically accounting for what those trade-offs are going to be. And so that, I view this as a critical component of the team that we're trying to assemble.
Thanks, Laurel.
And I will say that there is interest in some of our agency partners too, in beginning to fund some of the economic modeling specifically. So that's an area of development that I hope to have positive news on soon.
Okay, great. And Virginia has a question.
So when I've done these kind of models, one of the key stumbling blocks is to think about the scale at which each model works and to deal with how information flows between the models and deals with those scale challenges. Is that part of your technical issues? Because that's going to be a challenge.
You know, that's really great feedback. And I do know that sometimes when you couple models across scales, basically there are challenges with uncertainty and how uncertainty propagates across scales that affect whether or not that model ends up being useful. I think this should be a topic of discussion for the technical group. You know, our workshop is going to be fairly constrained in time to 2 business days. But I think as we think about the governance of a collaboratory, one of the things we need to think through is putting together a technical advisory committee who will work closely with scientific computing folks within the context of whatever modeling framework we end up adopting. And we do need to be very deliberate about how we think about those cross-scale challenges. So maybe, you know, right now we're putting together a program for the workshop. It's still in draft form. I will consider that a comment that we need to consider as we pull together that program. But certainly that is a topic that will require ongoing attention.
Great.
Okay,
Laurel.
well, thank you.
Oh, sorry, Steve has a comment.
Yeah, and like Virginia's comment in it, because I think the issue of scales is really important. I know when we started working in the Chesapeake Bay and dealing with scale, you had the circulation people had a certain scale based on the questions they were trying to address and the accuracy, both in time and space, that they needed to address those questions. But as soon as you put a biological twist on it, those scales change dramatically. You know, and we've just talked about this with the EIR, you know, monthly time steps, for example, may be good for certain questions, but not so good for other questions. So I'm wondering in your, when you think about the collaboratory and sort of the one modeling framework, will you have an opportunity to say, put together 2 or 3 basic questions to see whether or not whatever is evolves could address those questions? And I think, you know, you can have a biological question or a physical question, a climate impact, or even something social economic.
So one of the things I should have been more clear about is that the workshop discussion around case studies and use cases in day one isn't just to argue to agencies and potential funders why we need a collaboratory. I think it's more fundamental than that. In that discussion will seed the specific questions that we build the collaboratory around. You know, it's a lot easier to build resources to address specific questions than it is to build resources in general for a wide variety of questions. And so I see this center or this collaboratory as potentially an entity and a set of personnel and resources that could support specific target problems or working groups to advance those questions. And so some of the types of questions that we might consider, excuse me, would be some of the questions that I've posed to you all before that we're working to advance through the salinity management workshop series. How do alternative nature-based and traditional engineering and regulatory strategies play out under future extended drought and sea level rise conditions? What are the relative costs and benefits of these different strategies? And that's a very integrative type of question. One that is a little more biological, but still inherently integrative might be the challenge of forecasting harmful algal bloom events. So I think this framing around questions is really important.
That sounds great, Laurel. I hope we have some more interactions on that topic in the future. Do we have any public comments on this?
Yes, we have one public comment on this agenda item from Deirdre Desjardins. And we also have a public comment from OSHA Reserve on the previous agenda item on the restoration presentation, but we were not able to catch it in time.
Okay, great. Let's go ahead with that, Deirdre and OSHA.
All right, Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone.
Thank you, Deirdre Desjardins with California Water Research. And I wanted to say that I'm discovering there's a systemic failure in planning processes, most planning processes by the Department of Water Resources, and that they're using the central tendency model of they have a set of 10 global climate models, and they're using the central tendency projection for planning. And there's known biases in the couple model interconsideration project models that have been discovered, and also known issues with resolution of the models. And so, and both issues point towards models projecting potentially drier conditions like we've seen recently. And they're just not looking at the drier, warmer quartile projections, which would help, or using these newer methodologies such as dynamic downscaling data sets that are available. And so we're doing climate planning based on a model that projects a 4% increase in Sacramento River flows due to climate change. And there's a lot of evidence it'll be wrong. And there's a lot of evidence that we may see warmer conditions than we thought even a few years ago. And both of these are just absolutely essential to adaptation planning in the Delta and its watersheds. And wildfire is also a huge component. So I'm just concerned that this collaborative approach, there was a huge amount of testimony at the Water Board about considering drought scenarios, and the Water Board has in fact asked for modeling using the drier, warmer scenario, and it's just not being provided. And I looking at the social science context of this, there's just a tendency for collaborative processes to avoid inconvenient truths. So I think it's something to really think about in planning for such a modeling collaboratory, because this kind of gap is absolutely crucial for meeting grand challenges. Thank you.
Thanks,
Deirdre.
Deirdre.
And I would just say there's a tremendous opportunity with this UC Climate Resilience Initiative to merge some of the resources of the UC system, such as the climate modeling that's being done out of Scripps with government challenges and some of the existing government modeling resources too. But this initiative would really be about also making those models open and transparent and providing a community that could train students and newcomers on how to use the models. So hopefully we'll get those models into many more hands. And I think when you create open science products and provide training and a framework for knowledge dissemination, then there's so much more that we can do with respect to looking at these future scenarios.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be OSHA Reserve, and this will be for the previous agenda item number 4. Sorry again, OSHA. We have the
Hi,
ability to unmute your microphone.
can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you, OSHA.
Oh, great, thanks. And yeah, no problem, Edmund. It was my fault because I didn't raise my hand very far in advance of the item being over with. So I just wanted to provide a comment on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta with respect to this update on the restoration progress and targets. This continues to be a really important concern for local landowners and water districts and drainage districts that are, in the Delta. As was pointed out, the targets that DSC has set for restoration go up toward, maybe a sixth of the entire Delta, which is mostly in private ownership. And so, it does always concern folks out there when these type of major land use changes are being talked about by others. I was glad to hear in both the presentations, I think more attention being paid now as in contrast to prior years. And I've been working on this issue for over a decade with these entities, but on more emphasis on local water and land uses being mentioned and considered, and also long-term monitoring being looked at as being really important, especially with respect to harmful algal blooms and salinity. These are major concerns of local people and affect agriculture and quality of life, recreation, all those other beneficial uses out there. And so there is concern about also the effectiveness of this type of mitigation or permit conditions, because the costs can be quite high to local agriculture, flood control, and there's all these maybe not intended but indirect effects out there. For that reason, and I think I mentioned before, but just to reiterate, we've been promoting and working collaboratively with a lot of the Delta entities on implementation of good neighbor policies and approach, which is not required, but I think, it's now part of Chapter 4 of the Delta Plan update as a reference. And this becomes especially important because there's been a lot of permit streamlining, or what's called cutting green tape, for restoration projects to try to move those projects along more quickly. But at the same time, we still lack landscape level planning and long-term monitoring and mitigation commitments. And there are quite a few projects that do take kind of a set it and forget it approach, where it's like, oh yeah, if we create the floodplain, then it will develop over time into tidal wetlands or whatever. And then, there's not a lot of, I think, commitment from, at least from my perspective, to that long-term monitoring to make sure that the benefits that are intended are being brought about for the species of concern, and that also that there's not effects on neighboring landowners and water uses that will make those projects be challenging and ultimately not supported, which we need good examples of restoration and restoration that works in order to create support for it locally and regionally. So thank you.
Thanks, Osha. Any comments on the public comments? Questions? All right, seeing none, I'm going to call this agenda item to a close, and we're going to take a 15-minute break. We are a little behind schedule, but I'm still going to keep the break at 15 minutes. So it's 11:30-ish now. We'll reconvene at 11:45. Okay, AGP, let's go ahead. Steve, if you could, yeah. Since you're going to be on camera when yeah. We're already on the air. Okay. All right, folks, we're reconvening. We have some hard work ahead of us, so we needed our good break. So here's where we are. Our next agenda item is to go over the current draft we have of our main review comments. And we will get to that in just a second, but let me give you a heads up. First of all, I want to acknowledge we've been having some internet issues, and I apologize to those who were unable to get on the meeting earlier. It does appear that those issues are resolved and you should be able to join now. I guess if you're hearing me, you joined. If you missed part of the earlier part of the meeting, you can always view it on CalSpan. And the recording will become available. But we do apologize. Okay, and then we're going to have about 45 minutes of discussion before we break for lunch. Public comments, we're going to hold till the reconvened part of this discussion. So toward the end of our discussion. So we know we have some public comments. Okay, so let's set up this conversation. The point here is to see if there are any things, and if there are any comments in the draft that anyone has any serious concerns about. We're looking for whether we've missed certain things or whether things need to be reframed or reworded in any way. We want folks to know, we want folks listening to know that, you know, we're going to raise questions that we don't necessarily know the answers to. We want to have that freedom to talk amongst ourselves a bit to see, you know, what we know. One thing we've learned from reading the DCP EIR is that you read one chapter, you get one impression of what's going on. You read a different chapter, you get a different impression of what's going on. So it's really necessary that we have this conversation because we didn't all read every single chapter. So just want to acknowledge that this is off the cuff conversation, and it's not necessarily going to reflect what's in our final report, because we're going to keep vetting these comments and making sure we have you know, things as well nailed down as we can. Okay, so diving right in, Edmund is going to share the draft document. I am going to take some notes, Steve, and also the other thing you should know is that as part of today's conversation, we're looking for specific edit, you know, not necessarily wordsmithing live, but specific suggestions of how to improve the draft that Steve and I will then use after the fact to edit the draft. All right, now so let's go past the table of contents. Let's just start at this first paragraph. I think what we should do, you know, we don't want to, you know, we do have limited time. We can't discuss every line of the draft, but what we can do is if folks have done some reading ahead, they can tell us anything they want per section, raise some issues. I'll just, you know, discuss some general things about each one to orient us. So here in the summary of major findings, we wanted to make some general comments about what was our intent and what did we find in general about the science of the EIR. We've already had some questions about whether these first two questions are appropriate. And that's one thing we want to talk about. Are there other things in this section that folks have any major concerns about that we can kind of tee up? Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, maybe just also a general comment too, is that for the public listening, this is going to be in the open scientific debate, meaning that we're going to challenge each other. We can say things that might be stupid or wrong. We may be a devil's advocate and don't quote anything on us because that's the way scientific discussions go. We want to challenge each other. Our final word will be the final printed version of our review. So don't take that. Anything you take from today's conversation is clearly out of context because we're not complete yet. So I wanted to also remind people of the time schedule we have, and that as we go through this and evolve changes and stuff like that, that you will also have an opportunity to write individual comments back. In fact, if you say things, we might ask you to reword it in a way. We're trying to get a general nodding consensus. We can't vote on anything, but we have until November 14th to get those individual comments back to us. And then we will revise another version, which will be available for the public on December 1st, I believe, the public and everyone to look at. And that'll be the version with minor that we'll vote on for content approval on December 8th, I think is the schedule. So having said that, the summary of the major findings. I don't know if we want to, and I think we're going to go through every individual section and stuff, but the first question that I've heard has to do with that second question: is the information appropriately complete for effective decision making? And so that's a question we want to decide whether or not we want to keep that or not. Kind of the kind of issues related to that statement relate to are we clear that well, the first question is, if we're going to ask these questions, we ought to answer those questions. And then the second question is effective decision making. The concern is we really don't know what all of the things that go into decision making. It's not just the EIR. The EIR is one component of the ingredient that goes into the decision making. So it just seemed to be too broad, but that's open for discussion and debate.
Yeah, go ahead, Obey.
Yeah, regarding this section, I think Steve mentioned these first two questions. I raised the issue to myself. Are we addressing these questions adequately in our summary report? I think that was a question. But after making several reads of this, I feel like this summary does have all the information to answer those questions, or maybe we haven't clearly explained how we answered these questions. I read through some of the later paragraphs and sections. I think we do have, in fact, in the bottom of the same page, I think there is a statement. This is the reason why we think that we cannot have any effective decision making based on the information we have here. So I feel like we have the information here to address that number 2, and maybe we need to clearly lay that out, particularly at the end of the main report, how we answer that question in a summary form, I think, summarizing what is in the main report. And the other comment I want to make on this is this effective decision making. The question comes up, effective in terms of what? Maybe there is a criteria that is used, let's say SQL, for example. So maybe we need to clarify that by saying something like effective decision making based on science, or something along those lines, to kind of, our evaluation is based on science, not with reference to any effectiveness with some other criteria. And that's kind of the high level, I think, my comment on that. And I do have some other comment on this 2040 versus 2070, but I can bring it up later.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond to his?
Well, 2 other people have their hands up. Yeah, so Obey, I appreciate you making that distinction. So I think Steve made a really important point that we have not looked comprehensively at what's necessary to make effective decisions, but we did look at we didn't constrain ourselves to, well, this is exactly what SQL calls for in this document versus what we thought would be scientific information necessary to inform the decision, is probably a better way to put it. So, and this is just an opportunity to describe, for example, that there are elements of decision science and social science that have now been added to the board's expertise, and that became part of this review too, that we said there are ways from the perspective of decision science of how you break a decision apart and analyze it to look at a variety of stressors, a variety of solutions. And so that's more what we meant. And I appreciate you bringing up that it's effective decision-making based on science,
right?
Because we do recognize that policymakers have a whole nother role to play in deciding what are acceptable trade-offs and what are other criteria. So glad that we had the opportunity to clarify that. And then let me turn it over to Tanya.
Yeah, I'm not fully comfortable with that second question. I think the decision-making and effective decision-making, even based on science, might be a bit of a stretch beyond what we actually did. I think what we did was analyze the extent to which the analyses are complete, as the complete word there I think is accurate, for understanding the potential impacts of the proposed project. So I think the first question is about the scientific methods. Are they comprehensive? Are they robust? Are they valid methods for what questions or what impacts they are assessing, and that's secret criteria that they're using? But we are also taking this kind of broader approach of understanding, are those analyses sufficiently broad, sufficiently complete to understand those potential impacts? And yes, that then plays a role in decision-making, but I don't know if we've really actually assessed kind of, well, is this adequate for decision-making? It's almost a step beyond what we did. So I would just almost remove that word effective, or the words effective decision-making, and focus on more what we did. That's my interpretation.
I think that's a very helpful comment, Steve.
So Tanya, I'm trying to figure out what you're saying in because in Obey's comment, I think the way he's modified it based on that third paragraph is to say, is the scientific information complete to fully support informed decision-making, I guess is the way to say it. But the, to inform decision-making, which is different than for effective decision-making. So are you suggesting then that we just eliminate that question, or?
I'm saying, I don't know if the decision-making piece is, if we were really looking at whether or not the information is going to inform decision or is adequate for informing decision-making, I think what we did was look to see, are the analyses sufficiently complete for understanding the potential impacts of the proposed projects? So I still think that second question is, we need the second question because it's separate from the first question. The first question is about the adequacy or the robustness and comprehensiveness of the methods of what they did. And then beyond what was done in the EIR, we look to see, did they miss something? Was there some, were there things that they also could have been looking at to understand the impacts of the proposed projects? So I would just reword it. I mean, maybe you could interpret that to say, yes, that's helpful for informing decision-making, which I hope it is. But
yeah, I think
we didn't do decision science in here to assess, the likelihood of that.
Right. And I think your other point that we haven't been necessarily comprehensive about those gaps is another important caveat. It's that we thought of some things that were a little outside the scope of what was done, but not that far outside the scope that we thought would add to the information. But yeah, so
I mean,
all right,
this might be a semantic debate, and
yeah, I think
I don't need to get in.
I think I see a way forward.
Into a debate over it.
Virginia, go ahead.
So I think a simple way to capture what Tanya is saying is just say, are the information and analysis provided complete? So it's not only the information, but it's also the analyses, because the science has got to be appropriate analysis, including uncertainties, et cetera.
Okay, Obey.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if we should remove the decision-making aspect of this question. I think, if we know that information is incomplete for any ordinary decision-making process we may have in a large project, we know it is incomplete for decision-making. So I like the idea of removing the word effective to inform decision-making. It dilutes a little bit, but I think we had to point out that the level of information we have is not sufficient for decision-making from a scientific point of view. I think we need to get that message across is what I think.
Okay, the waters are a little muddier. Anna?
I'm just going to rephrase what I heard in the last three comments, which is, you use the word sufficient, which I really like, and Virginia used the word complete, which I really like, but it does beg the question of, sufficient for what? And then complete could be this infinite scope. And so I think what Obey is getting at is it's sufficient for what and complete for what purpose. And so I think that's where you're going. Of course, I just stepped into this. And so then my question would be, in the way that the analysis that the board, when the board did this analysis, how did you / now we assess that connection between, what might the gaps be if indeed the goal is to support someone making a decision, obviously not the board making a decision.
Yeah, I think it does beg the question. Bob, I'm sorry if I overlooked you. Go ahead.
I sure wish we had real-time editing that could go up on the board so we could, so we could see all the different things that are being proposed. But I want to come back to Tanya's point for just a second. You articulated it in a very nice way. And in my mind, I thought maybe there should be a third question, that there's a sequence in this. And the first question seems like it should stay pretty much the same. The second one should be modified according to what Obey had suggested. Then I thought, and in my mind, you had made a third suggestion, which really was a lot more comprehensive. It really pulled it together. So that's why I wish we had real-time editing so we could actually see these and say them to you. But anyway, I throw that out as something to think about, is to write it down and put it, so we can put it up on the board and see if we can agree.
Yeah, I think we just don't want to promise that we were more comprehensive than we claim to be.
Well,
Yeah.
could I just clarify? I also, my emphasis too was on understanding the potential impacts of the proposed project, which is the goal of the EIR. And it's one input into decision-making. There are multiple inputs into decision-making. This is one, and we were focusing on the science of the EIR. And so and what the EIR does, and its goal is to understand the impacts of the proposed projects. And so that's why I was kind of making it maybe a step removed from the decision-making, because this is just one piece and this is what we were focused on. But maybe I'm thinking too narrowly, though. I'm certainly open to also pushing those boundaries a little bit. And I Obey, I absolutely hear your point. I think you make a good one. I also like Virginia's wording, which I should have written down.
Well, I did, but I think I share Anna's concern about using the word complete. Complete for what? So I think,
Well, complete for understanding the impacts of,
right, which is what you said.
Potential impacts of the proposed projects. But
And that's
but
maybe
maybe
what you said. So.
Yeah, maybe complete's a little extreme too.
All right, Bob, did you still have a comment, or is that left over? No, okay. Well, okay, here's what I wrote down that Tanya said, but are those analyses sufficiently complete to understand the proposed impacts of the project? But I also am sympathetic to the idea that we went a little beyond that, but not thoroughly beyond that. So then I think we do need either another question or just a little bit added to that. And
just really minor, I think it's impact of proposed project, not proposed impact.
Thank you. We see typing and talking at the same time. I would have fixed that eventually. Yeah. Impacts of the proposed project and related.
Lisa, I have a wording suggestion.
Please, Tom, please.
In that second question, if we just call it scientific information rather than information, then that limits it to what we actually did. We looked at the science.
Okay, I think that's helpful. We'll make sure we're always talking about scientific information. Virginia, what did you want to add?
Well, this will come up later, but impacts is a word that is used a lot in the report. And in our review, we mentioned it too, but impacts technically means only the negative effects, and a scientific investigation, I think, needs to look at the benefits and the negative effects. So I would prefer that we use the word effects throughout our review rather than impacts.
Okay. I know I think it gets interpreted both ways. I think that's a valid comment. But I think sometimes it is meant
The
to
definition, I looked it up.
be. You looked it up? Okay, okay,
Is negative.
okay, okay.
Just really, but it is an EIR, right? So it is environmental impacts is in the title.
Okay.
But this really gets at the CEQ part of it too, because I think that only requires impacts, but again, a scientific analysis that you would look at benefits, negative effects as well as no effect too.
Yeah, yeah, and then I think that is exactly what we provided in terms of decision support, is that we said there should be more comparison of the benefits and the.
Yeah, can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with having a third question, but just want to make sure that that means more work for the report to kind of make sure we answer all three questions, not that two questions, right? So for the writing team and others, it might be, we'll have some work to do to make sure that we clearly answer whatever questions we pose, we need to answer that in this report. I think we have to make sure we do. So if there's a way to still keep two questions and still cover all the aspects, it might be effectively to make sure that we cover all the bases. So I think I just want to kind of point that out.
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think if we go through the rest of the summary, we largely summarize the answers to those questions. So I think we just want to make sure if we change the nature of those questions or add another one, that we don't have to rewrite an entirely new summary, because I think the summary is a good representation of what our conclusions are, and they should be reflected in the questions, however they're derived. The Virginia's point about impacts, I understand it, but it is, I agree, this is the EI, underline I thing. So I just think we should be very careful in our terminology, not always use effects versus impacts, but in some cases there are impacts. And when they talk about impacts and we're looking at the science related to their claimed impacts, then we could use that terminology without being confusing about it. But if we see that there are other effects, then we should be clear about it. So I think it's important to be clear, but I don't think I want to throw that word out completely.
Well, and perhaps as an economist is why I'm fighting this a little bit, because the report has economic impacts such as job creation that are clearly meant to be a positive. So in economics, an impact does often have a positive connotation. So apparently there isn't one definition. So I think let's not worry too much about that, but I do think we need to be clear what we're talking about. I feel like maybe it's worth just backing up for a second and talking about our mandate, which we talk about in the next section. So the ISB is evaluating this EIR in accordance with our responsibilities under the Delta Reform Act of 2009 to evaluate the broad range of scientific programs that support adaptive management of the Delta, including review of major Delta conveyance proposals. So this is a technical scientific assessment of the quality and the scope of the scientific analysis. And I think maybe the word scope could be helpful here. And we wrote for informing decisions. Again, not implying that we were being comprehensive in providing all the information for decisions, but we want to make sure the scientific information supports decisions to the best of its ability. So I feel that maybe there's some wording here we might leverage to get these words right. But I'm not necessarily feeling super creative right now, low blood sugar or something. But why don't we table this for now? But recognize maybe after lunch we'll come back with some brilliant ideas on this. Let me also just back up a second. I want to just to remind folks where we are in the process. I really should have done this before we started this conversation. So the Independent Science Board has been working since the DCP EIR was released on reading it, understanding it, and writing up this draft document. We have had several presentations from Department of Water Resources, and they've been very responsive to our questions. We've asked for additional data. They've provided it. So I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that we have gotten some very useful briefings 3 different briefings on this topic. And we originally thought the deadline was going to be late October, but now the deadline has been moved to December 16th. So we have a little more time now to review our comments and make sure we all agree on everything. So this is that time. This is the benefit of that delay, is that we've been able to really spend more time thinking through. So the individual comments have been coalesced into this document, and now we're making sure everyone agrees with the individual comments that got coalesced. So, all right, just backing up for process purposes. Now let's go back to the main document. Obey, you said you had another comment about, was it how climate change was handled in part 1?
Yeah, that might transcend into other sections here, but my main point is this whole issue. I think there's a comment in the main early on in the report that our major concerns that the representation of future condition is uneven, inadequate, and potentially misleading. I think this whole idea of using 2040 as the evaluation or the time epoch of evaluation versus 2070, which were used in a limited sense for a sensitivity analysis and also only for flood protection, 2072. I think we need to highlight that as in this main report, and I could look at the wording and make sure it is properly characterized, that is a weakness, I think, in my mind, using this 2045 or whenever the construction is finished as a point of analysis, whereas in reality, when the project is finished, it's supposed to last some decades into the future. So there should be an interest in full-blown evaluation of the project with respect to all the criteria at a future date than 2040 or 2045 or whatever time. So, I mean, I think somebody mentioned maybe 2040 is only like tomorrow. So
pretty much.
So
yeah.
I think that we need to kind of highlight that a little bit better in the main report somehow, maybe in the early on in the summary. It is there, but I think we might need some change in verbiage.
So you think we're not really getting our point across, that inadequacy? So,
yeah, I think there is a place where it says, the project has been analyzed for both 2040 and 2070, and that might be misleading to think that it has been fully analyzed for those time impact. We just need to be a little bit more clearer in what we are saying there. It might be a simple wording change, but the point I think we need to get across is that the 2040 scenario, median scenario, and I think we heard a comment on that too earlier, which we are making this whole interannual variability of bigger droughts. I think those things need to come out in this summary. But I think it is there, but I would like to take another look at it and make sure.
Well, I'm okay with go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just looking ahead in section 4.4.
Right.
It seems it's pretty well. You think that needs to be further beefed up? This is on page 9.
Yeah,
my page 9.
Yeah, I think it is there in that. Yeah, it says, for example, in that section even, I think it is there. I just need to make sure that it's properly summarized in the major concern section a little bit better. But even in this section, if you read like third or fourth sentence, it says, for example, project impacts under 2040 and 2070 condition are buried. But really, 2070 condition evaluation is not at the same level as 2040 condition.
Right, right.
So
it was only used for sensitivity
yeah,
analysis on the flooding.
We need to be more clear. But you're right, Steve. I think it is in there in that 4.4.
And in fact, if you go on to page 10, there's a pretty elaborate discussion of the 2070 or 2072 stuff.
Yeah.
But
I hear what he's saying, especially with that sentence. It glosses over the fact that 2040 really was the climate change future evaluated, and 2070 was a sensitivity analysis run for only one,
flood protection.
for only flood protection. Right, right.
So a suggestion might be, one is for anyone, but OBE in particular, to look through 4.4 and make sure it's said it well enough.
Right.
But it's, what I hear you saying is that then whatever the conclusion is in that particular section needs to be also brought up and
And
said
the major
more
consideration.
forcefully in this, in the summary.
Yeah.
And then also you have to keep reading quite a bit before you understand that even that we're not even completely satisfied with how the 2040 was handled, because it's that central tendency of all
Yes,
those.
yes, that one needs to come out as well.
Right. So perhaps when we sort of first raise these issues, we should be more clear about these are all our concerns. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Should point number 7 in the major concerns in the summary, that's the one about uncertainty and risk. Is that where we could build that in more
Yeah.
fully?
Oh, well, it's in 4.4 now. So we kind of separated the climate change uncertainty into 4.4 and then 4.7. with all
Oh,
the
sorry.
other kinds of uncertainty.
I was talking on page 4 in our major concerns in the
Yeah,
summary of findings.
I don't know
Where
if
we-
I would.
I don't think we're saying different things. Are we?
Oh,
Yeah, so I'm saying we've got the climate change stuff under
Yeah.
4.
no, number
And
4.
other
Yep.
uncertainties under 7, which it may be a bit confusing and we should perhaps
Yeah, that's
reconsider that.
true. That's true.
But really,
Yeah.
the biggest uncertainty concern had to do with climate change. So that one was added first, and the second uncertainty was added late in the
Yeah.
process.
And the wording of 4 is a bit vague too. Representation of future conditions. I mean, we could bring in the climate uncertainty more
Right.
explicitly,
Mhm.
perhaps.
Yeah, I think there are two things happening here, right? One is the climate uncertainty. We don't know what could happen. Is some atmospheric river, for example, situations, and but then there is incompleteness in the analysis. That's a point that by having just one median scenario, without looking at interannual variability, are we going to have major droughts in the future, and what are the implications? To me, that's incompleteness, and not just climate uncertainty. That's kind of how I would think.
Yeah. So right now we have inadequate, which is, again, we're trying to generalize in these main
Right,
points, but
right.
perhaps we went a little too far.
Yeah, and the word misleading might be, I don't know, we need to be careful about that too.
Yeah, I think we added the word misleading because we thought it might minimize some risks that weren't evaluated, but it doesn't imply intent.
Yeah.
So perhaps that is the problem with that word.
Yeah.
We don't think. I mean, I think a lot of, the choices made were reasonable for someone time crunched to analyze
Right.
climate
No,
change,
this is
but
it's a great summary, I think so.
but perhaps, and so we don't think it was, necessarily purposeful, but
Right.
yeah.
Well, maybe one suggestion then is to take 4.4 and make it more specific to climate.
Yeah.
And then if there's, I think, because that's basically what the text of that is in the body of the text. And then 7, which is the uncertainty component, if there are other elements currently in 4 that deal more with uncertainty, we can move it to 7.
Yeah, I think that's a great plan. Okay.
Just one other quick comment on the main body also. I think it's more like an organizational comment. There are other concerns, and then there is another section, and there might be a rationale for having that section after the other concerns. But I was wondering if, that's the section that has that table 1. I was wondering, should that come before the other concerns? 4.9, for example. There might be a reason.
I agree that it's odd to not put other at the end, but
Yeah.
it was actually because of that table that it went to the end, because we thought that was a nice way to end this section. In terms of.
Yeah, that's fine, I think.
Yeah, your point's well taken, though. It's a bit odd to say, and here's a few other things. Oh, and then one more thing. Yeah, we'll see if we can do better on that. But I was afraid if we put the other concerns after this long table that people might stop reading. That's what I was afraid of. So, but maybe we should just ignore that.
Maybe maybe you can reword that other concerns to something else. So it's a minor point, I think.
Yeah.
It's not-
Well, I do think we have some thoughts of moving some stuff out of the other concerns. I wonder if we go to that, maybe that's a good place to end our pre-lunch conversation, since I know this is a fairly tightly constrained issue. Tom, did you want to weigh in? So we had some comments that maybe the seismic hazard was getting a little too buried by putting it under other, since seismic risks are such a concern.
Yeah, it suggests all of those are equal and they're not.
Okay, what,
And the seismic one is, one of the intriguing things here, they could do their study of the West Tracy fault that they've talked about doing at the beginning of the project and conclude the seismic risk is even lower than they thought it was, which was one of the justifications for the tunnel. So I think it's a very important point that should be made visible.
well, help us understand, Tom, kind of where it fits. So is it a lack of analysis of uncertain events? I know you've also been concerned about the handling of liquefaction and ground oscillation and things like that. So is there a more generic seismic uncertainty is not well characterized? Is that a concern? I know you said the West Tracy fault is you're saying it's better than they thought, but yeah.
I mean, they're stuck with one of the more difficult challenges in seismic risk assessment, because they have these faults that are barely active, and you start running into problems of definitions of what an active fault is, and they've done the best they could with the information that's there, so they've met that hurdle. The problem is that they're going to be getting critical information at the beginning of the project that could have a big impact on the project.
So can you boil down the suggestion you would give them? Is it that they should do this analysis sooner? I think is what you have right here, right?
Yes. Let's see. Is it in this section? I think the rest of the. Yeah, it's in this section, right there in the middle. Let's see.
Yes. Yeah. You say this belated investigation, or we say the belated investigation is a concern given the potential for the fault to expose the project to substantial seismic risk. Do you think we could elevate this under the uncertainty topic, or should we just have a separate seismic topic? Because this isn't your only point about the seismic risk assessment, right?
This is certainly the biggest by far.
Okay.
So that, putting a spotlight on it, I think is important. I mean, we might be able to reword it a little bit so that the main point is not buried in the middle.
Yeah. Something come to mind right now, or should we just work on this later?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that I need to think carefully about. It might be clear not to call it seismic hazard, but something about the active faults or something like that in the delta.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the suggestion is it's a little mysterious why they would wait to analyze something that's possibly very important to the project design, right?
Yeah. I think what they're hoping is they'll confirm what they've already estimated is the potential activity of that fault, but there's no guarantee. The conclusion could be that it's not active, and then
I see. It could even make things better. It's not necessarily a greater risk. It's it's highly uncertain. Okay. So
Yeah, perhaps one of the issues is the fact that we have this lumping of other important issues, which immediately reads they're not that important. And I think that maybe we just can reword how this is done, because many of the 1 through 9 are cut across all the issues, adaptive management, the mitigation, uncertainty and risk. And they're broad sweeping things that cut across. That's one cut at the evaluation. The other cut is what are some extremely important topical issues that perhaps aren't fully addressed, adequately addressed, or missing. And that would include harmful algal blooms, economic benefits, seismic risk. You know, they're more, I want to say they're more topical because they have uncertainty applies to anything. You know, economic benefits is a more narrower, but extremely important. And maybe there's a way we can word the text to not delegate these topics to a lesser level than the other ones. And then maybe that would help Tom, and maybe seismic hazard might be like climate, because climate's got its own category, but so maybe seismic could go there or here. But I think in general, we ought to make these more important. And I think we can do it with just proper verbiage, so that it's not other issue categories.
Right.
Well,
I would say,
remember,
go ahead,
the
Tom.
seismic hazard is one of the 4 justifications for the project.
So that would argue it should go right up as one of the main ones.
Bob,
In fact, we might even quote that brief. I thought that those 4 sentences from the executive summary that state the purpose of the project were actually pretty helpful. So we might state them and then put our stuff in context to those.
Use that as an organizing principle.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I do think what we have under other right now is what you just referred to as topical. So, you know, we need some way to say, and then here's some more narrow issues. Like this, we have cross-cutting issues, then we have some topical issues. Yeah, something like that.
Somewhere, you know, narrow or other. We don't want to use that kind of term.
We're gonna use other, yeah.
You know, these are the most, make it.
All right, I put topical, but that's a little vague. We'll see that we need to change that later when we're feeling brilliant. Okay, so we have a suggestion from Tom to potentially organize some of the main issues under the rationale for the project. So we'll look at that. We'll see if that lines up.
Yeah. I can take a shot at it and you can decide what you want to do with it.
Can I have another.
Go ahead, Obey.
Little bit of switching a little bit, but similar in concept. I'm wondering if you're covering this aspect of the lift that the project would provide. You know, for example, you know, our whole goal seems to be how much volume can we get sent to south of Delta through pumps, right? But beyond that point, you know, we mentioned the St. Louis Reservoir, whether that has enough capacity to handle that water or not. But the whole idea is, you know, how are we increasing the reliability of water supply, and what is that lift we are going to get for the selected alternative? I don't know if that came through in the report very clearly. I think the whole purpose is to improve reliability, but it seems like you need more details on that, how the project or chosen alternative improves that reliability. Are we meeting, you know, what percentage of demand not met by the users, you know, can be realized from this alternative over, let's say, no project alternative, or but that part, that information is not very clear. And I think we mentioned that in here somewhere, but I'm asking others, should we kind of highlight that issue better in the final report?
Well, that's good feedback if that's not coming through, because I definitely think that is one of our main points. So I think we capture it certainly in some statements, and then the table is meant to say, we wish the information could be organized to more clearly see those issues. But yeah, that could very well could be. That's the nice thing about having a bunch of eyes suddenly on the text. So we can certainly take a look at whether that is not coming through. It should be elevated somehow. Did others think that was
Well,
very,
just on that point, I agree with Obe, and I think that the table is really about comparing the impacts
okay.
or effects, whatever word we want to use. I think Obe, correct me if I'm wrong, Obe, but I think your point is more about getting more clarity in the EIR about what are the operational benefits of this project? How are they demonstrating the claims that there will be increased reliability, that there will be less risk based on
Yeah. That's
know,
correct. More
seismicity, et cetera.
clarity. I
Mhm.
think you're right. The more clarity in the EIR on what are the benefits in terms of improving reliability for water supply for actual users, not in terms of
Right, relative to what they have now.
volume of water that
Yeah.
you pump
Yeah.
south of Delta. I
Mhm.
don't know, that might be a not clear way of saying it, but that I think that's what
Mhm.
the impression you get. You don't see much information on how it improves the reliability. And
Agreed.
obviously we made the point that there are no costs in, as you know, mentioned in here. So
well, and also the point that you helped clarify that they weren't looking at other weak links in the chain of water delivery too. So, yeah, it's possible that could be impossible to characterize how the specific water users, because
Yeah.
it's not clear yet who's going to receive the water. That hasn't been fully defined, but I do think the
Yeah.
point is still well taken that, they
Right. And
they haven't necessarily substantiated the benefits they claim.
yeah, one thing we noticed that when these were modeled using calcium-3, the actual user needs or demands or contractual amounts, the way I understood it from our conversation. But those contractual amounts stayed the same as the current. I mean, with climate change, there may be a possibility that the needs will go up. And I'm not clear where that increased demand due to, let's say, warming, agricultural needs have been accounted for. They are just contractual amount. So maybe it should be in the appendix that we kind of discussed that.
Yeah, it's pretty clear they didn't model that increasing water demand, right? Or it just, at least it didn't appear that they did. Sometimes it's hard to know exactly what they did. Yeah, okay. Okay, well, this might be a good stopping point. I think we could use some food and then we'll come back refreshed, hopefully. So I think this is a good start. And I know we're jumping around a little bit, but I think that's okay because topics are going to flow naturally from one to another. So with that, we will adjourn for lunch and we'll be back at, is it 1:30? Yes, we'll reconvene at 1:30 and remember, we will be taking public comments at the end of that second discussion period. So thanks everyone and we'll see you soon. Yeah, it's still on. Oh, you want me to use a microphone? Okay, we're reconvening the Delta ISB meeting and continuing our conversation of agenda item 5, Delta Conveyance Project Draft Environmental Impact Report Review. And so where we left it, we had gotten through more or less section 1, or the summary section of section 1. Hang on, let me get a document here. Not that we can't go back and hear more, but I think possibly the best way to move forward is to move through the major concerns and hear from the board whether there's any concerns about the major concerns. So we've talked a little bit about the mandate. If anyone has any comments, feel free to bring those up, but I'm assuming that will not be a hot topic. Well, I suppose we should go through the strengths before we go to the concerns. Let's go in order. Okay, so first of all, we thought there were some strengths to the review. We saw a lot of good analyses, some, good use of peer-reviewed science in many cases. Does anyone have any comments about the text? I'll a second. Steve has a comment. Go ahead.
This is more of a general comment. I think as we read through this, what we want to make sure is that we're saying things accurately. So if you just take one sentence, any one sentence, and make sure that that sentence is supportable. If we say the work done here was excellent, the work done, was excellent, and the work done was not excellent, I think we just want to be careful when, as we read through this, read every sentence as if it were taken out and put as a headline. And is that an appropriate thing for us to be saying? I know when you run through all this stuff that we want to write it in and put in any qualifiers that we think are appropriate, like you would in a scientific paper or something like that. So just I don't think there are anything in here like that, but make sure when you read it to keep your eye out for those.
Yeah, I think that's great advice, Steve. We don't want anything could be taken out of context and it might not work as well. So. Okay, not hearing any comments. And also getting organized. Let's move on to the major concerns. Oh, sorry, Obey has a comment. Go ahead.
The section 3, the consent might not be critical, but there's something like although the.
Oh, is your microphone on?
Sorry. In section 3, I think third sentence maybe says, although the set of models used is limited, they're employed effectively. So I was wondering if we have any material to support that they haven't used. I mean, the set of models they have used is limited. Do we have anything else supporting that terms limited? Are we discussing what models that they haven't used that they could have used? I was wondering if the report has other.
Well, don't you think that your section about the climate change could?
Yeah, that part. Yeah, well, the modeling is one, but then the scenarios it's another. So in the climate change, they use, I guess one issue there would be they only use monthly time scale when in reality. So that's a limited use. But I just want to make sure that we have something to support this word limited. I think it is correct, but I just want to make sure we mention somewhere in the report.
Well, and we specifically say models when I think we really mean models and analyses.
Okay, that might be better.
Then
maybe.
Yeah.
Am I?
It does depend on how you define model.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we do have quite a bit to back that up, but whether or not we used the word limited when we described the concerns, we probably didn't.
Maybe I'm picking things too finely in here. I don't know.
I think the general point is well taken that we want to back up our statements. So if we add analyses, I certainly think of several things. Okay. Maybe that handles it. Concerns, Steve?
Yeah, I have a concern about the second half of that question, that statement that says the ones that are used are employed effectively. That's a pretty sweeping statement, and I'm not sure that necessarily that could be the case, because I think about some of the fish models being used where they've made some application of models that were developed for salmon and then applied those to other species and made some assumptions, and whether or not the assumptions were clearly stated is open to question. And I think that, so I'm not sure I could support that that is a categorical statement. So maybe
maybe one thing way to, for example, on the water side, the models they have used are what we call models of record. In other words, that is the standard accepted model calcium 3. So maybe we need to recognize that as an effective use of best available models for water quantity, for example, on the quantity side, on the regional scale. I don't know how we characterize that, but I think we want to, as a strength, we want to recognize that.
So I want to add something like, although the set of models and analyses used is limited, they often represent best practices. This is where we get into rough language again, represent accepted accepted methods.
Well, again, accepted is,
Often accepted.
well, it's
Say all.
accepted is qualifier. You may accept something, I may not. But maybe based, and I don't know if this is always true as well, but based on peer reviewed literature or something like that, which I think is at least closer to the reality. So
In other words, they didn't develop new models, so they use the standard accepted model by the agencies, and other agencies recognize, at least for the water quantity, water supply analysis. Calcium is what we call model of record. I don't know, that's probably not the right phrase here, but
maybe we eliminate the second half of that statement altogether. And the rationale is because if you read the next couple of sentences, particularly skip one, and it says some chapters thoroughly, wait a minute, many chapters use state of the practice analytical methods and models to evaluate potential impacts. And then we say such as geology and seismic water supply. And maybe that's sufficient to say that, rather than categorically say that they've all used, they're all models effectively.
Yeah, it doesn't seem we even need that sentence, starting with although.
Yeah,
That's what Steve's
yeah.
saying, I guess.
that's what I'm suggesting. Yeah.
And my only concern is that now it looks like it's only geology, seismicity, and water supply that are good, when I think there are many chapters where they used accepted practices and applied them well, I think.
Well, we could add
say,
more.
for example, geology, but many chapters.
Okay.
Yeah, we say e.g.
Yeah.
such as.
Okay. All right. It's gone. That sentence is gone.
And I just wanted to call attention to that EG in that sentence, because I think later there are places where we do call out particular chapters, but most of them are just examples chapters of the concerns or what's done well. And we need to be consistent, I think, in saying EG or for example,
Okay.
because I don't think we list all the chapters under each comment.
Okay. I'm adding that. Make sure to use consistent. Great. Okay. I'm sure there's also some other wordsmithing we'll take a look at. Okay. To move on to concerns. Okay. All right. So our first general topic about concerns was that we found the range of project alternatives to be narrow, particularly in terms of alternatives that had been discussed in the past. And so the general feeling was, what happened to the other alternatives that had been previously discussed in prior versions of this project? And if they weren't evaluated, could that be explained? That's main point. And that's part of our approach to just saying, as a scientist evaluating the quality of the analysis, did you consider all alternatives? That's a basic, not all alternatives, but all alternatives that potentially meet goals of the project. That would be part of basic decision science formulation of an analysis.
I think this is a good summary of what we are making, I think. The J, I think, contributed to this.
And then, an example is given. It's not meant to be a statement of
Right.
preference, just a matter of this could be an outcome of analyzing more alternatives. Maybe perhaps that could be made a little clearer. Yeah, it is an example. So we say in the second sentence, for example, but perhaps we give the implication that we're somehow endorsing that. Make sure that's clear. Because we do absolutely recognize that it's not our place to say which is the best alternative, just whether the science has been thorough. Any other comments on the alternatives? One vote for yes, nothing else. Okay. Okay, 4.2. This one we've already, well, no, this is different. 4.2, presentation of analytic results obscures relevant effects, including project benefits and risks. And I think this gets to your point, Obey, if I remember correctly, that this is where we found the long-term average monthly values might not be consistent with some of the scientific questions we might have.
Right.
So I guess the question is that point coming across clearly enough? And does anyone want to add or subtract anything?
And there in the next page, there a fourth paragraph has that 30%. Did we resolve that issue? I was curious.
Yes.
Siphoning up to 30%.
Right. Yeah. So a concern had been raised about that. Are there any proposed changes to that paragraph? And what we're talking about here is the fish impacts. So the CEQA criteria suggests that with mitigation, fish impacts will be less than significant, but the board had some concerns that it appears there's on the order of removal of 30% of some river flows. And so seasonally into the tunnel that, just on first principles would be expected to have ecological consequences. Do we have any suggestions on this paragraph, or are we comfortable?
I would, I don't know that we need a citation needed to get rid of the word seasonally. Because it suggests that some of 30% of the rivers flows seasonally. What it really means is that it's during certain times of the year, up to 30% of the flow. So we could reword it that way. Does that make sense to you?
To me, seasonally means during certain parts of the year.
Well, to me, it means up to 30% of some river flows seasonally into the tunnel. So, I mean, it could mean through the whole season. It doesn't. It means at certain
Okay, I see what you're
times
saying.
within a season.
Okay.
Also says up to 30%, but sometimes we saw there were higher numbers, right?
It could be up to 30% or more. And I do
Yes.
think that we are going to provide, we do have a figure that we include later showing that. I forget
Right.
where that figure is. It's our figure 2.
Yeah.
But we will probably have another figure looking at the daily flows. And so I would maybe say figures, cite the figures there, what figures we're going to use.
Let's take a look at figure 2 real quick and make sure that we don't need to add any explanation. I do think perhaps more detailed captions could be helpful. So here we have a box and whiskers diagram where the black line in the box indicates a median. Well, Obey, would you like to explain this figure?
Yeah, what we have here is the percent diverted at the pumps. This is kind of the monthly scale analysis as opposed to the daily scale analysis. But what it shows is two things. One is that, months of November through March is when you actually divert flows south. That's when the Sacramento has more water, right? In the winter time. And then, but other times you could have occasionally high percentage of diversion, like during the summer months, when you get a big storm event, the rules calls for diversion. So this is, to me, very informative in terms of showing when the diversion occurs and to what extent. And so when you look at this figure, the 30% might be a little bit too overestimated on a monthly time scale, but at times it can exceed 30%. So, but I think the daily value kind of confirms some of the stuff that we discussed yesterday.
Right. To be clear, that 30% did not come from this.
No,
analysis.
not from this.
Right.
Somebody
it was
mentioned that,
something in the EIR that was
yeah.
used.
But do we need to more explicitly ask for that the EIR include more information on the frequency of those exceedances?
Yeah.
Likelihood. I mean,
I think,
should that be in our?
I think we
reports?
said figures like this would be useful, but we didn't.
Not just a figure even, but some analysis of the likely
Percent
frequency.
diversion.
Yeah. How.
I guess
how
I'm just
many-
hesitating just to say frequency, like what question are we trying to address? So, right, I mean,
What's the likelihood that this exceedance of 30% is going to happen out of, in a given year?
One analysis
yeah.
that's been done by our group is the looking at the daily flows for which you probably, I don't know if you've seen that or not, but it's the daily flows over I believe it was 3 years, maybe 4 years, a wet and a dry year. And it shows how frequent, it shows the percentage of water taken. And you can see how long it lasts. Sometimes it lasts for a period of many days in a row. And you can see over the course of those 4 years, how frequently those things go and how high they go. And I'm going to suggest that once that figure's further examined and refined and looked at, that if it all comes out the way we hope it would, then we would include that in here.
That makes sense.
yeah, and there actually are some cumulative frequency diagrams in the appendix.
Okay.
So I think we should be more pointed is what I'm saying, because I don't think we found the ones in the appendix to fully answer our questions. So I think we should be saying, is it affecting agriculture? Is it affecting fish? What would the analysis, what bent will we put on the analysis to better understand?
Well, I think a point we want to make in all of this, and maybe we don't make it here, is that this kind of analysis in terms of the questions we're asking in terms of how often does it exceed and what's the probability of exceeding and stuff like that is exactly the type of analyses that should be done in the CIR. And here's an example of that analysis, because that kind of information can inform the kinds of stuff we talk about in terms of biological impacts of changes in flow. And it's only, and as far as we know, that sort of analysis was not done, but because one of the things we're supposed to do is also suggest improvements for the final EIR. This is only a draft, and that would be one, is to thoroughly explore that percentage of all the aspects, the percentage and duration, the frequency, whatever of changes in downstream flow from the intakes.
Yeah.
And therefore use that information to help interpret what some of the biological implications might be.
So are we making that point in here in this section 4.2 that what happens, flow going downstream of the pump intakes to the bay, for example, are we making that point? Have you seen any analysis of that from an ecological point of view?
In terms of flows that ultimately go to the San Francisco Bay?
Yeah,
right.
Like,
So
if you divert 30% of the flow or whatever number, I think that's a new figure that we saw yesterday. Land had produced maybe.
Yeah, my recollection is that they don't use that analysis per se to look at the impact downstream. What they do is they've done analyses, and those who have read this as well, correct me if I'm wrong, they used Perry et al. as one example of a publication that shows the relationship of flows to abundances or survival or stuff like that. So it's a correlation of a relationship. It's more complex than that, but it's flow rate versus impact. And this is a little bit different. This is a percentage reduction in flows, which has other implications that we've mentioned here in terms of.
So, but can we make the point here that that reduction may have an effect on the salinity, the X2 downstream? But do we need to ask to clarify that what is the extent of potential migration of X2 upstream because of this reduction? I don't know if anybody has seen that.
I thought they did an analysis of impact of X2, but based on calcium 2 30-day means.
Right.
And I think the daily stuff shows that is that somehow obscures some of the higher frequency fluctuations and stuff. I don't know how that impacts X2, and I don't know if they've done that analysis more than on a monthly
Yeah, we did see
Basis.
one place, only 1 mile migration or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Some,
Yeah,
that's all I had seen.
that was the summary. Yeah. But they did say sometimes it could be worse.
Yeah.
Or some farther east rather.
Was that based on mean, monthly means?
Monthly means, yeah,
Yeah, which, and I don't know how rapidly that X2 fluctuates,
right.
but it's clear when you take monthly means of flows, you're
Yeah.
missing some of the frequency.
Yeah, so I think you mentioned frequency, duration, I guess overall magnitude of effect on the flow. So I think what's interesting about figure 2 is that in reading the summary, you get the feeling that almost all the diversions happen during the winter, but this diagram helps us see that there are also when big storms come in the summer, you still get diversions, and that might have a different implication ecologically than a diversion when
Right.
base flows are high, right? And it's not that it hasn't been analyzed necessarily, it's that the way things get summarized, it's impossible for
Yeah.
us to relate it back to salinity
Right.
issues and fish.
So the point there is like, even though that percentage diversion is higher in the summer occasionally, I mean, they're getting loads of water coming from Sacramento, and the downstream flow will also be higher, and any impact might not be like salinity, for example.
It's true, because there's a cap on how much you can
Yeah,
grab.
yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, they divert it because the water is there to divert.
Mhm.
So the downstream percentage reduction might also be.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah, it might be a little more complicated in that because I think those summer flows are snow melt. They're not storms. And then they also have the choice, if there's room in the reservoirs, of holding on to it or releases. So some of those high flows could be releases so that there's some management in there that would be difficult to pull out.
Yeah, and the high frequency stuff is not necessarily a bad thing,
Right.
but I think it's something that needs to be addressed,
Right.
and if maybe they can go through and say this high frequency stuff has the same result of, let's say, the X2 is than the 30-day means, and that's good. Then it resolves that question.
Those high frequency stuff, it's also important for flood protection issue, the levees that we had discussed earlier. That's a separate related issue.
Mhm. So really what we're saying is that we'd like to see, even though from a regulatory perspective, all they're required to look at are monthly averages, we would like to see whether that's that criterion also is protective when you consider a final scale,
Right.
finer time and scale. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah.
Bob, I do see her.
Oh, sorry, Bob.
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
Good. I'm concerned that whether or not we're communicating effectively with our audience in these sections, we seem to have glossed over a couple of important points and that are, I guess I feel are important. First of all, going back to that very first section where we had those 2 questions, maybe 3 questions and so on, we really do need to answer those questions very succinctly before we point out the weaknesses. That in my mind, a new paragraph has to go in there where we answer those questions, and we do it in an unambiguous way. And if we do that, then I think it provides a nice lead in to the concerns that follow. That's one thing about communication. I think we need to communicate that. The second thing about communication is when we list these areas of concern, we don't treat them evenly. The first one is only a half a page. The second one is a page and a half. I think the third one is a half page. They're just up and down, up and down, up and down. We really, in my mind, we need to go back and edit those down so that they're all about a half a page to maybe 3/4 of a page. And as you said, Lisa, that they're succinct, and if we do have additional concerns or we want to explain things more fully, we refer them to the chapters in Appendix A that would be pertinent, and that we provide more detailed explanations at that point. if they want to go there. And I think they would if we word it right. They would raise enough alarms that they would go back and actually read those chapters for the points we bring up. The third thing about communication is the figures that are in here now, they just leave me flat. That I'm sure they're very good figures, but first of all, they don't have proper keys to really understand. Like a lot of people aren't going to know what a box and whisker diagram is all about or how it works. We need to explain that. But we should, more importantly, we should explain what we want our reader to get from that figure and just say it very clearly and to the point that we are concerned about, I don't know, or the take-home message from figure 1 is A, B, C. And just leave it at that. If they want to interpret it even more, that's fine. But here are the things we want you to learn, from this figure. And I think if we do that at a start, it'll really tighten up this section and make it so that it's to the point. It's going to grab the attention of the reader. They're going to be almost forced to read on, and they're going to go look into the appendices, into the chapters, and get the details that they need. So if we can do that, that would be great.
I think striving for good communication is always good. I do see we have some comments over here, but Anna's been waiting, so I'm gonna let Anna get in here.
I think it actually follows on what Bob was just saying quite well. So in looking at section 4.2 as a sort of newcomer to the report, it is, especially at the second, third, and fourth paragraphs there, I think they're mixing multiple concepts in a way that makes it difficult to glean the main takeaway message. I think the main theme, as I read it, is that the analyses are sort of necessary under CEQA, but they're not sufficient to really, from a scientific standpoint, assess the impacts. And I think that could be stated very clearly from the outset. Under that, it seems that there are two primary types of concerns that the board expressed. One is about the timescales at which the analysis is done. And there's a whole host of examples, both in the text and that have been voiced just now in the comments. And the second is about the scope or the range of impacts that have been assessed. And each of these paragraphs is a bit of a mix and match of those two types of things and sort of dances around this main necessary but not sufficient theme, which I think is the theme that, as I read it, the board was probably driving towards. And then if we do shorten those sections, as Bob suggested, that gives us an opportunity to maybe just succinctly make those points in sequence and go from there. So that's just a comment. And I didn't raise my hand earlier because it's such a minor point, but at the end of 4.1, there's this phrase called greater creativity of alternative conveyance solutions. And I think the term creativity is a bit of a strange choice, maybe just greater range or greater variety. But creativity seems like we're sort of faulting them for not being imaginative enough. And I think that's not probably quite what we meant, unless if it is, I was not involved in this particular.
Well, it probably doesn't sound scientific, so for that reason alone. But it might be what we meant. But what we, I think we mean creativity in a scientific way. Yeah. So perhaps to be clear, variety is better. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Virginia. Old person.
This is Vivian speaking, which is my alternative name when there are too many Virginias. So I just wanted to quickly say that I strongly agree with most of Bob's points, particularly that the figures should say, the caption should say what we want to say. But I don't think it's necessary that each of these sections be of equal length because some are more complex than others. They should be succinct, but I don't think they all have to be of equal length personally.
And I think Obey, I know you had a comment. Go ahead.
This is not.
I know it. That's why I mentioned the comic relief. They're hard to set up.
Yeah, well, I'll make it quick. I think regarding the word creativity, we could say greater diversity or something along those lines. might be better. In other words, we are asking for broader set of alternatives, right? That's, yeah.
Something that fully explores the stressor
Yeah.
space, the solution space,
Yeah.
you know, is really what was meant by
Right.
that. Yeah.
Regarding I agree with Bob that these figures, I think one solution might be, and I'll be happy to do that, put a larger caption indicating what they are showing and some kind of observations about that figure. And that might be the simplest solution. I don't know if that will address that or not. Each of the figures have a very detailed caption.
I think that would be great. Mhm. Thanks for volunteering.
Well, yeah, produce those figures, I should. I don't know how many things I'm taking on, but
We'll work with you if you volunteer for too much. Yeah. Yeah. I think we do want to communicate clearly and really hone our message. I think this is definitely the right time to be doing this kind of phoning. So it's perfect. Yeah. And if anybody wants to make specific suggestions about alternative topic sentences, things to cut, we are very open to that. But very good points. Okay. Anything else under this? So I feel we didn't fully flesh out this 30%. So right now we have that the 30% was calculated based on a figure and some tables. I guess there's some talk of adding some content that I haven't seen about some analyses that were done on a daily basis. So I think potentially this 30% may be revised, right? We need a real basis for that number, and we should clarify exactly where it's coming from. So as
so
opposed to
again,
eyeballing a figure.
coming at it from the outside and reading that paragraph, it wasn't clear to me whether the primary concern was, is it really true that 30% is innocuous? Question number one. Or is the main concern that the 30% may be a monthly average, but day by day, the percentage might be much higher? And I suspect it's some of both, but again, the 2 points are mixed together in a way that makes it harder to decipher them.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to say this categorically. There are times when it exceeds 30%, and that is absolutely clear in chapter 3. There's no simple math that shows it out. There's no analysis. It shows it right there, table, whatever it is, 14, 15, and one of their figures. So it should never be questioned that is not an accurate statement. Okay. So now, what should we use? Is 30% a magic number? No, because sometimes it's a 40%, many times it's 20%. And even on the monthly average, it can be reach over 20% at times on a monthly, even those monthly average numbers. Those are all based on analyses that we as a group have done, as well on their analyses. So I think the question is that how to portray that. And I think if we get to the daily figure, and perhaps this figure here shows that we can be more explicit in our terminology. We can say, you know, that it exceeds 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. And although we don't know what the impact of that is, per se, we know it is a significant or big enough number that someone will be able to calculate what that impact is. It should not be ignored. And I think, you know, when you read the document, unless you dive into these numbers, it is, to me, it's obscure that there's that much of the water being taken out. You know, it's not clearly stated. And that's why many in the board many times have said, where is that number? Where is that number? Because it's not clearly stated in there. You have to the only way to get it is to calculate it, which we have done at least 3 different ways that I'm aware of, and came up with the same conclusions. So I think we need to be the topic here is that, you know, that the presentation of analytical results obscures relevant effects. So maybe we need to start out just a paragraph to say that a key consideration is the reduction in flows in the Sacramento River downstream from the intake values. And that number ought to be calculated. It ought to be presented clearly and unambiguously so that one can begin to assess what the potential impacts is downstream. And, you know, here's one example of a way to do it. one of our figures, which shows that there are certain times when it exceeds 20, 30, and 40%. You know, and those are the kinds of numbers that need to be put into an assessment of an impact. You know, and so rather than have it of one sentence, maybe we ought to make it a paragraph, and then add some of the things that are also in here in terms of the kinds of biological impacts that this may cause. You know.
So Steve, would it be appropriate to ask them that, or how to say this properly, but to suggest that it's their responsibility to show that reducing river flows by these, in my mind, rather large amounts do no harm, or if they do harm the environment in some way, at least give us an indication of the magnitude of change that would result, you know, from a reduction of these kinds of flows. And also not only the reduction of the kind of flows, but as Lillian pointed out to us yesterday in her analyses, the protection of these pulse flows, where they're only going, as it appears, they're only providing pulse protection for 5 days and only doing it once a year. And that has big implications for the physical environment, kind of the legacy physical environment in terms of how bed load and other aspects of the physical side of the equation distribute themselves downstream of the intakes. And those have effects that can carry on for long periods of time. But anyway, it seems to me that the responsibility is in their court to show that, you know, what these effects are and what the relative magnitude of the effects are, both in a biological sense as well as in a physical sense.
I think it's very appropriate that we say exactly that, because that's what we're talking about here, is to suggest, you know, we're looking at the comprehensive nature of the science, and if there are certain things that haven't been done that we could point out that they should do, we can.
Well, I do think we need to be a little more specific than how Bob worded it. So they would argue that they have looked at the impacts on the fish, right? It's just a matter of, we don't necessarily think the way they aggregated their results or the way they presented the results are very clear. So
They have not looked at daily changes in flow rates.
right,
period.
right. But we actually don't know for sure that if you looked at daily flow rates, you would find an impact. They looked at monthly effects and they said, they didn't say there were no impacts. They said they would mitigate the impacts, correct?
Well, most of the impacts, at least, well, I have to go back and read chapter 12 again now, but at least in the chapter I looked at, it was less than significant. Every last one of
After
them.
mitigation.
After mitigation.
Right. So this is, the thing is, there's multiple things going on here. And I just think we need to, because they might, if we just say you need to look at biological impacts, they'll say we did. So we need to say, you need to make sure that a finer time scale conforms with your analysis based on a monthly, right? And then also we've in other places we talk about, we'd like the impact separated from the mitigation to be sure that.
Maybe we need to do that analysis to absolutely say that if you look at daily changes in flow downstream from the intakes, they are of a much greater than the monthly means.
Okay, that's a good statement to make. The daily variability is much higher than is represented
So
through the monthly
means
averages.
obscures the high frequency, higher rate changes. We can do that analysis to make sure that that's the case, because we have the daily analyses done, and we can do the monthly ones to see that. And you know, and therefore that's
So I think okay. I think that's a good idea. The whole point is that the monthly obscure finer time scale effects that might be that occurring that we are not really looking at.
Oh, you need to use your microphone.
Yeah, I think the point we're making is that the monthly time scale does not allow us to look at effects at the finest time scale, right? As an example, we show the daily, you know, from our limited analysis, I think it was 5 years or 4 years, that it seems like the percent change could be much larger, and requesting or indicating that they need address this finer time scale issue more clearly, right? Is
Yeah,
that
it's
what you're
virtually
saying?
by definition, if you average across space or time, you
Yeah.
reduce the
Yeah,
peaks and valleys.
exactly.
And
I mean, but we show that as a proof that that graphic that we are talking about at a daily time scale.
Right.
So, but yeah, but it's not, but we don't know a priority that the finer scale variability is ecologically relevant, but what we're saying is it hasn't been thoroughly evaluated. So to your point, we're not positive if it's, yeah, so. Okay, I just think we should be more specific in, because they have done analyses. It's just a matter of what is exactly inadequate about the analyses. So let's continue to refine that language. All right. And everything you're saying about biological effects also carries over to social effects as well. People don't use water on a monthly average basis. They need it, when they plant, they need it when they do certain things. So okay, let's see. So trying to find the next heading. All right, so we've already started on the future conditions, but I just want to make sure I don't know if folks want to quickly skim and see if there's anything else we should be talking about here. Oh, well, we have the mitigation first. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 4.3, right?
Yeah, but okay, just to summarize, what we think is most important to fix in 4.2 is to separate out when it's a timescale issue and when it's an inadequacy issue or a scope issue, right? Okay. Okay, hopefully someone's taking good notes because I don't have a place to put that right now. Okay. All right, next topic. Optimistic assumptions about mitigation and lack of representation of short-term impacts is misleading. That misleading only goes with the short-term impacts. Say that quite right. So I think, part of the reason why we had the mitigation talks today was because there is, the general finding here is that not all, some impacts, the presentation, especially in the executive summary, doesn't separate out the impact before mitigation versus after mitigation. And so there's no way to really evaluate what's being assumed about how effective the mitigation is. And it's very difficult to tell which mitigation matches which impacts, but we've worked hard to try to suss that out. So that's our main points here, as I recall. Tanya.
Yeah, I think maybe the only issue I see with this section right now is maybe we could give more specific examples in here. Some of it, I also don't want to get too wordy because take
Bob likes things tight, yeah.
very seriously, but some of it just feels a little too high level to give them
to explain what we
guidance
mean
on where they might focus some potential edits.
Okay, we have some such as's, but we don't really explain what the problem was in that particular situation, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple examples in here, but
I think this is a relatively short section, given how passionate the conversation has been.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe
we
this
could draw out a couple more is what I'm saying. And even mention, specific chapters and call those out and it might be worth us going through our chapter summaries in the appendix and looking to see where we've referenced those specifically and maybe bring a couple of those into this section. Briefly, concisely.
briefly and concisely. Yeah, so just to bring home the point of why this is important. So, because this could sound rather academic of, oh, well, you didn't really bring in uncertainty is what it almost sounds like. But what we mean is, even if you don't know how certain your mitigation is, which is what we heard this morning, we want to know what the impact was before you mitigated, because we know it's uncertain that you'll be effectively offsetting all your harms. So that's one thing. Yeah, just a clear separation of those two is really one of our main points. So we should show examples of why that's important. Okay. Okay, I think that makes sense, as long as we can do it concise. Yeah. Just so people are clear, it's not some academic issue. Unless someone disagrees. Do I have any dissensions? All right, anything else people feel is missing from the mitigation section? I mean, this is very much based on the biology, but I wonder if there are other topic areas beside the biology where the mitigation is a concern. I think some of on the social effects, I will say, I think some of the mitigation is very, fairly straightforward. We're going to buy new property, develop new whatever, recreational sites, whatever it is. So that seems relatively straightforward. Tom, what about seismic? Are you there, Tom?
Yeah, I'm there. Sorry.
I'm not sure if there's any mitigation of any increase in seismic risk. Probably not, huh?
They actually spend a fair amount of time talking about mitigation of ground failure effects from the seismic. They don't talk too much about the mitigation of shaking, but I think that's because tunnels, the tunnel itself is pretty immune to shaking hazard. So what I saw in the seismic section seemed pretty reasonable, that they are mitigating appropriately.
Okay, so this probably is pretty confined to the biological. Okay.
Yeah, I think one mitigation issue, I don't know if this is relevant, but this whole idea of other species inadvertently migrating to south of Delta, is there any discussion of how to prevent that happening?
You mean the invasive species risk?
Yes.
So you could mitigate some of these more high consequence, low probability events.
Yeah. Or
I don't even know what the probability is. It might be
we don't even know.
It might be moderate probability.
I mean, when you send 30% of the flow, I mean, for the fish, they have, what is that, screens or something. I don't know. Some of these things, there's probably no way to stop that. And are there any mitigation efforts that could, control that?
Mhm.
I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here.
Mm-hmm.
Because we mentioned that somewhere else in the report.
Mm-hmm.
This idea of invasive species migrating to the south, I think.
Right. So primarily they're only mitigating the known impacts, not some of the
Right.
less certain potential impacts. Or well, and potentially this could be part of adaptive management, right? If a problem or leading, let's see, the thing is you'd have to be looking for a leading indicator of a problem. You wouldn't want to wait till after they'd already been introduced, right? So yeah, that's a good point. So that's one of those things you have to get out in front of. So maybe that could fit under the adaptive management section. Let's take a look when we get down there.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Just one more comment, I guess, on this section. I wonder if we're confounding too much our point about the short-term impacts with the mitigation issues. Like if we need to separate out this issue around short-term impacts a little more directly. It's kind of buried in the mitigation.
It is kind of
argument,
buried.
and it feels. I mean, it is related, but it feels like a separate point. That when we classify impacts that can last up to 18 years as short-term effects, that's questionable, regardless of the mitigation issue. So maybe that's I don't know, something to end this section with.
Even the heading I kind of stumbled over.
It's a little clunky to
it is a clunky heading.
Pull them together, or yeah.
Maybe the short-term impacts should go under the topical. Well, it's not really a topical issue. It is a cross-cutting issue.
It is a cross-cutting issue.
Maybe
it's. Let's think about that.
But they are kind of shoved together. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. Something to think about. I could
maybe just giving it its own separate paragraph.
Or sentence. I don't know what the logic was of putting them together in the first place, but it seems like both of them, the underlying implication is, are they underestimating the impacts?
Exactly.
Either because the duration of the assumed impact is quote unquote short, or because the impacts are only being looked at as a sort of net impact post mitigation rather than as the original gross scale of the impact. So maybe that's the theme, and maybe the title could be changed. Then there could be these two paragraphs, like you said, Tanya, is to have the title of the section have something to do with I'm not sure if it's not sure it's underestimation, but basically that obscure sounds a bit judgy.
It does. Yeah.
But that it's sort of a little bit opaque, making it difficult to assess the full scale of the impacts, either because, again, of the sort of implied duration of the impact or because of the conflation of the impacts with the mitigation.
I like that. Yeah, good suggestion, that because that was our rationale and you just captured it better than we did. Great. Oops, I just put that comment in. Okay, I'll fix that later. Any other comments? Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if anyone feels this way in terms of, to me, well, mitigation, the way it's being used is being used, as we point out, in a lot of different ways. You can mitigate something by mitigate noise by putting bafflers on things and things like that. So it's sort of a way to minimize the ongoing activity. That's a mitigation kind of approach. But when you get down to the biological impacts, the mitigation is oftentimes, at least as a parent, it seems like the mitigation is not dealing with the same species or the same critters, or certainly not the same geographic location. Downstream impacts on salmon, and there's going to be mitigation somewhere else. Could be mitigation credits and so forth. And then those are put together to create something that's termed less than significant. We all know as scientists that less than significant has a very specific meaning, quantifiable, very specific meaning. Is it true that when they talk about less than significant, is it some sort of a legal term? That has no scientific basis, or it can't be calculated? It's just a legal term?
Well, yeah, my understanding is, which may not be full, and we can get other comments here, but there are some things that could be calculated. There are some things that could be based on usually more conceptual models than precise models of how much change is needed before you really say lose a function or an ecosystem service, or so there's both quantitative aspects to it and some judgment calls depending on the availability of science and the level of certainty of where those thresholds are, I think.
Yes, and they have to set the thresholds of significance, which they do.
So do they always specify? I mean, I think sometimes it took a lot of work to figure out where the thresholds were. But if you looked hard enough, you could usually find one, right?
And sorry, is it clear how sort of objective those thresholds are?
I would say that it's somewhat obscured, at least, depending on the topic. But that's also common in environmental impact statements and EIRs, that there, because there isn't science to absolutely draw a threshold, that there is a judgment aspect, or sort of a common wisdom approach.
Because this seems to me a little bit related, or I shouldn't say related, but analogous to some of the discussion about uncertainty and how it is or is not defined. And there's a suggestion that, an example of an alternative way of defining uncertainty is with the IPCC, which is in this Appendix B. And of course, there's other frameworks. But perhaps there's a broader suggestion that when there is the use of terms such as significant or uncertainty, that it be very clearly defined from the outset, because then it would make it more easy to assess whether the threshold is reasonable from a scientific standpoint. Whereas if it's just stated as to either be significant or not, then it's not something that we can reasonably assess. So it seems like there's two steps to the science. One step to the science is what is a significant threshold? And the second step of the science is what is the impact? And then comparing those two is where the sentence comes from. But again, only having that sentence, and of course, I know that there's thousands of pages of the actual report that I haven't had a chance to review since I started 2 days ago. But it seems like, in a way, again, this is similar to when they were only presenting the impact once you had the impact and the mitigation lumped together for the significance. It seems like being more explicit about how did they choose the level that they define as significant, and then how did they assess what the level of impact was as two separate items would make it easier to evaluate whether the approach was adequate.
I think we could definitely ask for clarity. I think because in some cases, the data are private and can't be shared, say on the tribal concerns, there won't always be a way for them to clearly state that. So I think with some caveats, we could make that kind of statement, right?
But I think that would be fine. But then they could be very explicit about that as well.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
About the fact that, X, Y, and Z cannot be shown, or X, Y, and Z cannot be independently assessed, or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
But I guess just to be more explicit in the way they came to the conclusions that they state.
Yeah, I think this might be a matter of presentation where I would often think that the threshold of significance was not well defined. But by the time I read every single word of the chapter in the appendix, I finally figured out what that was. So I think it's often in there. It's just not very easy to pull out in many cases. And maybe it's not as clear for the fish. Well, certainly not. I don't think it is as clear for the fish. Other than, see, this is where it's a bit of a judgment call, where we don't have any evidence that a 5% change in fish abundance leads to a population level effect. So it's just sort of understood that that's less than significant. I mean, I'm sort of making this up. I don't know for sure what the exact thing is, but that's where the common wisdom kind of comes in. It's like, we don't know where the threshold is, but we're pretty sure we're below it, might be how they approached it. So anyway, Steve, what do you want to add here? Is that still up? And then Virginia will get to it.
Well, I'm just raising the question, and I think that when we talk about mitigation and they use mitigation to determine particularly biological impact is less than significant, is that done scientifically? And if so, is the appropriate science being used, or is it not being done scientifically? And therefore, we can state that it's not a scientific conclusion. If you read, unfortunately, as we mentioned before, if you read the executive summary, they only put in the less than significant numbers, and we've asked them to put in, here's the impact, and here's what you did about it, and then therefore it's less than significant. But it's all largely just LTS in those tables in the executive summary. Anyway, I just feeling uneasy the way that subject is being dealt with, and thinking of something less than significance to be, I would never make that statement unless I could give them the p-value,
So yeah, I think especially if you think they've potentially gotten, have not backed up how they've done the fish, we could just ask for more evidence of, the determination. Perhaps, more explicit characterization of how they made that determination. Right. Virginia, what did you want to add?
So this is a different topic a little bit, but you asked a while ago, doesn't mitigation affect other chapters? So in answer to that, the land use chapter is affected. And I don't think it needs to change here, but in the appendix, when we talk about particular chapters, and it's affected in the sense that probably the agriculture chapter too, because it says that 477 acres of agricultural land are affected by these mitigation activities. But then they say in table 14.2 that no structures are affected, which I don't quite understand. It seems like maybe the structures aren't pushed over or anything, but their use is directly impacted. So that would, it's a point that should be brought up probably later in the appendix, but there are other effects.
I think we're getting to, where did we talk about the CEQA criteria? So I think what you're getting at, and that may be covered in this document, is that the CEQA criteria perhaps define things. So to the structures, I did look into that quite explicitly. There are structures that are impacted, many structures, but the CEQA criterion that's used in the executive summary is, does it conflict with local land use planning? It's not, and so because the number of structures is somehow deemed to be not significant from a land use planning perspective, it gets ignored, right? So that is very baffling. Yeah, because it kind of defies how a normal person would interpret an impact, right?
That's right. I remember now, I saw that. And so the definitions that CEQA calls for, I think it's in the earlier section, we're going to talk about problems with CEQA, but that's one of the issues, because laws can change, policies can change, and they don't allow for that, as far as I can read.
Right. It's between now and 2040. Yeah, right. Obey, you wanted to add something here?
Yeah, it might be related to the executive summary, the comparison table. I think it's table 5, or I don't remember it. Table ES2. One point is that, and this might be a CEQA issue, that they didn't put any no project alternative impacts in that table. So, and they cite CEQA does not require that. And I think if I remember if I read the caption correctly, so when you say it's less than significant, is that less than significant relative to existing condition or under no project condition? That sounds like a issue that needs to be addressed, but according to CEQA, they may not be required to put no project alternative metrics in that table.
So it's really a lack of a quantitative comparison.
Yeah, exactly. And that, I don't know if we need to highlight that, but I was surprised they didn't put no project alternative metrics in that executive summary.
Is that across the board? I feel like I saw them for some.
I think it is for across the board in that, at least the executive summary table.
Right, maybe in the individual chapters they had. That this, I can't believe I can't remember this right now. But having looked at this so carefully, but yeah, and we do have, I know we have some comments in here about that no project condition not necessarily being addressed consistently, not being addressed quantitatively, but I don't know that we did mention that it's not used in the summary tables.
Anyway.
I think, yeah, I do think that it does obscure a lot of effects, right? What's the baseline we're comparing to? And it's definitely discussed in the individual chapters, but where is it in the summary? Yeah, I think that's valid. Yeah, Steve.
So I'm just going to point out what's in the EIR. And they talk about, in the biology anyway, the thresholds of significance, and they list them like substantially, and they're all sort of qualifying statements, like substantially reduce the habitat of a fish or single species, cause a fish population to drop below self-sustaining levels, threaten to eliminate a fish or aquatic species community, interferes substantially with the movement of any fish. So it's all sort of significant, substantial, and so forth. But the further on, they say that they have concluded that a change of 5% or greater relative to existing conditions is significant, right?
Okay.
This is a quote. The 5% value was selected based on best professional judgment of qualified fish biologists authoring this chapter. So that's fine. I don't know how scientific that is, expert judgment, I suppose, but we don't even know who the authors are. So it's hard to say, but that's what they used as their biological criteria of whether or not anything is significant. then the same sort of expert judgment, in my view, was used to say whether the mitigation was sufficient enough to compensate for any changes noted. So anyway,
So this may be another point we can make about decision science, that there are ways to elicit expert judgment in ways that are meant to minimize bias. And we don't know if any of those methods were followed. So
yeah, and if one were to do this from a scientific perspective, one would do exactly that, go out for expert judgment if there's no real values and do it in a, like you say, in a quantitative way and come up with a value. But doing it from a group of fish biologists, we don't know how big the group is, we don't know who they are, or, you know.
Or is there peer-reviewed literature to back that kind of
Right.
operationalized criterion up for the threshold? That could be another suggestion to pull in there.
right. Although they do say it is significant. So, and you know, if they said it was less than significant, we'd be more concerned. But they do say, based on the judgment of these experts, it is a significant effect.
5% or greater is significant. Yeah.
Which this project is expected to have about a 5% effect,
Oh, it's
right?
variable depending on.
It varies. Okay. Okay. So. Oh, so you said, well, right, we still don't know what would have been significant without mitigation because it's not reported. Yeah. Okay, who else? Clicks, any other? Okay, so we should potentially ask for more clarity on how the thresholds of significance were defined, if expert judgment was used, how was bias mitigated, or how, you know, what methods were used, and what was peer-reviewed literature used to inform that expert judgment, something along those lines. Okay. All right, so if everyone agrees, I will go on to the next section, which I think there could be some overlap with this discussion. Which section are we on? I feel like
Moving to 4.4.
Moving to
which we
4.4.
discussed, which is now the climate.
yeah,
one.
so we did start to discuss this. Future conditions are evaluated inadequately and inconsistently, and then somewhere above, we actually say they're misleading. So which possibly we want to change that language. So this is where we started talking about the being more clear that the 2070 analysis and the 2040 analysis are not at all comparable in terms of how they were used to evaluate effects. 2040 is the year the project's supposed to start operations. So the idea that you're only evaluating up to the moment of initiation of the project seems odd. And then there's also the question of whether future variability has been well represented by the central tendency of 20 potential climate scenarios. And we heard, yeah, there may be some biases there. And then we also stuck in, okay, so the 2070 was used in the flood risk assessment. And even there, we have some concerns that even though the appendix offers a nice sensitivity analysis with different levels of sea level rise, and it's really is a nice sensitivity analysis, it wasn't always clearly brought back into the flooding risk assessment is how I interpret this paragraph. So the right science might have been done, but not necessarily summarized in a way that's super helpful. And then we have another figure here with we have two figures here that need their captions, which Obey is going to work on. But part of representing that future variability better would be including more figures with finer timescales and other factors. So
on the page 10 on the second paragraph is more related to that percent diversion issue that we discussed earlier.
about the 2040 central tendency one, or
No, the second paragraph on page 10, I don't.
second paragraph on page 10.
It says flows needed to maintain aquatic habitats. It's on page 10, I think. Second
Right.
paragraph.
The North Delta diversion.
Yeah. We need to didn't we discuss this issue in the previous concern? that 30% is related to this.
The
Or am I
30% is
mixing?
related to the
Yeah.
north of the North Delta
This
division.
particular paragraph.
I'm
It's
not-
okay.
I'm out of my depth here. Someone else needs to weigh in. I'm not sure. I'm also seeing that we possibly were talking about something that wasn't really covered in the EIR. Is that what I'm reading here? Lauren, do you have something you want to add here?
It's the question whether this belongs in this section, is that?
That was, I was wondering, should that be
Yeah,
combined with the
I
other
wasn't
one?
asking you to address that question.
Oh.
I want to make sure we're clear about what we're talking about here, the North Delta diversion operations. One impact of the, so I think we just want to be clear, maybe you can weigh in here. So where are we talking about the diversions? You're talking about the upper intakes at the
Yeah.
top of the system. Uh-huh.
So when we discuss on the 4.2, the 30% flow diversion and what could happen downstream, remember we had that discussion on the finer scale evaluation.
Right.
That's the fourth paragraph in page 7. And this particular paragraph on page 10 discusses the same issue.
Disaggregated. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
it might be okay to leave it there. I just
Okay.
want to make sure that they're connected.
Well, when we start to clarify some of the points, as has been suggested, it may become more clear whether
Right.
it should be moved.
Okay,
If we get a little more clear about there are problems with aggregation in time, and then there are problems with
Right.
inadequately, you haven't fully vetted whether there are impacts, so that this probably fits into that discussion. It does look to me, just on quick read, that it does fit
I mean,
in.
we can leave it there. I just want to make sure that.
Well, but we start talking about aquatic habitat, it does feel like maybe this isn't quite where it belongs. Yeah.
That's what I was.
Yeah, I think
wondering.
you're right. I think you're right about that. Okay, good comment. We'll look into whether this needs to move. Particularly as we reorganize those points.
The section is fine. I can take a look at it and see if there are any minor clarifications are needed in the other paragraph in that section.
I don't think your mic is on.
Oh,
I can take another look at it in the on the other paragraph in that section, 4.4, and see if there are any minor clarifications are needed in.
Yeah, how much?
2070 versus 2040. I can look at that.
Okay. And then I think we also need to figure out where those figures go best, because we did kind of jump down to figure 2 when we were having that other discussion. So perhaps we need to think about moving that figure too.
I mean, one question I think somebody raised was, do these figures belong in the main report, or do they belong in the appendix? I think we should include some figures in the main report probably, but I committed to add a longer caption explaining.
I think if we explain them well, people
Yeah.
understand why they're here.
Okay.
Because they're such a different take of the data that they
Yeah.
are very interesting to include. My personal opinion. Okay, all right, so what else here? So maybe one paragraph needs to come out, and we have already talked about, we need to clarify what is inadequate about the climate. So we had 3 things. Yeah, I think we already captured that in the earlier notes. 2070 is not the same as 2040. 2040 has problems just from having picked that year. 2040 central tendency has problems, and then 2070 wasn't really effectively used.
Fully analyzed. That's
Yeah,
right. Those
yeah.
are the 3 points.
Yeah, okay, got it. All right. I'm going to move on to the next section unless I hear otherwise. Okay. Adaptive management planning is inadequate. Steve, I wonder if you want to lead this one. I feel like you're closer to this topic than I am.
Well, the conclusion is the adaptive management planning is inadequate. Any comments? Pretty much self-explanatory. I think in general, our comments relate to, and hopefully we said it right, to have a more structured adaptive management plans in place or outlined, then I think the idea is that just saying adaptive management will be applied is not sufficient. And that even though we realize that adaptive management, the development of an adaptive management plan is a process, one could structure the development of that plan and provide scenarios of how it might be played out and how it might be used. And throughout, that applies basically throughout whenever they use adaptive management. This is very consistent with the same conclusions we've had in our other reviews. The examples, I don't know if they got taken out of here or not, but at one stage there was some fish examples. Okay, and that were, and I'll just explain them, see if you got that from the reading. One is adaptive management to look at impingement rates at the intake valves of fish, for fish. And and one could develop an adaptive management program, which they talk about, and actually, where you assess your performance measures, how many fish are you collecting on the screens? It's a very simple performance measure, and the idea is to reduce that. And if they find that there are excessive amount of dead fish on the screens, there's a lot of different ways that they can adaptively manage. They can change the screens, they can change the rate of flows, they can monitor conditions around the intakes to see if fish are aggregating there, see if there's certain times of days or temperatures or whatever that do that. And one could develop on paper right now a pretty effective adaptive management outline of a structure of how that would work. They did some of that. It could be more elaborate, but I would argue that that's a good mark. On the other side is looking at fish, is the impact of fish fish and critters downstream of the intake valves. What happens downstream? In this case, they do say they're going to use adaptive management to monitor the fish downstream, monitor even on a semi-daily basis, I think was said. But when they're looking at impacts that are that they've claimed anything more than 5% is significant by their expert judgment, that means they would have to be able to detect that what they'd have to do is develop an adaptive management program that was assessing the impact of fish downstream to the level of 5%, and then monitor change operating conditions based on those measurements. Well, I'm not sure of anybody who can measure any fish population at a 5% level or a 10% or probably a 50% level, certainly not on a semi-daily or daily basis. So I think what they're proposing, and they haven't done a very, like the impingement one, which was more detailed, they've only vaguely said we're going to use adaptive management for it. But to me, as a fish person, it says, I'm really not sure they can do that at all. And what they could do is then say, okay, well, explain how they're going to do that to the same level of detail that they might at an impingement rate, how they're going to measure the fish, what criteria they might use, and a variety of things like that. So it's totally, they say they're going to do it, they say they're going to do it relative following the regulations of flows and so forth, but it's totally inadequate way of, they haven't explained that at all, who's going to do it, how they're going to do it, and what they're going to do. So anyway, Bob.
Okay.
I think the fundamental problem, I agree with you with everything you've said, absolutely. But I think the fundamental problem is they really have not provided a adequate blueprint for adaptive management at the project scale or at the sub-project scales. They're all going to be a little bit different, whether you're looking at terrestrial resources or the aquatics or tribal cultural artifacts, things like that. They will all have some sort of an adaptive or they should have an adaptive management blueprint in place, but they really haven't done the basics. And that, in my mind, should really be at the heart of the whole project, because that's what's going to help guide it going into the future. And it simply is not explain how that's going to happen, and it's such an important component. I don't see how you could move ahead without it. So anyway, it's both a generic issue as well as specific, for the components that are going to be impacted.
I'm hearing a couple things. I'm going to channel Anna, who breaks things down nicely. So I think your use of the term blueprint is probably important, right? So there is a whole nother step that if the project were approved, where they would develop detailed of that.
We do
adaptive
use the
management.
word blueprint in there.
We do use the word blueprint. Good. So
Thanks to Bob.
good choice, Bob. So I think the point is, because the evaluation of less than, when I'm hearing the evaluation of less than significant depends so heavily on having good adaptive management for the mitigation as one thing. You would like reasonable assurances that conceptually it's possible and that they have a basic idea of how they would do it. Is that kind of the gist of it? That and maybe you don't always preface it with that first point. I understand you're more concerned about adaptive management broadly, but for me, it really it gets elevated at that point where we're saying, oh, we're so sure we're going to do mitigation effectively, we're not going to call this a significant impact, right? So that's I guess that is another sub point in a way. It elevates that concern of it's not good enough to wait till this adaptive management phase because of how these things were used. Is that fair?
Well, I think. Yes, but I think what we're saying, I think blueprint's a great word and a framework. And we kind of say it, we say it in that second set paragraph, that it should include identifying funding sources, expertise, administrative capacity to monitor and manage its potential impacts, and detail should include this and that and the other thing. Establishing management goals, performance metrics, and key decision triggers are essential part, and they could go a long ways towards doing that in this document. Clearly, it would only be a draft or a blueprint that's subject to regulations and change and available funding, but to not even take that step as an example of this is how we would do it. So you'd have some confidence that that it's not just a term that's tossed out there, and it's actual something they've thought about and made first step towards planning.
Yeah, I agree with Bob and Steve's suggestions there. And I think we also want to make sure we're clear that it's not just the biological effects that need this type of adaptive management or the mitigation efforts. That a lot of the assessment of less than significant impacts on some of the social impacts were based on more qualitative data and some limited data that could change. And so we need some assurance that those less than significant impacts that were observed today aren't misestimated. And an adaptive management approach will help with that. And I think we kind of say that in there, but we could.
It seems one thing I think we could do is, we have a biological example, I think is, but I think it'd be nice to have a second example without exceeding Bob's word limit on this section. Shorten the fit. No, it's already been way too short. But I think we could have another sort of completely different counterexample, not counterexample, but like a social economic example or a water example, but some other example that would just show what we're talking about in a general sense. So
thanks.
I think this section should be really strong and placed first, because to do a project like this as required, they are supposed to be following adaptive management. And someone said, when they get into the adaptive management process, no, the beginning is an adaptive management process, because that's the way they're going to be evaluating it. So this section, I've put in some wordsmithing here at this first section to try to make it a little stronger, because I think they really need to start first with what is involved, who's going to do it, what are the components, how is it going to be funded, and all of that. And then everything else sort of follows from that. So like we have alternatives first, the alternatives follow from the adaptive management process, and all this other part does, how uncertainties are included. So I would make it real strong.
I'd like to second that very strongly. It crossed my mind of making that bold suggestion that it go much earlier in the document. But I think Virginia is absolutely right about this, is that it's a cornerstone, and it really ought to be up front.
Yeah, I agree.
All right, I'm gonna just play devil's advocate. So when I hear you say that comment, Virginia, you seem to be imagining a very comprehensive and thorough adaptive management process. I think what I see a lot in the document are more piecemeal adaptive management processes around particular outcomes. You know, be different groups of people looking at the fish outcomes and the agricultural outcomes. And so I even though I recognize where that's coming from, if you should really be thinking about this holistically and how everything gets decided, I feel like possibly we're too far down the road to go back. You know, this is, again, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. If they've already, say, had some sort of planning processes and decided to go forward with certain analyses, they may not be willing to start fresh with a comprehensive adaptive management program. Yeah, and I'm happy to hear your response to that.
Well, you're exactly right, because every meeting I say they need to be comprehensive, they need to be so you've heard me. And I recognize that they are far down the road, but still, I think we need to make this statement and to recognize that it is piecemeal and so forth. But because the whole Delta is based on an adaptive management process, to the extent possible, and you've given the caveats, it should occur. And I still think, despite your comments, that it should be moved up front. And I'm glad and not surprised that Bob agrees.
Obey.
Yeah. May not be on the same side here, but you know, the report is an evaluation of a set of alternatives and a selection of so I'm fine with highlighting adaptive management as a very important component of that. But I wonder if you put it up front, is that the most important aspect of this DEIR that we are evaluating? You know, based on what the goal or the objective of the DEIR is. So I think we need to highlight that. Maybe we can not put that front, but maybe number 2 or number 3. Oh, it's like the best or the second best, right?
I'm going to vote for the upfront, and the reason is that there's if you look at the EIR, nothing's been done. They haven't had the first shovel full of dirt. So, and they talk about the 3 things they're going to do, and the whole EIR is based on 3 things: construction, maintenance, and operations. You know, those right off the bat: construction, maintenance, and operation. And I think if they say right up front that we are going to adopt an adaptive management framework to do this project through the construction phase, the maintenance phase, and operation phase, and adopt this principle right at the very beginning, you know, I think would make this a much stronger project. And as they develop their future plans, they can put it in. Some adaptive management is far more immediate, you know, and construction, if they go into a sinkhole or something, you know. But I think that it should be applied right from the beginning. And I think that would ensure, if they're applying it from the start, that when they really need it in the operational phases, that they have the system in place to go forward.
I think I accept that, but I think we need to make sure that that's not a solution to the problems that we are seeing in this evaluation, right? In terms of selecting alternative 5 or whatever, right? So as long as we make that very clear, it doesn't solve all the problems that we are identifying. If we can make that clear, I think
Virginia's going to say it. Virginia.
Well, actually, I agree with both of these comments. It certainly is not a solution to everything, but it's an approach that would allow at least thinking about them. And, you know, I've read this so many times in these chapters, Steve, but when you said, you know, you have these 3 steps, you know, what they miss is kind of the detailed planning. You got to have some detailed plans before you can do those 3 steps. And to me, that's kind of where it fits in, because once, you know, they really decide to go ahead with it, they've got to sit down and bring pen to paper before they do anything else.
Well, but I think what you just said, though, that it's a process is exactly the thing that's giving me pause, because to me, it feels like we are telling them what their process should be rather than is the science adequate? I think is my big concern.
So I'll respond to that. Yeah, I agree with you there too. It is a process, but it's a scientifically validated process. And the Delta system has decided previously to adopt that process as much as possible. So we aren't deciding for them. That's part of how the Delta has said it would operate.
Did you just raise? I thought I just heard a click over there. Okay. Steve and I duke it out. I guess the fact that they have a step in moving this project forward, they have another step in which they must develop an adaptive management plan. And so for us to say this document should do that, it just does feel like more like a process step than a science step to me. That's just where I feel.
Well, but in terms of operation, they are using an adaptive management process to minimize impacts. You know, they say that if there's any impacts, we're gonna solve those through an adaptive management. So if you're assessing the impact of this project, including all of its operations, and one way you're gonna reduce the impact is through an adaptive management process. This is part of what their way of justifying a minimum impact by invoking adaptive management.
Well, mitigation plus adaptive management. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I agree. It's an important point. I'm not convinced it's the most.
We're not saying that, we never said that. We said if you just put it first. Are you assuming that whatever we put first before is most important?
Isn't that the reason to put it first?
I thought these were randomly done, and I thought we.
Alphabetical order.
I thought, yeah, believe it or not, I thought in one version we had a statement that they're equal because.
Well, there you go. So then it really doesn't matter. So let's move on. Yeah.
No, but I think there is one thing though, is there's one reason I called it a blueprint is yes, there is another step where they're supposed to develop an adaptive management plan. And I read that in their report, but they don't even provide us with a blueprint, not even a rough blueprint. So what are we supposed to do? And what were the other readers supposed to do? I think it's negligent on their part to not have done that. And the fact that I think they should be called out a bit on it, and we should just, say it to them very straight that this EIS requires at least a general blueprint, not the final plan, but the general blueprint of how they're going to go about doing AM.
Yeah, I really think we're agreed on the content. I think.
Well, okay. All right.
Yeah, so let's, and I think we'll look at those edits of how to make those points really clear. And also, I think connecting it back to the less than significant evaluation, I think is the reason to elevate it, right? It's just because it was, just like you're saying, because it was used to assess something as less than significant, that's what makes it important to have in here. Assurances, reasonable assurances that this will be done well. Yeah.
So we agreed to include a second example?
Yes, and did Tanya?
Do we have
volunteer?
somebody volunteer?
I think
Tanya volunteer.
Did Tanya volunteer? I heard Tanya volunteer. Okay. Okay. So now we're on to systemic issues, which apparently we had to add a lot of definitions. I find this a bit tedious that we keep defining it everywhere we mention it, but so it was, I think probably I had deleted some words and people put them back in and made me understand that there are distinct things. So we are concerned about systemic issues, meaning are we looking across the ecosystem, across and among ecosystems and at a landscape scale when we look at these impacts, or are they rather? And then has the additive effect across impact types and space, I guess that's still at the landscape scale too, And then there are cumulative across year effects, and none of these did we feel had been very thoroughly evaluated, is my take on this. There are cumulative effects sections in each of the chapters, but they took a rather narrow view of how to evaluate cumulative effects. And so we make some suggestions about additional analyses in addition to this, say, species by species analyses that would, I don't know if we make very specific analyses, but we comment that the species by species approach is never going to get to the community scale impacts and things like that. So that seems to be the gist of it. Yeah.
Just, I haven't reread this whole section yet, but one thing with terminology, I think we're using the term cumulative differently than how they're using cumulative in the EIR.
That is correct.
So we might want to just change that. I mean, they're looking at cumulative as more additive, I think, or how we're using that term.
So can we crosswalk it?
Yeah.
Because I think people feel that these terms are good defined scientifically.
Yeah,
And that we would just say what they've done in the report is.
Along the same lines, I'm glad you have in parentheses what it means. For example, systemic means something else to, like in engineers, for example.
Okay.
More like system-wide is what is meant by here.
Isn't that what we mean? System-wide?
Systemic, in some areas.
Yeah,
means
maybe
like
system-wide is a
persistent-
better word.
Yeah.
Persistent, like we call systemic trends.
Systemic trends, right? I
Yeah.
think that would certainly be included here. So I think the fact that we defined it only in terms of ecosystems was wrong. We meant any kind of system, probably.
Okay.
Or
So it's
some
not
people would
spatial.
call the hydrology an ecosystem too, depending on how you define ecosystem.
So it means, I thought it, you mean here, in space. or
Yeah, that I may have
system-
misdefined it
system-wide.
just now. Yeah, it looks like space is in additive. Yeah, so systemic is system-wide, additive is across impact types and across space.
To me, systemic sort of means like intrinsic, like an intrinsic property of the system. Whereas here, I think system-wide is probably a better term. So I agree
That's
with.
what I was wondering, but then additive has a space in it.
Yeah, I think this is, yeah, multiple people
Could-
contributed to
but,
these.
but I think system-wide, what I read it to mean is sort of across different types of components of the system,
Right.
which of course might have a spatial aspect to it, but they're different, right? So
Do we need
system-wide
those
means
terms?
across type.
Could we just say it's lacking analysis across at the ecosystem scale, across impact types and over time? Like, could we just simplify the words to what we mean? And then we're also not confusing our definition of cumulative with their definition of cumulative and debating what systemic or system-wide means.
That's
I mean,
That's not a bad, except for that ecosystem scale doesn't fully encompass well, not everyone understands that includes the purely physical systems,
Right,
or the
right.
human systems.
Right.
We could define it. So like the National Research Council, for example, typically defines it to include all those things, physical alone, people alone. We could do that. Yeah, I think that's a very interesting suggestion. Other comments? Any concerns about doing that? I do find it a bit tedious to keep defining these. Everywhere we mention the terms, we keep defining them, and I don't like it. Yeah.
No, I think that's fine. I know in chapter 13, they really didn't use from an ecological perspective, the cumulative effect techniques that are, widely available to them right now. So with the help of Christine and Lillian, they did a literature search, and I read the papers, and we put in suggestions of articles that they could go to use more up-to-date methods. And I don't know if it's worthwhile doing it here, make a reference to chapter 13, but at least, later on in our appendices, we do try and point out approaches that they could use, it would be powerful, and probably more appropriate for the scales that they're working at.
Well, in the interest of driving eyeballs to the appendix, maybe it would be worth saying, look to the appendix for specific, techniques, because, yeah, I mean, they're probably used to us saying, this should have been done better without any specific suggestions. Okay. Great. Okay, I think we should add something about the appendix. I'm fine with changing these terms. Correct? Hearing no concerns, okay. Have you had a chance to read through this and make sure that the issues with the ecosystem analyses are adequately represented in this text?
Virginia's got it.
Virginia, sorry.
Well, I'm not going to address that question. But I do have a comment, and I don't disagree with anything that's been said, and definitions are important, and maybe we should just make that really clear and as a general statement, that definitions of some of these scientifically defined terms need to be clear, because we're coming from the science perspective is one thing. But the comment I was wanted to make was when Dylan gave his talk this morning, it becomes clear that these systems from an engineering and, from systems theory really include the systems of decisions making that are made spatially across this landscape, that they need to be considered, because decisions regarding this conveyance project are affected by and will affect other decisions made. So I think a comment to that regard should be added to this. So it's not, we have a lot of ecosystem examples, but I think kind of that decisions about how this plays out should be included.
Mm-hmm. Well, you can tell I like to play devil's advocate. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, I was just going to follow up. What I guess jumped into my mind, Virginia, is they talk about cumulative. I think it's with cumulative effects. They talk about all the other conservation activities that are going on all through the Delta, and how it might or might not, impact them, but they don't say how it'll impact them. They just list dozens and dozens and dozens of these things going on. And it's certainly going to probably impact their decision-making process if this project goes ahead.
Mm-hmm.
So, but they never really address it as an impact. They just list these organizations and what they're doing.
Yeah, I really agree with that there's a lot of just arm waving of here's some decisions that will likely be affected and not really any meaningful analysis, but they are required to look at certain decisions. So I'd be afraid to make that in too blanket of a way, like say the growth inducement is one example where they're required to say, how might this project increase population growth, commercial growth, something like that. And they have to that extent tried to analyze some of those. I mean, we might disagree on whether it's ideal, but so there's been selected places where I think for whatever reason, certain decisions have been isolated and analyzed. Even in the agricultural chapter, I'd say they did that to a little extent. So I think it might be helpful if we said where that, is there something that would likely be very impactful that should be included, or because that does sound like a very big job. And so I wonder if there's anything more we might say.
What about flows? Because I think that will the existence of the tunnels affect other decisions with regards to flow at other control points, reservoir release, for example.
Mm-hmm.
If they had this option there, they're taking water out here. Clearly, there's one related to the cross channel. They've already talked about that will definitely impact those kind of decisions. But what about other sorts of decisions? And I think in their no project alternative, they included a lot of those kind of decision-making things, but I don't know that they've evaluated or thought about how it would affect other decisions.
Virginia, did you want to respond to me?
Well, that is a really good example. And I think having more than just the ecosystem examples here, and that's kind of a human decision that affects the ecosystem would be good. And then again, like I think will occur in other parts of the appendix that examples could be listed there under particular chapters.
Yeah, so let's throw that open to everyone who's looking at specific chapters. If there were decisions like Steve just did, if there are other decisions people think should have been evaluated, that would be helpful, or more quantitative. Yeah. So that, I think that would be great, but I'm afraid to make it too blanket just because there's some of that, there's some of everything in the CIR. So we want to acknowledge that they did try to do some things. But maybe this, again, we don't always love the scope, so. Ugh. Okay, now that I can read my text again. All right, so I think I might need a little help making sure, because sometimes we're like additive, cumulative, sort of trying to lump a bunch of things, and sort of to turn it back into this other language, I could potentially use some help on making sure that's consistent with the intent of the language. So one of the things that's a little bit covered in the topical issues is also covered here. And I wonder whether this should maybe be pulled out. I don't like the way it's sort of mentioned two different places. And I'm looking at the paragraph that says a lack of systems approach also occurs when impacts are addressed with a narrow set of users or endpoints. And what we're talking about is that water quality was primarily only addressed from a drinking water quality perspective, but the effects on harmful algal blooms, on fish, on hypoxia, they were not necessarily as well evaluated, if evaluated at all. I'm afraid to say they weren't, because the more you look, the more you find. But I wonder if this issue fits here, or whether we just want to make a more specific point about the cross endpoint. This is across endpoints, across users and endpoints is what this paragraph's about. What do folks think? Does that fit well here? Because we bring up HABs again later about how they weren't evaluated, and it just feels a little redundant to me. But I guess this does fit into the systemic aspect, right?
Yeah, I would say, because defining endpoints is part of taking a systematic approach. So I don't remember that we use the word endpoints in here, but I think that's a very good way to put it, that there are a variety of endpoints that this whole project is desiring to meet. And to me, adaptive management is a way that you would have to come up with what those diverse endpoints were and think about ways to address them. Oh, sorry, I missed it. Okay. The first sentence.
It's hard to remember everything that's in here, that's for sure. Okay, well, maybe this is just another place where a little better reorganization would help, in terms of first, let's talk about systemic, then let's talk about additive. Yeah.
So one other point in here, speaking of systemic or system-wide, this whole issue of lack of integration of storage with the project operation, I think we kind of highlighted somewhere else. I wonder if you should mention that as a system-wide issue in terms of analysis. There's no integrated assessment. Because there's no discussion of storage, the role of storage, and in this, I think.
Yeah, I think this got moved. I think it was here once and then it got moved, and yeah, it was hard.
On that point, in the water supply chapter, the storage, reservoir storage, it's not.
Yeah, we mentioned that, but
Go ahead and explain the point.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean explain the point?
Explain the point about storage.
Yeah, so there are two things in here. Obviously we have upstream storage above Sacramento, right, in the Sacramento River. Now, because the climate change, the timing of runoff will change, right? So ideally, the operations and the storages of the upstream basin should be evaluated to address that, because that could address flood control and water supply both. And the other point that we are making is south of Delta, you're sending all this diverted water, and St. Louis is the only reservoir that has some storage, and that might not be adequate to hold that water to increase the reliability of water supply from there. So the storage needs to be integrated in the water resources assessment is what I'm trying to say. I don't
In
know.
a more holistic way.
Yeah,
in
in the
system
system-
level.
Yeah,
okay,
system
I get it.
level
Yeah.
way.
Because I remember seeing some of the tables of
Yeah.
what the impact would be on storage at different reservoirs, but looking at it as a
Yeah.
whole is.
I mean, maybe they,
Yeah.
just like the alternative with canal improvement or levee improvement, maybe the reservoir storage change should have been an alternative that needed to be addressed as part of alternative. But I know we mentioned that somewhere else, but I was wondering, since we are talking about systemic or system-wide issues or lack thereof, so should we mention that briefly here?
Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
want, I can add few sentences into this.
No, I think we have what we need. I think that's just a reorg, but we'll get back to you if we do need.
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. That makes sense. I think, yeah, it really is a bit of a judgment call whether, so the things that are in the, I think it's now in the other, and those were sort of things that were meant to be very specific topics kind of on one topic, but certainly the flows control so much else.
right.
Yeah, that's also a cross-cutting issue. And also many of our examples are not cross-cutting. So yeah, I see now that wasn't always a clear decision what went where. Yeah. Virginia.
I'm looking at this section as I sit here. It seems to jump around quite a bit.
Yeah. Agreed.
And so I think if we're going to talk about systemic, additive, cumulative,
Mhm.
let's talk about those in that order.
I think
And that
so
will
too.
make this a lot easier and present the examples in that order.
Totally agree. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, except for that some things cross over, but we'll do our best. Yeah. Okay. Next one, can we move on? Steve?
Yeah, I just want to make a clarification point of where we are in the process again. And the next time that Lisa and I will look at this will be November 14th. I mean, that's the time. The way the process is right now is that you all will have opportunities to add and write and things like that. And then then I think from the 14th to the end of November is when the major revision is going to go. And that's Lisa, I know, because Lisa's not thinking that way right now, but that's and correct me if I'm wrong, Edmund, but that was the plan originally, was to have this conversation, have people add, have an opportunity to edit and so forth. And then they would see it again at the end of November. And we, the two of us or whoever else wants to join us, would do the rewrite from November 14th on. The way I see you taking these notes, I'm getting the impression you want to do a revision and get it back to people much sooner than the end of November. So we might think about, if we're still following the path that I'm on, or that we were on. Edmund, can you clarify where we're?
Yeah, I think originally when we were doing our work planning process, ISB members would have until the 14th to provide us with individual comments. And then at the chairs, we'll make revisions and we'll present a draft around December 1st for public discussion on December 8th. But if it makes more sense to have a revised draft based on today's discussion before further comments, then that's also an approach that we can modify as well.
Okay, so just as we're doing this, we really want to make sure that we walk out of here knowing what the next step is. And because it seems like we're making enough changes now that it almost seems like we not need to have another, we could do a revision and get it back to the full board to have another go at that version rather than to add to the current version.
I mean, it seems like there's two types of changes that could occur. One is everything we've talked about today, it seems to me, falls into the category of making the document clearer and more streamlined and easier to understand and interpret. But I think there is also a desire on the part of some folks, and maybe most for myself and Inga, since we just jumped in, to actually read some of the chapters from the EIR. And think I heard some others potentially wanting to read additional chapters as well, especially those that have only had one or two sets of eyes on them so far. So it seems like there could also be, those two things could potentially happen in parallel, but it would also be a shame for the two of you to jump in now and make everything flow perfectly. And then for some of us to come out of left field and say, oh, but there's these 5 other topics that are not in the report at all.
First of all, it's not going to flow perfectly.
First off.
Well, let me make a suggestion then. One of the things that we still also as individuals in that and pairs of individuals need to go and work on the chapters. Because a lot of the chapters need revisions and work and so forth. And frankly, taking stuff that we're talking about today and making sure they're in the chapters and make, and the converse of that. So one proposal to go forward would be that we could put together what we've talked about today and come up with another version nominally, let's say by the 14th, while the individual board members are working on their chapters, including the new chapter folks, and then get another version out so that the board members have a chance to then not only read that, but then to add anything significant. And that still gives us till the 1st to do another version of it that would go public. Does that?
I think I lost track, but Virginia wants to say something. Yeah, I think that sounds good.
Oh, well, I was going to say, I definitely agree with that approach because at least I've spent my travel time here going through this executive summary in some detail and making notes here. And I want to spend my time on the particular chapters for a while. And it sounds like some other people have done that maybe too. And so that way, you guys could be busy all the time. We're pulling it together. but that makes sense to me, Steve, your suggestion.
Yeah, it just seems like when I walked into this, I thought there'd maybe be a few minor changes and everyone would bless this and move forward. But obviously I don't know this group that well. And I should know that better. But anyway, it sounds like there's enough of a significant change that another version is going to be needed. And getting it by the 14th, which I'm just saying the 14th because that was one of our original days we put down, but we can pick whatever day and then get that back to folks to have another crack at it before the absolute final is.
Yeah, I actually feel like I saw a different schedule, which I don't know where, maybe I'm imagining it, but I thought there was a quick turnaround, clean this up. And then we had a little break while everyone else commented. And then we had more work to do at the end of November. That's what I thought.
Well, that's what I was sensing you were doing, but that's not the schedule that we originally had. So,
I guess I just imagined a future, creatively imagined an alternative future.
Yeah, so we could reflect that. So you want to just to get this straight, you'll make revisions, and then on the 14th we'll have a new public draft for everyone to review, and then we'll have a public discussion on the 8th. Is that correct?
Wasn't necessarily going to wait till the 14th. That's my only thing, but can we work that out?
Oh yeah, we're flexible on the timeline, but just so we're going to have another public draft before the board provides any further comments written.
Yeah, we'd have a version, in my understanding, the way we'd have to do it, have a version that would be public. We wouldn't meet on that version, but that would be the version that people could then take and provide edits and written comments on. And then in time for us to get a final version by the 1st. And that's the version that we would be another public version, which is the one we'd vote on.
Yes, so 2 public drafts before December 8th. Yeah, so I'll work with you, Lisa, on the time frame for that, and then we'll plan on that.
I want to reserve the right to change this if my schedule is too crazy, but yeah, let's try.
Okay.
So one question, if we follow that approach, that's the board members, we're supposed to work on the appendix or chapters, right?
Yeah.
And one issue that we discussed earlier was like, we need to be sure that the chapters are consistent with the main report messages, which is not going to be done until the 14th in this new approach. But I guess is it possible to use the current version to make sure that consistency is there when we work on our chapters? Did I make
I
that
think
clear?
that should work relatively well, as long as you don't use the term cumulative.
Okay. Or systemic, no. I'm just-
And put adaptive management first.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think, even though we've talked about some substantive changes, I think still the majority of things are in communicating
Yeah.
things better rather than any brand new topics. Right?
No major philosophical changes.
Yeah, that's my interpretation. Okay, well, we don't have too many other things to do. I do note it is 3:30. This was the time, if we finished by now, we could go to the heritage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
Oh, go ahead.
I-
Obed.
there's one. So in the 4.7, I guess you didn't discuss that in this.
Oh, we're gonna keep going. Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I'm about to propose that we keep going.
Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind. I thought you were trying to-
I'm about to say, I don't think we're done.
Okay.
So,
I have one comment on that, that's all.
yeah, no, let's go ahead and go there. I just want to note that because we are still actively engaged in conversation about this, I don't think we're going to make it to the heritage event, and we regret that, but we will certainly learn what we can from others who have attended. And so for now, let's, I propose we forge ahead. Any objections to that plan? None seen. Okay. It's not even you, Steve? Not gonna object?
I'm ready to move forward.
All right, so let's talk about uncertainty and risk. And I think we already talked about needing to differentiate this from the climate change. So I think we should right up front say in this, here we're talking about, whatever it is we're talking about, right? What did you want to say, Obey?
Real quickly on this section, this is related to the IPCC Appendix B table here. Right now, I think it's referenced in 4.9 or some other later section. So I was wondering if it is better to reference it here in this section and possibly take out the Appendix B, but reference the IPCC table as an example of what they could do.
Well, can we table that while we talk about what the scope of this section
Okay.
is? And then I think it's a great suggestion and I want to consider it, but
yeah,
what exactly is going in this section that's separate from climate change? That's one of my questions. Is it more just the whole uncertainty of the system, the variability of the system? So it's more like risk associated with everything other than climate change? Is that what to understand? Risk and uncertainties?
I mean, I think a small part of it is, well, maybe not small, but part of that is going back to the questions during the morning session. How well have we been able to anticipate impacts of other projects in the Delta historically based on scientific assessments, modeling, and so on? And I think I'm fair to say that things haven't always turned out exactly as anticipated. And that's a big component of uncertainty as well. And you step out for 1 minute, I'll be back.
Okay, Steve.
Yeah, I was thinking of uncertainty in sort of two ways. One way is the uncertainty of any predictions or conclusions they reach, and that's more of a statistical uncertainty. Is there it could be calculated or it could be estimated, and that's an uncertainty around an estimate. And that's something that they don't do much of. The results are kind of, the effect on fish flow on fish is 3%, period. There's no uncertainty. There's no mathematics that's been done. The second level of uncertainty is the unknowns, and that we don't know what the impact of flow on these 5 species of fish is. The data aren't there. The science hasn't been done. We don't know. That's the level of uncertainty. So therefore, we're making guesses or assumptions and so forth and conclusions based on those. And I think that's a different level of uncertainty. And I think both of those apply in this case. And the way you resolve that second one is you don't resolve it, but you state it up front that we just don't know this. And therefore, we are making this assumption, and we're assuming that this species is actually that species, and this effect is actually that effect. And that's a level of uncertainty that needs to be more recognized throughout the process.
So you're concerned that they haven't acknowledged the uncertainty and they haven't provided ranges of values that would better reflect the fact that they're essentially making, guesses with, educated guesses.
Well, there's two. The first one is where you're doing a calculation, you can actually calculate or estimate the level of uncertainty. So there's some way that you can actually come up with bounds. Or not. I mean, maybe the math isn't such that they could do that. The second is just an unknown. So if I assume X, Y, and Z, therefore at Z, the uncertainty is in the initial knowledge of how things work. And you can come to a very accurate conclusion if you make enough assumptions about how things work, but I think that those are different levels of uncertainty, which was tried to in some of the minor examples here. And the risk stuff is something, on the other hand, I don't know, is risk still in there? Is a whole nother thing that we haven't really, I don't know that we fully fleshed that out, and I know the risks are things like surprises or what happens if whatever, a dam breaks or whatever. So I don't know what the risk.
Okay, well, people do define that differently, so we would need to define it, but.
Well, and yeah, and I don't think we've dealt with the risk in this paragraph that carefully, so.
Okay, but I would want you to define that. So some people, some uncertainty modelers define risk as the variability of system performance and uncertainty as the things that cannot be characterized with probability distributions, but you've actually just defined it the opposite way, which again, there is no one definition of these terms, but there's an example of you and I are already using those terms differently. So
well, let's not use the terms, let's just talk about what we're talking about. Okay, so so far what I'm hearing is that possibly they haven't identified all the risks they should be concerned with. And then they haven't identified variability of system performance if assumptions are wrong, and then you want to give some examples.
Sorry, Lisa.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now
Help me out here.
Well, now I'm confused as to what we mean by risk.
I didn't use risk, did I? Oh,
Yeah.
I did. Haven't identified all sources
Of uncertainty?
unexpected futures. Expected outcomes. And then Anna had nor evaluated model skill for projecting future conditions. That's her point.
Can I make a comment?
Please
on that?
help.
So I think, so this section, maybe we need to discuss uncertainty first, which I think along the lines of what Steve discussed, right? The two types. Then we should probably discuss the risk aspect. To me, the risk of levee failures that cannot be predicted in advance, or risks of more extreme events that have now been adequately probably discussed or analyzed. The outcomes of those rare extremes or extremes that could happen in terms of physical events like levee failures or atmospheric rivers, or who knows, all those things. Not necessarily related to climate change, because we think that needs to be treated separately, I think.
Right.
So I think maybe we can make that clear here, but we lay out uncertainty and then the risk of those extremes that have not been considered.
Are we talking about risks of those events caused by the projects?
Or not necessarily with or without the project, but would the projects make those implications of those events worse than?
Right.
I guess the problem is if we start talking about levees, the potential for levee failure is, X% due to climate change and X% due to seismic risk. And we've covered those two, right? And then there's some residual risk, right? But but beyond those. So I'm just afraid we're going to get too repetitive if we.
Right.
Um,
And one option is not to discuss risk in here.
Yeah.
right.
Well, the risk example that we use is biological thresholds. That certain drivers can, what we say is a potential for thresholds in system or species response is not fully acknowledged. Biological responses to changes in drivers can often be precipitous. And the chaos theory and stuff like that. But that's the kind of responses to the project. If they exceed, they talk about a 1 degree, half a degree, or 0 degree, 0.1 degree change. But for a salmon, if you get over 20 degrees, everything goes to hell. So a 1 degree change at 20 is a whole lot precipitous than a 1 degree change at 18. So I think that just the recognition that things don't always respond in a linear fashion.
Non-linear effects. would that-
Precipitous effects
or precipitous
or
effects.
edge effects or threshold effects and things like that. So
Are those like tipping points?
tipping points is another way to say it. Yeah. And there's nothing they can do about that, but just to acknowledge that those things might happen and at least cite a reference or recognize it or have some adaptive management approach that would allow one to respond to it.
Okay, well, I think we're gonna need you to lay out clearly what goes in here versus what doesn't, so that we don't end up with repetition. So I think that's kind of the key. So so it sounds to me like you're mostly concerned about, let's say I'll call them unknown unknowns. But you also brought up before about not identifying variability of performance, just giving a scalar instead of a range, right? So those to me seem like two different points. So just as you have uncertainty and risk, right? So you've now defined uncertainty as that range of variability and risk as these potential nonlinear or threshold effects, right? Is that what we agreed to? I think if we define ourselves, and so then that gives everyone else the opportunity to add to this. And we did talk about potentially moving the seismic risk point up here, so that could be moved here.
It seems again, we need another example. We have a biological example, but if there's another example we could use, because this is a general category about uncertainty. And I know we have some of that in the climate. Maybe we repeat a sentence, see section 4.4, but maybe there's another example we could give about the uncertainty and or risk that would
One example from a physical point of view or hydrology point of view, there's no consideration of if you have I guess it's again related to climate change, warmer environment, the watershed will change with lots of fires and the runoff characteristics will change. There's a lot of lack of understanding how the land phase or land-based hydrology might change under future conditions has not been accounted for in the analysis. And then, for example, farmers migrating, the land use changes south of Delta, for example,
Right.
So-
Evaluate account for.
Well, I've heard there's uncertainty that we're not accounting for in the analysis, and then there's uncertainty in terms of the probability of the impacts on, fish, people, land, which is a separate thing that needs to be better described or accounted for. So there's two, I think, sources there that we should be specific about.
Right.
Obey, I think it would be good if you could come up with a hydrologic example, because the seismic example is fairly well treated. It's analyzed in a probabilistic format using a standard methodology. So I don't see how we could use that as a basis for criticizing what they've done.
Right. Yeah, so, yeah, I will try to do that, but I have to make sure that I don't, come up with an example that's related to climate change explicitly, for example. So it seems like we have to address this issue of risk in both chapters or both sections, but I'll have to come up with an example that's not directly linked to climate change issues like warming or some other.
Right.
So,
And not related to mitigation, since we've
Yeah,
also covered
right.
that. Yeah.
Again, having not yet had a chance to read all the chapters, but are there examples around continued sort of urbanization or changes in agricultural practices? So more the human dimensions and the uncertainty and future pathways in that could be brought in
yeah,
here?
that could be brought into that's not connected to, for example, things get warmer, for example, or the water, crops might not, just like the fish wouldn't, maybe crop might not sustain for under warmer conditions. But I had to make sure they're not related to climate change for
that's-
this section, right? So,
Yeah. Well, the problem is because they've used 2040 as the future, there's not that
Right.
much expected change in, say, crop mixes or, things like that. So
Yeah.
at least according to their scenarios. So they did evaluate it and decided it wasn't a substantial change, but one
Right.
could certainly argue with that.
Well, one of the risks they mentioned the land use chapter in that long table of, potential actions is the risk of a levee break. And that's not climate change or, could be related to seismic activity, I guess, but
yeah.
it'd be a lot of things.
Yeah. So that did.
And they just listed.
Okay. Well, I'm sensing we could use a little break. So why don't we take, and if there are folks hanging in on the webinar who would like to make some public comments, we really are going to leave time for that, I promise. But for now, why don't we try to convene back here, 4:05. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. And then we'll finish up with the topical issues and the presentation, and we'll hear it from the public. Sound good? Yeah. All right. 4:05.
Are you still going to do the future?
Going live. We're going live. Welcome back, folks. We're going to reconvene the Delta ISB meeting after a short break. And I do realize that some folks have been waiting a long time to make public comments. And so we'll actually change up the agenda from what I just said before the break and go ahead and take public comments now. So if you have a public comment, if you haven't already, you can raise your hand, you can send an email to Edmund, and we will now entertain any public comments.
Yes, so we currently have 2 oral public comments and 1 written public comment. So as a reminder, please use the Zoom function to raise your hand. And we'll currently go in the following order with Deirdre Desjardins and then Barbara Berrigan-Perillo. As a reminder, if this is your first time presenting comments to the ISB, feel free to briefly introduce yourself before providing your public comment, but this is optional. And we also have Thomas Pate, who will be third. So we'll begin with Deirdre Desjardins. Deirdre, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thanks.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I'm going to send you all a copy of the Delta Stewardship Council's comments on the requirements in the Delta plan, which the Delta Tunnel is required to comply with. And there's 2 that are really important to your review. One is best available science, and covered actions, which the tunnel is, must document use of best available science as relevant to the purpose and nature of a project. Regulatory definition is in Appendix 1A of the Delta Plan, and 6 criteria include relevance, inclusiveness, objectivity, transparency, and openness, and peer review. And the policy requires that the lead agency clearly document and communicate the processes and information used for analyzing project alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures of proposed projects. So this is just absolutely key. And there's a couple points in your discussion where things just didn't seem clear. one of which was when you said the analyses appeared to meet the standard of practice. There is sort of a circular definition of standard of practice in California for climate modeling because the Department of Water Resources does a lot of it and produces the calcium model, but there are analyses elsewhere done by independent researchers and also by researchers in other states and other countries who are also doing climate impact analyses. So those other analyses are using recent developments. Another thing is that they frequently refer to the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group in 2015 as recommending their approach used for climate model projections. And the Climate Change Technical Advisory Group recommended a set of 10 models, but they did not review just using a single central tendency projection. And I don't think they would have suggested that that was a good idea because it completely fails to communicate the range of outcomes that one can expect with climate change. And the impact analysis is inconsistent. They evaluate sea level rise at up to 5 degrees centigrade change in temperature, and you get extreme sea level rise under that scenario. But for the central tendency scenario, they prune out all of the hotter, drier scenarios that would have that kind of temperature sensitivity. So it's very inconsistent. And I'll try to send you some more documentation, but this requirement was done by the legislature because this is a water supply project, and the legislature wanted it to use the best available science, not just whatever people have been doing for the last decade, which is frequently the standard of practice, and which is wholly inadequate for rapid climate change that we find ourselves in. So I'll send you the rest as written comments, and thank you very much. And by the way, you did a phenomenal job for a group of people, most of whom hadn't seen this project before. I'm just really blown away by how good your comments are. Thank you.
Thank you, Deirdre. We'll take a look at what you pointed us to. Yep.
Our next public comment is Barbara. Barbara, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. It's Barbara Berrigan-Perea with Restore the Delta. First off, I want to say we appreciate the thoughtfulness going to your work in the comments that were provided as a draft and the transparency of this meeting. I want to touch on 2 points for your consideration that are and aren't CEQA related, but also look at regulatory issues. First off, we found the discussion around climate change analysis language, the discussion you had today on language about analysis in the EIR that could have been labeled misleading versus incomplete is interesting for a couple of reasons. The environmental justice population in the Delta ranges from 24 to 33% by community. There are 80 small drinking water systems within the rural Delta, and urban areas are already living with significantly degraded surface water quality from HABs and other challenges due to current operations of flow through the Delta and climate change. Our concern is that we've watched in real time DWR underestimate the impacts of aridification and operational decisions, especially during the last 3 years of drought. And it really has had a poor impact on our summer water quality. Residents from our disadvantaged communities can't fish in contaminated waters. They can't recreate safely, and they're already alienated from their lack of access to this public trust resource. So I guess I understand that for scientists, there is an emphasis on precision in language. For community, though, it matters less to us whether these errors are intentional or unintentional. What we're concerned about that the outcomes on decision-making are the same for on-the-ground impacts, whether it's because of intentional or unintentional decision-making. Either way, it kind of points to a zeitgeist where impacts to environmental justice communities are forgotten. And that is what we see problematic in some of the climate analysis. Across the US, EJ communities are often impacted by disparate impacts of projects where intent for harm can't be proven. In fact, US EPA accepts formal complaints under Title VI in regard to disparate impacts without proof of malintent. So whether their incomplete analysis is intentional or not for the EIR, a lack of thoroughness for such important future planning reflects a planning deficiency that really needs correction, not just for protection of Delta communities, but for low risk assurances for reliable water exports for environmental justice communities south of the Delta, who will ultimately pay the bill for the project. And then last, in regard to your discussion on seismic analysis, we want the board to think about this analysis in terms of seismic risks for justification of the project, and perhaps consider some work that has been done by Lawrence Livermore on seismic analysis. And their work is to champion for, they're championing for the Delta carbon sequestration storage projects. One body of science is using seismic conditions to justify conveyance that will have a myriad of impacts on water quality and land use in the Delta. And then Lawrence Livermore is interpreting the same science very differently to support the growth of a new booming industry that will also potentially have impacts on Delta water, land, and air quality. And nobody is comprehensively looking at the contradictions of seismic analysis for planning, or asking how much change can the Delta actually handle from both sets of projects in combination. And I understand this kind of goes beyond the EIR. But for us in the Delta, what is the truth of seismic safety and stability for future planning efforts? Trying to be a responsible CBO that wants to ensure communities are protected into the future while navigating this kind of incomplete or contradictory science is frankly exhausting and above our pay grade. And the lack of independent analysis not tied to either conveyance or carbon capture storage is essentially what causes distrust in the region of the intent of scientific analysis for the Delta, because it's always tied to somebody wanting something from the estuary. I know this is beyond the scope of the EIR, but whatever the ISB could do to help on this front, truth grounding would serve Delta communities well so that they can participate in regional planning on many fronts with an eye toward community protection with facts. And understanding the real threats to the Delta is essential for making sense of Delta conveyance. Thanks for the chance to speak.
Thank you, Barbara. We do appreciate hearing about these environmental justice concerns and other concerns. So yeah, we'll take that under advisement. Thank you.
Next up, we have Thomas Pate. Thomas, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
Hello, board. I'll keep this brief. Thomas Pate, Solano County Water Agency. I represent the users of the North Bay Aqueduct, which is a state water project facility located in the Cashaloo complex, which is independent of the main part of the system that is the option as the subject of the Delta Conveyance project. We are not benefactors of the project. I just wanted to, one of the statements I heard today that kind of got my attention was, this aspect of the EIR primarily addressed the drinking water quality address water quality from a drinking water perspective. And I just want to say that there's a little bit of nuance in that. Most of the mitigation that is being proposed for this project, especially if it's going to be wetland habitats, tidal wetland habitats, are going to happen in the Cashew complex. And we already have major concerns with the cumulative effects of all of the wetland habitat projects that are going in around the NBA as it stands right now. So I just wanted to just make you aware that as far as we're concerned, the drinking water quality isn't quite addressed, at least from our perspective. Maybe it's a little bit aside from this EIR, maybe it's not. I just wanted to put that into context for you. Our biggest issue is dissolved organic carbon. We already have the poorest water quality in the state water project system as respect to organic carbon. We also have smelt restrictions where we actually have to have our intake shut down, and we're concerned that all these habitat projects are going to bring smelt to our doorstep and shut us down. So I just wanted to bring those effects to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do know the public draft probably doesn't have all of our comments about drinking water quality. So we haven't only evaluated, that's not the only thing we have to say about drinking water quality, is that it doesn't look at other effects, because we also recognize some limitations in the drinking water aspect. So appreciate you bringing that local concern to our attention. Thank you.
All right, that's all we have for now for oral comments. But if you still have a comment, please use your raise hand function. And now we'll move on to written comments. We have one written comment from Tom Zuckerman, and I'll begin reading it. Sending my congratulations from Japan on your succinct parsing of a totally inadequate EIR. This is a project without a water supply in the drier years and without capacity to take advantage of wetter year supplies. The ignored alternative of improved through Delta conveyance with improved levees, storage increments, and repaired south of Delta facilities hold the promise of a real solution at a comparatively modest cost. Thank you for resurrecting this alternative approach. Tom Zuckerman. This ends his written public comment. With that, we don't have any additional oral public comments, and I'll turn it back to you, Lisa.
Thanks, Edmund. And for the record, we thank Tom for his comments. Yeah, we don't intend to in any way suggest a preferred alternative. We only want that all the alternatives should be evaluated or explained why they're not evaluated. So glad to have that comment. Okay, so now we're back to it. I think we're closing in on getting through this document. So we are now at the topical, no, that's not what we decided. Well, it's the other important issues in the public version, but we would definitely want to change that. And I think the key question here is this section working? Right now we have these little underlined headings where we bring up a few issues, some of which are fairly narrow, some of which are bigger than others, but they really just didn't fit anywhere in the cross-cutting issues. And yeah, I want to hear if folks think things need to be elevated. Are things missing? So here's another opportunity. If you've been reading a chapter, and this is not your last opportunity to add to this, but if you've been thinking hard about any particular chapter and you don't feel your really key issue is represented here, it's also a place to elevate that. This is a bit of a grab bag right now. And so we have we talk about the lack of a cost benefit analysis or cost effectiveness analysis, because, you know, cost benefit analyses can be very difficult and expensive to do. So sometimes a lesser option is to do a cost effectiveness analysis where you look at various indicators of benefits and look at how much, certainly across alternatives, it can be very effective to say, are you getting what's the benefit per dollar spent and how do the alternatives compare? So that can be a relatively simple thing to do if the costs were made explicit, which they are not. We talk about the risk of transport of invasive species, kind of a high impact, potentially high impact event. We talk about harmful algal blooms, kind of hearkening back to that issue of not having really looked at water quality across other impacts. We've already talked about moving this seismic hazard up into perhaps the uncertainty and risk section, perhaps somewhere else. We will do that. And then there are nighttime sound levels. So this one was a little complicated, the nighttime sound levels. All the criteria said they had substantial impacts, but when the analysis was looked at, it seemed that it was missing a pretty significant evaluation of nighttime temperature stratification that can really serve to propagate noise much more widely and at a higher magnitude than one would model without that temperature inversion or stratification. And that's relevant to the mitigation side of the noise impacts. So even though they said everything's major, everything's significant, this still matters because their mitigation may be ineffective. Tunnel capacity use, you know, how much is the tunnel being used? How often was a question, and what was the effect on choices? And then finally, this actually harkens back to our comment about what are the real benefits of this. And so this is just putting a finer point on the fact that what are the water supply outcomes? And I think we talked about possibly moving that elsewhere. So that's what we have in this section so far. And I see we already have a couple tents up. Bob, did you want to say something?
These seem to be, for the most part, rather specific. And so I wonder, I can't remember if we decided that we were not going to use sidebars, because it seems as though this, as well as some of the detailed examples that are in our previous areas of concern, could be pulled off where appropriate into really nice, just little sidebars that get to the point, and then using those to point the reader towards the various appendices that would flesh out the details. And at least that way, these issues could be somewhat highlighted up front. They would be there. They could almost be like teasers to have folks want to learn more and go to the actual comments in Appendix A. So a thought.
Let me just make sure I understand what you mean by sidebar. So I'm thinking little boxes.
Yeah, a little box.
Okay.
Just a little box with an appropriate or maybe even a provocative title or something that would link, to the 7 or 8 areas that we thought were really important. But they would serve as a link between those, and then they could internally be linked to various chapters in Appendix A. Anyway, just a thought.
I guess the question is, do they link to those other 7 areas? Or is the reason we put them here because they're not the cross-cutting, they're more specific, issue specific?
Yeah.
So that might be the challenge. I don't know. Some of them might, yeah. Microphone.
They might be a challenge to do that, but there's some of them, like the economic benefits and so on, I think could be pulled in, to at least one of them, and then taken off as a sidebar, and then used to link it to the economic chapters. And anyway, it's just a thought in terms of a strategy of how best, to communicate and intrigue the reader in these dozen or so pages we have, so that they want to read on, they want to get the details.
Understood, Anna, good.
I have a quick question and then a comment. Is it true that each of the topics in this section 4.8 draws primarily from just 1 or maybe 2 chapters?
I think so. Do you want to argue with that?
No, I'm saying that perhaps then the easy solution is to have that section be called, chapter specific review comments. And then we could just, preface them by the chapters they apply to, and then that links to the appendix, because of course the appendix is organized by chapter as well. But these would be the chapter specific comments that were sufficiently broad or important to also make their way into the main text.
I think that's an option.
I'm not quite sure that would work. If they're only linked to one chapter, then they probably shouldn't be under the general comments or the general concerns that we have up front. But if they're such great examples of something that we're trying to show in the first 7 topical areas, then they could be a sidebar or a box off to the side, and then as an example, link them, to whatever specific chapter it might be. anyway, it's, I think our editors are so good at what they do that they will have no problem figuring out this conundrum.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on, and again, 2 days in, but it sort of depends on whether the cut between what was in the main text versus in the appendix was based on the sort of perceived centrality of the issue being brought up versus the breadth of the issues being brought up. I had understood that the ones that made the cut for being in the main document were because these were the most important ones. And I could imagine how the most important ones might in some cases still be drawn just from one or a couple of chapters. So I wouldn't discount them just because they're based on one or a couple of chapters.
Yes, well, that is, oh yeah, oh, we have some comments. Okay, I don't know who was first. Who was first? Virginia.
Doesn't really matter, but so the challenge with both those suggestions is, I think rightly so, the suggestion has been made that the seismic risk be put right up front. And I think that's important. And if you put it's a sidebar, if you put it chapter by chapter, that seismic chapter is quite at the end. So I kind of like them at the end as they are, and whatever the title is, it'll just will be a general title.
Obey.
Yeah, a couple of observations. I think it looks kind of odd that we have other important areas that we have to find a solution to this problem. So one option, before I go into the suggestion, this all seem to be important areas, and I'm wondering if they have the equal, weights. For example, nighttime sound level sounds kind of out of place compared to the rest. And I don't know if that's it's kind of my feeling, but maybe I don't have enough knowledge about the importance of that nighttime temperature stratification. But what I was wondering, and I know this might not be the best approach, but let's make it individual subsection headings in series, and if necessary, expand them. And then that we don't have this other important areas issue, then you have sequential numbering. If you think they are all important, they may have a short description, but that means the EIR will have to address those. That's one option, is what I'm asking.
Do we have 3 more options to consider? Go ahead.
Yeah, the history of how this all happened is the first 9 or so that we have were selected because they were things that cut across multiple chapters. And they were sort of that gave them the universal appeal because they cut across multiple chapters. These came up more because individuals who, as they were reviewing their chapters, thought this should be highlighted in the top. So it's a compilation of things where individual chapter leads or chapter readers thought it was sufficient enough to bring it to highlight in the summary. So that's how they came here, and that's why it looks like a little bit of a hodgepodge, because it came from a bunch of different
bottom up.
It was a bottom up, and I think so. I would prefer to keep them here because of that, because they were something that was recognized by a member of our board member who may not even be here anymore, that thought it might be important. I like the word highlight. I think that there's, it could be chapter highlights or other highlights or something like that. And somehow I think about it because if you think about, for me, like we hear more and more about harmful algal blooms as an example, which is a key area in the in general, and key area that we've heard in other public testimony about this is harmful algal blooms. Harmful algal blooms appears in at least 2 chapters and at least 1 appendix. The water quality, it appears in the climate change, and it appears somewhere else as well. So it is hit in a multiple times. So it's not just a specific chapter. I presume the noise one came from the noise chapter. So it is a bit of a hodgepodge in that respect. And I agree also that the seismic one is one that was brought up by Tom, should move up to the front because it's one of the 3 or 4 main objectives of the project itself. So I don't have a solution, but I'm sure Lisa will come up with one. And, but I think I like the word highlights. It means it's not all the highlights. It's not, and it may sort of encourage people to go back and look into the chapters and stuff like that, but, or you could say some highlights of other topical issues, or however we want to word it, something like that, and leave it. It doesn't hurt to leave it in there. I don't think it
Well, and we could,
tracks. It's only, as long as we keep it within Bob's words limit. I think.
yeah, I think perhaps. I think there's a way to potentially to crosswalk this. I'm not saying it's a perfect solution, but leaving them roughly as it is, but in the sense of trying to really drive people to the appendix to, maybe link to a particular point or remind people of which chapter could help crosswalk a little bit what you're saying.
Could I just add one thing to that?
Sure.
I like Steve's suggestion of, these are kind of illustrative highlights from the chapters, but I at the risk of, adding something that isn't succinct, it would be nice to have some sort of, sentence in there introducing these to just explain that, these aren't all the highlights.
Mhm.
And I don't want people to think that, maybe some of the stuff that we did leave in the appendices is not important. And that this was, bottom up. We don't have to say that it was bottom up, I guess. That's maybe a little too much information, but maybe not everybody had the same criteria for what they wanted to pull forward as important. I mean, I certainly wasn't necessarily putting that much attention into what has to go in the body of the report when I was working through those chapters. So yeah, I don't want the reader to come away with like, these are the important highlights and done, please go to the appendix and look at other wonderful highlights that we spent a lot of time thinking about.
Yeah, I think we could, if we could find the right word, like we
Mhm.
don't want to say selected highlights, because then it seems like they've been
Right.
selected, but it's some sort of a illustrative highlights.
Illustrative, I like
something
that,
like
yeah. And please check out the appendix for other highlights.
Yeah, I
One
will.
more that we forgot to
Yes.
tell you about. It's in the chapter somewhere.
Well,
Yeah.
and I mean, at the risk of annoying the people who promoted some of these ideas, I'm not opposed to hearing if folks think, I think this is a little non-parallel, maybe it should move back to the appendix. Because in some ways it is a little bit personality driven, whether you thought you're like, well, I think Tanya and I are probably thinking about the fact that there are no real social, other than the economic one, there are no real social, because we're just a little more like, well, it could be important, it might not be important. It's just kind of our personalities. So we don't want the public to get the sense that we don't think the social things are as important. And maybe we should, as a body, come up with some criteria of what should go in the highlights.
Just for my own education, why is the rest in a appendix rather than a section in the main text?
Well, in some ways it has to do with different audiences. So sometimes there are technical details of ways the analysis might be improved that may not necessarily change the conclusions, but might, right?
So that
And
makes sense, right?
yeah.
But it seems to me that if I put myself in the shoes of someone who might read this report, I think that the topics highlighted, where is that word?
Yeah, I like the highlight.
In section 4.8 are excellent, and they're exactly the kinds of things that I'd be interested in. And in a way, because they're more tied to a particular type of impact, they're actually easier to wrap your head around than some of the other ones that can be a little bit abstract. And so again, just to sort of flip it back over, I completely agree that more technical types of comments probably belong in the appendix, but perhaps to go in the other direction and actually pull some more forward. And then perhaps, and I'm not married to this idea, it could be a sort of not quite chapter by chapter, but sort of, we could have one topic, economic benefits, and then parentheses, which chapters that applies to. And in some cases it'll be one, in
Right.
some cases it'll be two or
Right.
three, which doesn't preclude us pulling the seismic one forward as well. But it's starting to sound to me like there may be other examples of the sort that are in 4.8 that are currently in the appendix. And if they are potentially of broad interest and easy to comprehend for a very broad audience, then I don't see any reason why they couldn't be brought
Right.
in here as well.
Right, good points. I think we were just didn't want to overwhelm people with points. Like, let me just give you one example and get you away. And you have a burning comment. Go ahead.
No, just to say that I think you're right, that we started off asking people to do exactly that. Anything they have in their chapters that they wanted highlighted, to make sure we knew about it and get it up there. And now that we've gone through this whole process and we've had a chance to see what's in the summary and the selected things, it wouldn't be unreasonable to ask that same question again, to go
Right.
back and have another look and see if there's anything that you think should now be added, knowing what's there or not. And I don't know if we need to give criteria or not, but I think that I don't have a problem as long as we term this correctly, to include more stuff than less. I don't think it detracts.
Yeah, so I think what the question is, and I think Tanya articulated it well, people had different criteria of what they elevated. So can I just use an example, because I struggled with this. So one of the things that really bothered me about the socioeconomics chapter is they didn't say how they came up with the number of jobs. So a typical way to do an economic impact analysis is to say, we're going to spend this much money on the project and then let the software tell you how many jobs. But an alternative way to do it is to estimate the number of jobs, which is what they did, which then obscures the amount of spending on the project. And so the whole economic analysis depends on how they created those jobs. It's not well explained. So it really bothered me. But in the end, the numbers don't look unreasonable. I don't think, probably if they explain the methods, I might agree, so I took it out. I had it in here and then I took it out. So there's an example of, is that a significant impact? I don't know. It depends on what they did.
So they coming at it from the outside, to me, it sounds entirely relevant and high level enough that I can't think of a good reason for it not to be included in this list of items. Because if you stick something in an appendix, it does imply that it's secondary or a detail in some way, right? And the example you just gave, to me, doesn't sound like a detail, and it doesn't sound like a technical aspect. It sounds like a major question, which is the number of jobs created reasonable? And how is it supported by the analysis that they did?
Yeah, but these are tough calls sometimes if you don't think it's going to necessarily change the conclusions, but I appreciate that comment. Tanya, did you still have a comment, or is that left up? Steve did, and yeah, so okay, so here's what we've just agreed, that those who had chapter comments will reconsider whether there's anything that should be elevated, but I don't think people should feel the need to claw up a lot of things. But if there's something you were maybe on the fence about, you could discuss, find another person to give you some feedback and decide. So, okay, as I just did. Okay. So, okay, anything else? Okay.
Well, quickly, I've been thinking about options. So, one option is I don't want to diminish these by calling them something else, but they're not cross-cutting issues like the previous 8 or 9, right? And some of them may need to be elevated to a higher level, like we discussed the seismic. I wonder if there is the other options could be in a table, but reference the appendix as a chapter, but summarize in a table. That's one option, because right now some of them are short, some of them are long, but summarize in a table and then reference a chapter for more details. For example, we can call that table whatever we want, but other important issues or whatever, I don't know.
There's another approach too, and one is to standardize how each of these are written, and it could be we've talked before about putting in the form of a question, and one could maybe start off in one of these, what is the blah blah blah, and have it as a question, and then and then have a little discussion underneath it. So it's a little bit at least more structured, or it could end up with a specific recommendation that they need to consider, have they adequately considered something or another. So you can put it in either in a question or a recommendation or both. And that way, at least it looks a little bit more uniform and like there was some thought to it, because these are literally just pulled out from individual chapters and put in here. That's why they don't look equally well thought out or equally well explained, because they're done by.
Well, as someone who did try to standardize the text, I will say we didn't always have the same level of material to work with. So it's not that easy to standardize is what I'm saying. So if folks want to, if that one of their topics is in there and they could make it look more like the other ones, great. But given what I was able to work with, this is my best attempt to standardize them. And just like we said before, some things just take more words to explain because they're more complicated. So yeah, I appreciate that goal. I just don't know how realistic it is. So, but we will do our best. Maybe if it's really long, it should go into the main body. And then if it can't, if it's left here, it should be relatively short. We could try for that perhaps. Okay. And so I'll think, let's think about it. We'll think about, yeah, I mean, that's essentially your recommendation too, is to standardize it in terms of a table. We could standardize it in terms of bullet points. Right. Like the seismic and yeah. Okay. Comment accepted. Except for that, some things just aren't as well developed. So if folks would like to develop them more, please do. Okay. Finally, we're down to the last one, believe it or not. And this is just, I think many of us have noted just how hard it is to understand the performance and trade-offs among the alternatives. And so we have talked already about how the executive summary doesn't always provide the detail we want. This is also where we bring up that issue about defining terms. And so Obey has already suggested that perhaps this point about defining uncertainty should move. And maybe we should get rid of Appendix B, which we didn't really discuss. I'd like to hear thoughts on that. And then we have this recommendation that we would like to see either more graphics or more summary tables of the type that is now here in table 1. So, and we recognize this is not complete. Part of it just had to do with, numbers not being available sometimes, or just running out of time to try to put everything in here. And of course, putting only the quantitative metrics in a table tends to lower the emphasis on the qualitative or not a categorical effects. So, we want to recognize that. So this would not be the only summary thing. You would need some way to summarize the categorical or the qualitative effects as well. But it very much is lost in the executive summary when it's just less than significant. You really just lose the magnitude of effects. And so this was a suggestion to do something like this. And so I don't know if folks have really had a chance to look at this, but certainly welcome thoughts about whether this is a useful thing to include or not. And also, what are we going to do about the uncertainty language?
Yeah, I think this table is useful, but I assume Jay took the lead on putting this together maybe, but I was curious why this heading for the table columns, 2020 as the, time epoch or time horizon. And, it's kind of could be misleading. No project 2020 that I think in the DEIR, it's called existing condition 2020. So I'm wondering if we might confuse people by having this. And when you say all 5 2020 analysis, I know we have the numbers for it, but I'm wondering if you're representing the right information in this table by referring all of them to 2020. Mm-hmm. I guess it is a comparison table, but
is it possible? I haven't looked closely. Is it possible that the 2040 were not available for all these criteria?
We did have the table. I think it did have some of those for the 2040, most of them. But I'm wondering, yeah, it might be too late to do that now, but would that be nice to have a no project, existing condition, no project 2040 and all of them 2040?
Okay.
I don't know if that's feasible, but
I guess I'm guessing, I don't know why 2020 was chosen, but could it be that the 2040 was just had higher uncertainty, more speculation, and that the 2020 might just seem more concrete? I don't know.
I don't know.
Does anyone
Well,
know?
that was the focus of their analysis based on the CEQA criteria.
Yeah, right.
And so maybe that's just what was drawn out because that was in the information that was in the main body of the report versus the 2040, which got buried in appendices and yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
But I agree with Obey that it would be useful to see a table also like this with 24. I mean, it would be nice to see the 2020 conclusions in also in comparison to what it would look like when you bring in 2040 data. Something similar.
Right, because the executive summary is all 2020 conditions, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the exception of no project alternative, which is assumed 2040. Yeah.
Okay, so there's existing condition 2020, there's no project.
There's the
40.
there exactly.
Okay. That is confusing. Well, I can see why that might have been left out.
That could confuse people.
Okay, all right. Well, how about, would it be just because it might be time consuming to remake this table, could we just say, and also because it is consistent with the executive summary, could we just say, we would expect to see this for 2040 and just say that?
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I mean, this really wasn't meant to be the comparison. It was more, we need something like this.
Yeah.
Other comments? What about this proposal to make it clear that we're not saying we want you to use the IPCC definitions. We just want to give that as an example. I do believe several of us asked for Appendix B to be included because we wanted to know what were these definitions, and but I wonder now that we all know what they are, whether we want to actually delete Appendix B.
Are these are verbatim from IPCC, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
If so, I wouldn't include it. I would just have a reference and you could refer to specific, tables or figures within the IPCC documents. But it seems that even for copyright reasons, if nothing else, having, over 2 pages of verbatim text seems a little much.
There's a box idea that Bob had. That's a box idea that you had, I think. We put it in.
I think it was Virginia, actually. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I put it in because I think it is useful to see these particular definitions, and that in the second table, they have high confidence and low confidence, and they don't talk about confidence at all in this report. And I think people are more likely to look at it if it's here rather than an appendix. And this is an accepted way to do scientific reporting. So I like having it here, and maybe some of the words above could be deleted, but the tables I think are particularly valuable because they show what the kind of words that, an example of the kind of words we'd like to see. I'm not saying they're the only way, but
And you
they
just
work.
don't think that people would actually look it up if we told them to? No.
I don't think so.
Because I do agree that, the IPCC has spent decades thinking about exactly what words to use and exactly how to relate them to something quantitative. So I absolutely agree that this is a very useful way of framing uncertainty and confidence. I'm just not sure about having sort of 2 pages of, direct quotations.
All right, let's let the lawyers decide.
Just had one comment on it. It's Appendix B, which presumes it comes after Appendix A. So it's not going to be in our main summary. It's going to be way in the back. Secondly, we don't use this. We use the terms uncertainty, but we don't follow these definitions. So, I'm a little concerned about that we're not following our own guidance. What I would say is that make the point that defining terms is important, and is more than just the uncertainty terms. And maybe use a citation as an example. Here's one accepted way of doing it, even though we don't do it in our review. So I think that I'm a little concerned that that we're asking them to use these precise definitions in this document. I don't think we're asking them to do that. So
We're not
Yes.
walking the walk. Yeah.
Steve, I would second that because different professions use different terms. And like DWR is probably into the engineering world of uncertainty definitions. So.
Right, which is almost the opposite of the IPCC definition. So as a decision scientist, we use roughly the same thing the engineers do, and it's not the same. So yeah, it is confusing. Okay, well, we've heard some good comments. I guess we'll cogitate a bit. Virginia.
So I also want to point out that on page 19, the last paragraph, we say languages, is used imprecisely or does not carefully define terms. So we might want to put the comments, that are there up here. Or anyway, it's mentioned twice in two different places.
Is it? Okay.
In that, am I reading this right? Is
Well,
that?
So
Yeah, because that's about
there's the place we reference appendix. Well, right. I think it was a general comment above and more specific below, but your point, but yeah. And Obey suggested maybe this whole thing should go elsewhere. So
yeah, well, anyway, maybe this is the same place. I'm sorry, I'm looking at it here, not seeing it all. But I think maybe it could go earlier, this concept of defining terms, because it influences everything.
And idea was to use that as indicate that this is an example. And I also agree maybe table should be referenced rather than reproducing it, but here, but I see Virginia's point, that is important, but we are not recommending that they use this.
Right.
And they might get that idea if you don't couch it properly.
yeah, we've already gotten some comments along those lines that people thought we were recommending those particular languages. So I think we do have some copyright constraints, so we might have to.
Should we explicitly give at least 2 or maybe 3 examples of ways in which communities such as, the engineering community, the IPCC climate science community have defined those terms? And if we reference more than one standard that we think are particularly well done, then I think that'll make it clear that these are examples and that we're not being prescriptive about what they should use. But it still accomplishes the goal of making it clear what level of specificity we're looking for. Whereas if we just say sometimes terms are not defined, then they can say, well, uncertainty is how much you don't know, and they move on, right? I'm being a bit tongue in cheek, but it seems like as a group, we're aware of at least 2 sets, potentially more, of very, very clear examples of how these terms have been defined, and potentially referring to more than one example would be a way forward.
I like that suggestion, but having read some of the engineering documents, I wouldn't wish them on many people. So I do agree with Virginia that the IPCC has been thoughtful in terms of let's define this in a way the public could readily understand. And I'm not sure engineers have had the same goal. But I do appreciate that idea. Let's think about that, and let's find out what our constraints are on copyright infringement. And I mean, these are in the public domain, the IPCC documents. It may not be a problem, but let's find out our options before we struggle too much with this.
Lisa, just on that point, I guess maybe I read it too quickly, but I didn't see where in the body of our report we talk about this appendix. Do we do that?
At the very last, so we cited where we talk about language being used imprecisely under 4.9.
Under 4.9, okay.
But I think we're hearing people would like to see that earlier, although I honestly had trouble fitting it in earlier. So I would appreciate specific suggestions.
Yeah, I guess.
But we didn't have the uncertainty section when I put that in, so maybe it goes
I guess we might need a little more, if we're going to keep that appendix. we might need a little more guidance as to what we're saying about it.
Well, particularly because we didn't use any of those terms.
Yeah, right.
And we didn't define uncertainty or, yeah,
Or
so
we could
I'm a little afraid
eliminate-
about sounding hypocritical.
Yeah, or we could eliminate the appendix and in that section have just some more specific language and references to say, yeah, there are several ways people have defined these terms. Here's the IPCC link here and maybe give an example. For example, the IPCC says, uses this categorization of confidence. We could describe it a little more in words rather than separating it from the text. I don't know.
Yeah, well, now that we have the uncertainty section, which that got added
Yeah.
fairly late in the
Yeah, yeah.
process, I think that's an obvious place to
Yeah.
put it. And actually the confidence ratings really go to what you were trying to describe earlier. We could actually use those terms. So, yeah.
I really like Tanya's suggestion because I think that we could again incite people to actually, click on the link and look at the IPCC. You could have a sentence that says, for example, the IPCC defines the range of confidence with a range going from very low confidence, which would be a less than 1 in 10 chance, all the way up to very high confidence, which is at least 9 out of 10 chance, and separately provides clear definitions for the distinction between value uncertainty, structural uncertainty, and unpredictability, period, right? And I think that captures the essence of it and is enough that if people want to look it up, they will know what they will get if they do. I think that's all I want to say. So I think I like what you suggested.
Yeah, it sounds good. Other comments? Okay, and then do we have general agreement that we want to leave the table in and everybody comfortable with that? Yeah. Okay. This is the last table in the document where we have a quantitative comparison of the alternatives, basically representing what we wish the document had done more of.
So
Are we confident that these numbers are correct? Because the other option is you could make a table and just not fill in any of the values and just say, this is the type of table and the type of elements in the table that we think would be valuable. And then in principle, we could even add, additional time points for which there wasn't data in the report. If we didn't feel compelled to fill in the blanks for all the numbers.
These were pulled from the report. They should be accurate. I mean, yeah.
I think, I don't know, I think this table probably took a lot of time because we had to pick numbers from various parts of it. So there's probably value in it, but my little concern is that we're not describing what we are seeing in this table. There's no discussion of, what is our observation based on this table? I know it's an example, but is there a need to say more than what and the numbers in this table?
This is apropos of all the comments we made on your figures. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Where's the caption? Where's the explanation?
Yeah, so
yeah. How are people to interpret this?
In other words, if you look at some of the metrics, there's not much of a difference here, right? For example.
Well, but at least, I think this is in contrast to the executive summary where it's very hard to pull out the magnitude of change. So
okay.
I think the idea was that people are going to care about different indicators. So we don't necessarily want to interpret it necessarily because, whatever people's particular issue is, they can go to that line and see how the alternatives compare and make some of their own judgments. Yeah, other
There's a way to sort of have it both ways, right? So building on what Obe was saying, after this table, again, you could have a sentence or two that says, such a table would, for example, make it clear how the alternatives trade off, percent average export increase, which as I'm reading the numbers go from, 8.7% to 12.4% with the, impact of permanent aquatic habitat loss. And you can see how that goes all the way up to, 18,300. So to me, staring at this table, it makes it clear how, what's the price we pay in terms of the bad numbers going up as the good numbers go up. And so that's one that stood out to me, but we could have just, 1 or 2 examples of the types of things that would be easier to see if the quantitative results were compiled.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion.
One last comment on that. I think problem with the executive summary table ES2 was that they didn't even describe 2040 no project condition, because their point was that CEQA doesn't require it. Or I think we can show an example of, we would compare the existing condition, the no project, 2040 no project, and alternatives. We don't even have to have all these other alternatives, at least alternative 5, which is and with or without numbers, we can say that's the type of information we would like to see. What is the lift you get from? Maybe there should be a line in there, water supply reliability somewhere. I guess there is nothing in here because that information is not there. But anyway, that way we communicate the message. We do need to compare existing condition, no project condition, and the alternative, as opposed to table ES2 in executive summary.
Yeah, I guess I'm inclined not to include the numbers because I'm afraid that if we start including those numbers, then people are going to focus on those numbers and start doing their own internal analyses. And I don't know how confident we are in those numbers. I would think that the point we're trying to make is we want them to is that their document needs to be more clear, you know, and this is a sort of table with these comparisons. We don't have to do the work, but tell them how they should have made those comparisons. I think we can put in remaining flow and so forth, because there are things in there that they have not calculated that I think we could add, such as percentage of the water taken remaining and things like that. So I think there's ways we can just simply say that this sort of table would be very informative. Unless someone wants to go through and check all those numbers and make sure it's the right thing, because it doesn't include things like operations and stuff like that. It's just, these are fixed numbers, not necessarily operations. And it also gives credence to the numbers, which I'm not sure we all have belief in the numbers.
Well, a version I saw had the specific tables they were pulled from. I didn't think there was that much uncertainty around these numbers. There could be a lot of uncertainty around whether these are the absolute best indicators to represent. But I do think, I guess not all of them have tunnel table references, but some do. So, and I thought some of them had been checked, but I'm seeing maybe they haven't been. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just a geek. I like looking at numbers. I don't know. I think because someone has already done a lot of work, I don't see any real harm in including these, but if we really do feel uncertain about the numbers, then I'm not necessarily willing to check them all. So.
Well, if we do, we need to put in units on all of them.
Yeah.
The bottom half is conflicting with existing structures. 61. I don't know what 61 is.
And they're a round of
noise. I don't know what units.
Okay.
Changes in Delta jobs. I imagine those are numbers of jobs.
You can have a little caveat on the table. It says if these numbers are wrong, that just goes to show that the report's not clear rather than.
Chair Winger. I'm sorry to interrupt, but we do have 2 more public comments. I know one public commenter does have a time constraint at 5:20. So I just want to alert that to you.
I think now would be an excellent time to take public comments. I think we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
Okay. Once again, sorry for that interruption. We have 2 public comments, one from OSHA Meserve and one from Jay Lund. And I'm going to unmute them based off the order I just call out the names. So first up is OSHA. OSHA, you have the ability to unmute. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and sorry to interrupt your conversation. I know you're trying to get a lot done today. I just, again, on behalf of local agencies of the North Delta, I listened to almost all your conversation today, had to pop out for a minute, but one of the things that I think may warrant further analysis and comment, and that has been confusing as a reviewer myself, is you had a long discussion about this up to or an average of or maybe more than 30% removal of flows from the river, and trying to think about what the different impacts may be on fisheries, as well as, obviously that also has impacts. The amount of flow that remains in the river also has impacts on salinity, on groundwater recharge, on all kinds of different environmental resources. And I guess I just wanted to point out that the operational scenario that is presented in this document, I think that it's an initial, what might be called an initial operating scenario, but as your other draft comments mention, the utilization rate for this massive infrastructure is quite low. And so it kind of calls into question when the tunnel would actually be used. And like in the examples that we've seen in the EIR, it's really more focused on winter months, but you know, for harmful algal blooms and salinity, obviously, you know, locally, we're very concerned about more so, you know, using the new diversions when water quality is already, when flows are lower and water quality is stressed, although the operating criteria may be met, like the bypass flows and other, and also D1641, which is one of the operational criteria. Of course, that does get waived by the temporary urgency change petitions pretty much every drought year. So I just want to throw out that concern about, I wouldn't assume, I don't think any of us should assume that whatever the operations that are put forth in the EIR for analysis are necessarily the operations that the project would continue to operate under. And I just think that whatever that may be something you would want to explore or comment on in terms of if it was used more, especially during certain months, you know, that is reasonably foreseeable and, you know, should be analyzed. Thanks.
I did the opposite. Thank you, OSHA. That is an issue we have discussed and that doesn't appear to have gotten into the main document. So we appreciate that.
Next up is Jay Lund. Jay, you have the ability to unmute your microphone. Thank you.
I have no new conflicts of interest. Just a few comments on that table, since I worked up most of those numbers. All of those numbers in the table and in the spreadsheet that I sent to Edmund have references for where they came from in the document or where they came from out of the data that was delivered by DWR to us. The number of structures refers to a structure, like a house is a structure. An outhouse will be another structure. So all of those numbers have units. Otherwise, it would be a terrible engineer. The selection of those numbers, those criteria is sort of eclectic. I wanted to have no more than one page, and I wanted to have them represent a range of impacts representing the co-equal goals. What I would say the three co-equal goals are for the Delta management under state legislation. So one can quibble all of that, I think, quite reasonably. I chose 2020 because we only have 2040 results for the water supply deliveries. So just to keep it consistent and make the table easier to understand. But I completely agree with Lisa that the purpose of the table is to provide an example that's not unreasonable. That's it. Thanks. Bye.
Thanks, Jay, for clarifying. Yeah, that's what I thought, that 2040 would really limit which indicators you could put in the table. And that, yeah, I do think these all have clear sources. So, you know, yeah, with the appropriate caveats, there could be mistakes. Don't take this as the final word. We should be safe. Just help us geeks out. We like to look at numbers, you know, keep some numbers in there for us. Okay. So do we have any other public comments? Those two? That's it?
There are no additional public comments.
Great. All right. Well, I think it could be time to end. We've had a very long and thorough discussion. So that means I will be omitting one of the agenda items on the Delta Futures project. So we will cover that under our next meeting. And then Edmund, should we still do a quick summary of the thing tomorrow, the field trip?
Would you like the 2-minute version or the 10-minute version?
I think we're hearing two, yeah.
Whatever, whatever we need. No.
All right, I'll be very quick, and hopefully tomorrow you'll get a better orientation of where we're visiting. So tomorrow we're going to begin our tour in West Sacramento to visit the Yolo bypass to learn about how it works for flood management and also how it provides multiple benefits. So just to get you oriented, what you're going to see tomorrow is in green right here. That is the Yolo bypass. We're right here in Sacramento, and in the black line right here is the legal Delta. So part of the bypass was within the Delta, and part of it is outside of the Delta. Tomorrow, our focus is going to be in the region outside of the Delta. We're going to visit the northern portion of the bypass. So the bypass, we're going to be visiting a few stops. One is going to be at the Fremont Weir. This is the primary inundation point to the bypass. And then we're also going to be visiting Sacramento Weir. And also we're going to be visiting Nags Ranch. So that's a really quick overview of what we're going to be seeing. If you want more details, because I'm cutting my comments down to 2 minutes, we have our meeting notice. Click on the links in the meeting notice to get oriented. And that will conclude my little overview. So we're going to meet up at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Wear long pants, wear closed-toe shoes, and if you have a hard hat, bring one. Otherwise, we'll provide one for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Edmund. I am going to click on that link because I know you spent some time preparing for that. So good. Okay, so we just need to cover just a little more business. The next meeting will be a teleconference on December 8th, where we will discuss the latest draft of our review and be prepared to submit it to DWR. There'll be another public comment period. Comments can be accepted up to, no. Our comments are due December 16th, right? Sorry, misreading. And then we'll also be discussing what we do besides ER review at the next meeting. And that is our final order of business. Are there any comments on anything other than the agenda items?
Let me just double check. Oh, do you also want to skip the follow-up item list? The follow-up item agenda?
Well, I don't have anything. So. Edmund does it.
Yeah.
Edmund, go ahead and do the to-do list because I'm sure it's pretty short.
Yeah, it's pretty short. I'll also be quick for this one too. As you guys are all focused on the EIR review, Chair Wenger and past Chair Brandt will consider the discussion today, and we'll be revising another public draft for your consideration. And then we'll have another draft for discussion on December 8th. We'll provide more details as we approach the meeting date. Any questions?
Strong work, Edmund. No questions. I don't think anyone dare ask a question at this point. Yeah, any other public comments on either this topic or anything not on the agenda?
Yes, so since public comments were not on the agenda, I currently don't see any.
Mercifully, thank you. Okay, well, thanks everyone for a good discussion and for all your attention and time. And we will see you on the field trip tomorrow.